like one thing that's going on. There's absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
Keep talking about the PlayStation is you, dude. Fucking
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles, 60 degrees here in gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, news day. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, enemies, Monday, news day. That's right, 4/28, April 28th, 2025. We're almost done with the month of April, and I am live. I am alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic week. Happy birthday, Megaphonics. Wow, look at that. I didn't even know that he was actually born on this day, but happy birthday. I used his music as a introduction. Any advice for chatters turning 29 today to beat the old allegations? Bro, you have a wife and you're turning 29. You are so cooked. You are so washed, brother. I'm sorry. Happy birthday to Libophonics. Happy birthday to Wifeophonics. Happy birthday to Megaphonics. One of the most wonderful contributors. To the broadcast. Anyway, wife haver. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, where was I? This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. Yesterday, I did a quarter day, basically. 5 hours. Not even a half day at that point. You can't even call it a half day. 5 hours and 40 minutes. And, of course, part of that was because I was really tired. I was really, really, really tired. Northern Lion mentioned you today. Hold up, Megaphonics is my age? I thought he was like 40. Yeah, he posts like a 40-year-old man. So it's not surprising that you thought he was 40, but no, he is 29 as of today. But as I was saying, Kai's face looks so small. Yeah, it's because she's sleepy. T-E-P. Who's this? Stavi and his guest called you out on his pod today? This fucking piece of shit, dude. This fucking guy. All right, anyway, listen, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is parasocial time. This is the hour for the parasocialists out there. You might have noticed I have a new rug behind me. That's right, Hypeland just came in. Ordered it months ago. That right there is the Zorro rug. Finally made its way to my home. But personal news-wise, ended the broadcast at 5 because in 5 hours because I was tired. That's it. I was tired, and so I didn't really do much afterwards. I went to bed. I was falling asleep watching Fearin at like 9:30. I was falling asleep on the couch. And then I was like, I should probably go upstairs since I'm falling asleep on the couch. And I went to bed at 10. And I woke up at 7. And let me tell you, it felt amazing. It felt amazing. It felt fantastic. I needed it, you know? I freaking needed it. I don't know why I needed it. I feel like I'm normally fine. I can keep up with this day to day, but turns out I needed that sleep. This morning I woke up to work on my MAGA body, whatever that means. Shouts out to the New York Times for that, obviously. Some of you might not know, some of you might. The New York Times wrote a article on me. It finally came out where they said I have a progressive mind with a MAGA body. Here it is. If you're wondering what a MAGA body looks like, I think this is what it looks like, I guess. Look at me ripping the 225, by the way. That's 225 pounds. That's double plates. I used to be able to hit this for like 15 at my peak. I haven't gotten back to my peak at all. But there was a big chunk in my workout regimen where I had significant shoulder mobility issues where I couldn't even hit the bar. Like I could not even do barbell bench press. And now 225, not even a big deal. I failed on the 10th one, but still. Here's the 9th one. Or no, 8th one. This is the 9th one. And then here's the 10th one where I fail. I should have been able to get it up, but you know, you got to put those in there as well. Click for a real guy who embodies the headline. A progressive mind in a MAGA body. I agree. That is a funny. That's real. In any case, folks, we have obviously a lot to talk about today. It's Monday News Day. I have Unk that is going to be showing up to the broadcast soon, as a matter of fact. He's like, Unk is flying in. FD Signifier. I'm going to put him through the ringer. I'm going to force him to do news coverage alongside myself. I'm very excited for that. What is this? The bald mentioned you. Failed to determine content classification. Is this a meme? Is this a joke? You said the bald man of the North mentioned me, but it's not a real clip. They changed the title to A Progressive Mind and a Body Built for the Manosphere, by the way. I know, I was there when it changed. I was the one who suggested that change, and they instantly changed it, which is definitely going to make a lot of people even more insane. Because like there's a lot of haters out there who unironically believe that I have like a PR team, and I've been working on that. They think I've paid for a PR team that is also paying for articles, or I'm paying for the articles. Not entirely certain, but they're gonna see the fact that I was able to successfully change the title of the article. Perhaps it's because there's editors that also watch me reacting to the article that thought, oh, his suggestion was actually a pretty good suggestion, and they changed it, or because I control the media. I think it's because I control the media. And in any case, let's see what the bald man of the North had to say about me. This coward.
Brain dead? You got the wrong guy. Hasan's stream is that away? I don't think it's brain dead, but I do think it's like, it's an important election, but every single election that I've voted in has had the same campaign for like, you got to vote strategic for this one. Just one last strategic vote, and then you can vote with your The strategic voting brain.
Why is he in the void? I don't know. Maybe because Canada is also shut down at this point, because they're actually not even voting. They're voting for the governor of Canada, according to Donald Trump. So that's probably what it is. Even XT defended you and said that the author following you is market research. Yeah. In any case, that's it. That's what's popping. Wait. Hasan claims his puff piece barrage is organic. Dude, why are you... Oh, God. Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're getting your notes from this fucking stalker account, like, yeah, of course, you're not gonna understand a lot of things. Please stop linking me this fucking dude. At a certain point, you gotta realize, like, that account is a stalker account. He almost exclusively posts about me. He probably posts about this as well. Like, and it's fine. There's definitely a lot of people who want that kind of content. But, you know, they're not exactly knowledgeable on anything. It's been referred to as end wokeness for fat Redditors. I think that was my goat. I think that might have been Thought Slime that said it. Yeah. Trump today actually committed elections interference. Yeah, I know. I will get to that. Don't worry. But what was I going to say? Personal news-wise, yeah, I worked out. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to let it rip. All right, we got a lot to talk about. A lot of news to cover. We need Maya back on. I already asked to have Maya back on before she leaves, but she's too busy. She's too busy. So it's going to be difficult. Anyway. Yeah, we have like the Der Juden moment for the administration. By the way, this is like identical to the Nazi admin posting like suspected Jewish terrorists back in Nazi Germany. Like they're doing this on the fucking White House lawn. It's great stuff overall, fantastic. But yeah, that's it. Let's get popping. Let's get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Let's blast it. Okay. Have you been watching the rehearsal? No, I haven't. But I watched Last of Us episode 3 last night. It was pretty good. Yeah. New Biden report from Haaretz, and then Dropside wrote about it too, showing that even Israel was shocked at how the Biden admin never demanded a ceasefire whatsoever. Now, of course, Israel does lie regularly, so maybe they're lying about this too. Who knows? But in any case, we know what the outcome is. There was no ceasefire ever, so. Yeah, Donald Trump demands an investigation into his low approval rating. We got to figure out what the hell's going on there. 60 Minutes pushback. 60 Minutes calls out owners over editorial interference. Trump deports American kids. Israel admits Brandon never asked for ceasefire. Yeah, I'm going to watch the CBS Sunday Morning with Coach Bill Belichick as well, because that was really strange. Megaphonics, I know it's your birthday, but stop spamming about Nathan Fielder, okay? As much as I love Nathan for you and rehearsal, you got to stop bringing every conversation back to Nathan Fielder because you watched it last night and you really liked it, okay? Please. Goddamn, I don't want to ban you on your birthday. Immediately, instantly, I give him a little bit of grace. I give him a little bit of, hey man, Megaphonics, happy birthday, and he just starts spamming his interest in the chat. He's right. Last episode of rehearsal was Kino. I know, but I didn't watch it, so there's nothing I can do about it. How can I maintain a conversation without watching the episode? Especially when we're covering the news. All right. All right. So, where was I? I was blasting off. Hold on. There's so much to cover. Holy crap. Group chat Illuminati. Illuminati leaked 100 days of BURGERREICH. And with FD Signifier in the building. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. What's your take on 100 men versus one gorilla? I didn't really give a take last night. I don't know. I want to have fun with that, but I haven't really been able to think about it thoroughly to give you a fun, entertaining, or intelligent, or coherent point. I feel like the gorilla would win, but I've heard some convincing arguments that 100 men is so many people, like the number is so large that 100 people could break the gorilla down. But in any case, I do feel like gorilla is so strong, bro. Like, it's just not a thing. It's like 100 kids, okay? Can I beat the shit out of 100, I don't know, 5-year-olds? Because I feel like the difference between, first of all, the difference between 100 men or one singular man and a gorilla is the difference between, like, me, an adult, 6'4", 230 pounds, and a 5-year-old. You know? So, yeah, give me 100 kids. I'll beat the shit out of all 100 of them. So it just feels like it unironic. Like I think people are overestimating the power that they have. They're overestimating the power that they have. But then again, here is a professional person. This is perhaps the most well-read individual on this. Okay, Tirzu, unironically, I would say, has a PhD in 100 men versus gorilla. Like, this is his moment in the spotlight. And if he thinks, do you guys think gorillas are like literally King Kong sized or what? That meaning that he thinks that 100 men could take on a gorilla, then I think maybe 100 men could take on a gorilla. Even if you do win, if you come into contact with his fluids and it gets into your eyes or open wounds, there's a disease where your spine blows up and you die. The only thing that the 100 men have is what men have always had as an advantage. Aside from tool using, it is the capacity to be able to sweat and regulate its temperature and also not be as fatigued as an animal does. That's it. So in a war of attrition, the 100 men would most likely win. Like, like man is pretty OP for the reasons that I just mentioned. It's not like back in the day when they had like some minor tools to use. They were just like one-tapping animals to kill and eat. No, they were just waiting it out. They would try to injure it from afar, use a sneak attack, and then basically run after it for approximately a week until the animal died. Like that's how people would hunt animals back in the day. Animals that are too difficult to kill instantly. That's exactly what happens when 100 bees takes on a hornet, but they win in the end. Yeah, so he thinks that the 100 men would win. A hornet is just a bigger bee. A gorilla is not just a bigger human. Anyway, this is definitely a big deal. And for that reason, I'm going to ask FD Signifier about it. And we'll have this conversation with him. Because that's what's the most pressing matter right now. It's one gorilla. Bro, do you know what? First of all, let me tell you something, okay? I'm not the first one in the line. I am not waiting. I am not going to be first in line, because the first person that tries to fight the gorilla is going to get used like a fucking fleshlight, okay? The gorilla is going to put his fucking arm through the first person's asshole and basically use it like a sock puppet, okay? It's going to make the first person talk to the rest of the fucking humans. I'm not there. I will, maybe I'll be the 99th person, okay? Guy 47, after seeing the 46 get bodied, will run away. Yeah. There's a lot of things that would change the dynamic of 100 people versus a gorilla. Like, what kind of tools can they use? Is it just hand-to-hand combat? If it's just hand-to-hand combat, like, it's pretty cooked.
A modern day hunting party of men, because the question is 100 men versus one full-grown silverback gorilla, and there are people out there like this that are saying that 100 guys would win, and no, they wouldn't. I don't know, just flat out no. A gorilla's skin, you can't bite through it. Their bones, somewhere between 2 and 4 times as thick and dense as ours. Their hand, like their grip force, is something like 1,300 pounds. That means that with one hand, they could crush your skull. My dudes, this is what you're fighting. When they stand up, they are 6 feet tall. They weigh about 400 pounds on average. They can lift, press, or pull somewhere between 2,000 to 4,000 pounds. For some perspective, that's...
I'm gonna be honest though, like, a chimp can fuck up a human, except what you fail to comprehend here is that 100 people would destroy a chimpanzee, right? Like, easy. That's not even a question. The reason why this is even a question is because of the power that a gorilla has. Like, the defenses that a gorilla has. You can't, like, overwhelm the gorilla 100 at a time, like, and basically cause it in a stampede to suffocate. But the exhaustion, I think, would be... The exhaustion at the end of it would be what kills him. He would not be able to kill 100 humans that easily, especially if people are attacking in swarms, you know?
That's enough to tear your arm or your leg off. There's guys out here trying to rationalize this, being like, well, we're endurance animals and all that stuff. This thing could operate at 1/4 of its strength and still body bag you. And we haven't even addressed the fact that even if you get close enough, you can't damage it. Thick skin, super dense bones, wrapped in an insane amount of muscle. You couldn't hit this hard enough to break anything. Like, its femur is twice the size of yours. I want you to look at that skull. That skull could headbutt you and cave your face in, to say nothing of...
You can crush its throat. Gorillas barely win versus 27 chimpanzees. 100 men easily wins. Wait, what? Did you just... You think 100 men have the capabilities of 27 chimpanzees? No, this argument doesn't favor your point, I think. No, I don't think 100 men total could deliver the damage that 27 chimps could do. I think 27 chimpanzees would beat the fuck out of 100 men too. That's another thing I was gonna say. A chimp can rip your face off? Yeah, a chimpanzee is so fucking fast and so violent. Like, it's not even... It's 100 random selected men, not the largest Scandinavians versus gorilla. There's got to be at least 10 men per chimp. Yeah, I think especially because a chimpanzee is super... Like, a chimpanzee is, like, agile. This is the most dude debate ever. A chimp is agile, fast, like, it can move fast and do a lot of damage and move from person to person with ease. So I do think that you probably need at least, like, 10 dudes, maybe more, to be able to take down one chimp. Unless you get lucky, in which case you can even do it with one person. But I'm saying, like it's a matter of luck. there's got to be like an average number that you arrive at, and I would say that like it's an 8 to 10 situation per chimp. The pressure from the jaw is stronger per square inch as well. That's what, yeah. Their grip strength is incredibly strong in comparison to the human being. Their jaw, their bite strength is incredibly strong in comparison. They don't have the same like setbacks that a human being has in terms of using full power. That's the other side of this that I think gets lost in the conversation. Like an animal, especially a chimp, is not holding back. You know how like you have the capacity to bite your own tongue, but you normally don't, right? Because like there's a thing inside of your brain that stops you from going full force and unlocking your full potential, especially unless you're like a sociopath. You're not going to be able to go quote unquote all out against a chimp in the way that a chimp will definitely go all out against you. Like you would have to be able to go, ironically, ape mode. When you think about it, there's a reason for why that term exists. You have to chimp out and go ape mode against the chimp or ape. So, you know, they automatically don't have a limit breaker. They just go limitless mode when they want to fuck you up. So I don't know.
Of all the teeth. Then look at them down here. Each one of these appendages is a death area. And even if you don't die, you're going to be missing or have a crushed limb. You're out of the fight until it decides to come and clean you up. And I loved some of the like crazy hunting tactics because they're like, well, we would just swarm and like, what are you gonna get? Maybe 6, 10 humans at the same time, and we would grab its limbs and spread it out. These are gonna crush you. It can pull you toward it harder than you can. What are you gonna do once you have a hold of its limbs? Yeah, you're gonna die because it's gonna crush you or pull you into its mouth and bite your head off. You should also know that I have a secret class.
Yeah. Lethal coalitionary attacks of chimpanzees, troglodytes on gorillas, gorilla in the wild. Yeah, this article suggested 27 chimps can like pack up a gorilla. And what I find really interesting about that argument is that 27 chimps could pack up 100 men as well. So 20 of this guy would win. The Bucks that landed the push Terminator. Okay, if it was 100 of this dude, maybe, because size-wise, he's like matching up. He's taller, but even then, I don't know. Bro's still going. He hit 30 on 2 plays. That's so nasty. That's so crazy, dude. That is disgusting. This dude weighs 460 pounds. Dude, I love that. I love that so much because it's like, bro, we have pushed so far. Like, this person is incomprehensible in the mind of a medieval peasant. Okay, you got the average medieval peasant is like 5'4". Okay, can you imagine the average medieval peasant looking at a human being and being like, this is the same species as me? This would be like, they would write in history books about giants. I think like that's what this is. Like medicine. Medicine and technology has improved so much. Food, vaccines, all of this. He did 36. 36. I did 9 today, and on the 10th one I failed. And this dude is out here doing 36. They look young, so not even factoring muscle maturity and training lifetime yet. Yeah. Did you see the Settlers documentary? Yeah, we watched it instantly as soon as it came out yesterday, as a matter of fact, and it was amazing. There's also the male body discourse as well, which is another classic Hasanabi discourse that I've partook in. The 100 men versus 1 gorilla argument is so funny because like I've had that conversation a lot, and this like women prefer the guy on the left to the guy on the right discourse is also really funny because I've talked about that quite a bit as well. A lot of people don't understand that most dudes that go to the gym are going to the gym to work out and look a certain way, not to impress women, but to impress other men. They don't understand it. Like they think a lot of guys are, I think, oblivious. A lot of guys are oblivious to what women are interested in. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that as well. We're going to get into the news now, though, okay? Well, before we do that, though, here is Hope Corps. Would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% of the most R-worded kids out of school. That's right. And put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems derive from an adherence to the false god of equity. You probably are in the fucking 5 to 10% bottom intelligence. You would be sent to the fucking coal mine. The entire conversation is fucking idiotic. Brother, what the fuck is happening? Genetic predetermination talk happening on the timeline and getting a shit ton of fucking likes. And you have XUC who under normal circumstances would absolutely fall in the fucking 5 to 10% bottom fucking intelligence bullshit. Talking about how, well, actually, maybe this is a good idea. It's like, what is going on? What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? Everyone has lost their goddamn minds, it seems. All it took was for Donald Trump to come out and say some insane nonsense, for half of the fucking streamers to be like, yeah, actually, we should be sending people to the fucking coal mines by force if they're too stupid to study. What the fuck? That's the irony here. All of the people that are liking that fucking tweet would be in the coal mines. Aspen Gold saying, yeah. Yeah, based. Society would instantly, yeah, based. No, I didn't watch the last episode of Rehearsal Chatters. God damn, a lot of you want me to fucking talk about rehearsal. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah, based. Unk, you got a mention in the Northern Line Super Show? I did, I know. That player, by the way, Desmond Watson, benches 520 and squats 720. That's awesome. If you guys send me chat GPT responses to the 100 men versus 1 gorilla argument, I'm choosing the gorilla. Like, you are convincing me. You are convincing me that the gorilla wins every time because of how stupid we are.
Look, we've gotten political enough, folks. So I won't take the bait on that one.
I think we solved American health care. Yeah. I thought I was on Hasan Piker's live stream.
Well, look, you get fucking Socrates and Aristotle together, we're gonna fucking fix some of the world's problems.
Listen, if you want to know how to solve the world's problem, tune into Twitch and listen to a hot 28-year-old Turkish guy figure it all out.
He's 30 now.
He's 30.
Your youth is gone, Hasan. You need to start actually reading the books soon, you motherfucker. You're not gonna be sexy forever.
Yeah, he is
you
a
fucking
hot fucking
piece of shit.
You 9/11 denier, you can't deny I'll be doing Madison Square Garden 9/11/25.
I love the idea of a 9/11 denier. Yeah. Not saying that it was good, being like it didn't happen.
There are people that deny it. When I found out that there were people who deny 9/11, it blew my mind. It's amazing. It's amazing. There are legitimately people who think that it was a hologram. Yeah. There are people who don't believe that 9/11 actually happened.
Those towers are still up there. Okay, so I can say about here from my perspective, right?
Talking shit, dude. Crazy how Giannis and Chris know about you, bro. I've been on his podcast. What are you talking about? I've been on his pod. Anyway, yeah, I went on his pod and I had that classic Bradley Martin is making the kids gay hit. Another mention at the end of the clip. Okay. You got fake news. China is not talking to JD Vance on trade. Yeah, I wasn't getting fake news. I was just memeing. I was making a joke. I don't know if you noticed. But the joke was, why can't he visit Netanyahu and the Israeli war cabinet instead? Like, as in, he's killing everyone he meets. The new Louis Theroux. I see Kneecap has jumped from around 100K monthly listeners in Spotify to 1.1 million. Anti-Semites prove to be a large audience, something politicians have known for years. Yeah. That's what happened. He popped off. You go to the gym, you're gay. The more you go to the gym, the gayer you get. You know what's making our children queer? Bradley Martin. He owns the gym. What's gayer than literally Perk? This is not true, by the way. They were around 1.1 million before Coachella. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they were. I think that what really helped them was the movie. They were popping before Coachella. Kneecap tickets in Vancouver are sold out and being resold for like $500. Bro, I am worried that they're not gonna be able to come back into the United States now because IAG dropped them, and now they have their visa was ending anyway, and they have to get a new touring visa. And I'm worried that this administration is just not gonna give them a new touring visa, even though they have a fucking sold out. They have literally a sold out tour in the United States of America coming up in October. And they're also being simultaneously investigated by, they're sometimes being investigated by the British government for terrorism, which is so crazy because Kneecap's entire thing is just like resisting British imperialism, talking about the IRA, you know, and on positive terms. And, you know, you can say fuck America, you can say fuck England. You have a song called Brits out, and that's fine. Get your Brits out. Right? And that's fine. But God forbid you say fuck Israel, we will kill you. It is so insane. How can anybody look at the situation and go, nah, that's normal? Like, that's so crazy, man. We've gone way too far with this shit. Like, there's no allowance. There's not even a little bit of an allowance for saying fuck Israel. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, you can say fuck Israel, okay? I say it all the time. Israel can suck my dick, okay? What do you mean you can't say fuck Israel? Oh, Jesus Christ. You can say fuck any country on the planet, by the way, okay? This is not like you can say fuck China if you want to. I'll be very upset if you do, but, you know, I'm not going to be like, deport this person, investigate them for fucking terrorism. How come you're not being investigated? Because I'm an American citizen, and we haven't reached that level yet. We'll get there, okay? When the admin realizes that they just cannot overcome how negative people's perceptions of Israel are, slowly but surely they'll move on to American citizens. They already have in Michigan, as you know. They've already moved on where the FBI busts down the doors of a bunch of Palestinian student activists. Blue state, by the way. Blue attorney general, by the way. Blue governor, by the way. You know? Ethan Klein's subreddit is trying to report you for terrorism. Yeah, they can also suck my dick, okay? Yeah, I know. I know that they're sending letters to the administration to try to report me for terrorism or whatever. It's goofy as fuck. Oh. It is pretty crazy though. Bold of you to assume you aren't. Never got that FBI FOIA, did you? Yeah, but I also have like global entry, man. I mean, obviously listen, all I'll say is this. Even in the previous administration, yes, they know who the fuck I am. Okay? They know who I am very well. But I think like I stay within the box, okay? There are obviously ideologically and the things that I advocate for are not within the boundaries of permissible speech in mainstream media, but like there is, you know, there are, I stay within the confines of, you know, legality and also, how do I describe this? The reality is nothing that you can do on Twitch will rise to the level of being deportable. Twitch's standards are a higher bar than the American citizen persecution standards. There's that. There's also the fact that, like, look, I'm not saying this to make it seem like nothing will happen. Okay, because I don't know. I really don't know, because this administration is fucking crazy. Okay, this administration is crazy. The point is, even with how crazy this administration is, like, there is a hierarchy of people that they will go after. There's a hierarchy of people that they will go after, and an American citizen who has a public profile, who is at least like relatively wealthy enough to be able to go through a legal battle and also heavily publicize this sort of plight, is not exactly something that the administration is going to want to go after. Now, I'm not saying that it might not, I'm not saying that it'll never happen, okay? But I'm on the last to go on that list. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. Now, once again, I'm not saying that the admin won't entertain it, because they are insane, but I'm a little bit more cognizant of my position and the threat level than, let's say, David Pakman, for example, who recently came out with a video I saw, and he was talking about how, like, he was informed not to leave the country. And it's like, yeah, you talked to an immigration lawyer, and an immigration lawyer advised you that if you leave the country and you come back, yeah, they'll probably look through your phone or probably fuck you up a little bit, right? And it's like, that's clickbait. Like, I'm sorry, that's clickbait, okay? Like, they're not going to pack up and deport David Pakman, especially David Pakman, who, you know, I'm not like disrespecting or anything like that, but I just don't think that the admin is going to take the initiative to go after the initiative to go after a guy who, especially at a time when they're like straight up packing up people exclusively for anti-Israel sentiment. Like, David Pakman is perfectly fine from that target list. Like, he is not going to get targeted for criticism against Israel, for example. And it's obvious that, like, that is the number one thing that this administration is using to open the door. To open the door. Not to say that, like, under normal circumstances, the administration wouldn't arrest and deport someone like David Pakman. I think eventually they would. But right now, when we look at what's in front of us, like, they're very clearly using anti-Israel speech, claiming that it's anti-Semitic speech, to go after people, to open up the door for deportation. And yeah, no, Pakman has been a naturalized, David Pakman has been a naturalized citizen from Argentina for literally multiple decades at this point. He is on the last to go, okay? Do you understand? Like, that's what I mean. Like, this isn't to say that he's not under threat. Like, I hope people understand. This isn't to say that he's not under threat. Everyone is, okay? The reality is this administration has entertained the notion of deporting American citizens, okay? And even denaturalizing American citizens. So it's very clear that there is a point that they will get to where they'll do that, but like right now is not that moment. Okay? That's it. That's it. We're not there yet. And I'm not there yet either for someone like myself. And I think it's silly for me to talk about myself and like the threats that I might receive from this administration, because the way I see it, by the time they get to a rich public person with, you know, a rich public profile person with American citizenship, by the time they get to someone like myself, that means like they have already cleared out. Like, we're talking concentration camps are already fucking filled to the brim with non-citizens and even other citizens who don't have a public profile, and other citizens who aren't rich enough to be able to, you know, fight back and you know, engage in like some sort of legal battle, right? Like, half of my fucking community be deported by that point. So that's why I don't bring this up. I think there's a distinction, though. He may not be in immediate danger, but the danger he's describing is very real for many others, just not him. Immigration law firms are absolutely issuing memos to clients about the risk of leaving the U.S. Yes. And it's the same as like, it's the same as when I tell you, if you're not an American citizen and you're entertaining a tourism visa to come to the United States of America, I urge you not to make that mistake. That's what I say all the time. And the reason why I say that is because you will get fucking stopped, and there is no guarantee that you'll be able to get in. There is no constitutional protections for you at all. Okay? I worry they'll try to make an example out of you. I'm not saying that it is impossible that that will happen. I'm saying that it is not going to happen right now, and it's not something that is a real concern for someone like myself, because by the time the crosshairs are on me, it will be far too late anyway. We will have moved into like full tilt fascism. We're already there. We're dipping our toes in. We're actually not even dipping our toes in. We're like, you know, we're basically ankle level in the water. Why can't I talk about this man? Why can't I speak about this man? What are you saying? What? Because you're using the term Zionist, and it's a blocked term because, you know, the ADL made it so that it's a protected category. That's why you're getting blocked. Your level of wealth and clout means that taking you out through such means like deportation incurs a certain public opinion penalty. It is currently not worth it yet, but the calculations might change. This admin has no restraint, but by the time that happens, America's gone full Nazi. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, here's Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur, talking about Iceland's public broadcaster, RÚV, has joined Slovenia and Spain in publicly opposing Israel's participation in the Eurovision Song Contest. And Francesca Albanese says, the tide is changing. Ordinary people like you think, you think you are making no difference to your resistance to complicity with genocide, occupation, and apartheid. You are. Yes, you are. Please continue. So that is also true. There's a lot of public pressure against Israel and against Israel participating in Eurovision and shit like that. That are opportunities for Israel to do propaganda, to be like, hey, look, we're like a normal country and not an apartheid state doing a fucking genocide. And it's good. It's good that this is happening. It's good that there's a lot of pressure because this kind of pressure and this kind of public sentiment shift is going to move the needle in the appropriate direction. Okay? Meanwhile, the more that happens, of course, as I tweeted about earlier this morning, by now, this wasn't, by the way, this wasn't even about myself. This was about fucking the shit that I saw on the timeline, specifically about, what do you call it? About Louis Theroux. Louis Theroux's Settler documentary came out. Louis Theroux's Settlers documentary came out. He's done one like 11 years ago. He did one a decade ago, right? And he did another one, and we watched it yesterday, and it was really good. It was a hard watch, but it was actually really good because Theroux is this is a master class. Like, he is the best at going and like having these sorts of conversations, to giving people the allowance to be just a psychopath. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about him that just like makes crazy people turn around and just like reveal their insanity in front of a camera. We watched the whole thing, but I saw on the timeline people losing their minds at him, saying that he is like a rabid Hamas anti-Semite, all this shit, right? Like, people losing their minds. Anyway, so I said, by now everyone knows if you say anything critical about Israel, you're gonna have the most mentally ill stalkers who follow you around for the rest of time trying to get you fired from shit. When will it end? You are losing support. Wake up to the realities you are defending. Harley Morenstein, I said something critical about Hamas and I got the most mentally ill stalker claiming he wants to ruin my life. So I think it goes both ways. Painting it as only one side, having crazies doesn't help. I mean, I didn't even fucking say that there aren't crazies on the pro-Palestinian side. The difference, of course, this is the Epic Mealtime guy, yes. The problem, of course, is that you can have crazies on both sides, okay? Certainly. Not saying that there aren't crazies on the pro-Palestinian side, but you have to also recognize that one side is still in the wrong. And that is, of course, morally and legally the side that defends Israel is in the wrong. Israel is in the wrong for maintaining an apartheid. Israel is in the wrong for doing a genocide, you know? Crazies or not, it's ultimately about the issues that matter. Thoreau wrote some good short words alongside the publication. Oh, it's been 15 years. Louis Theroux on returning to the West Bank after 15 years from BBC Doc, the settlers and being perpetrator focused. I really, I wish I could interview him. Harley hung out with Sam Hyde a little too much before and after Creator Clash for me to take his love for Israel seriously. Get real, buddy. The thing I don't understand is, like, Harley hung out with Sam Hyde before and after Creator Clash, and he recognized that Sam Hyde was a real neo-Nazi. So I don't really understand how he sees that, but then also he has, like, I guess an interest in defending Israel. So he just doesn't care? Like, I don't know. Lewis has a podcast you could probably get on. Yeah, maybe. Harley said, I said something negative about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and got a lot of mentally ill people defending them. About the neo-Nazi pedo, he says he treats me well. Yeah, he says something along those lines. Like, I don't know. I thought it was very odd. I don't really care, dude. I hope everyone's doing all right. Okay, that's all I got. But it is crazy that, like, this fucking foreign country has bricked the brains of so many goddamn people, whether they're in Canada or in the United States of America. Is like, it truly has been a mind-melting moment. And these guys live in an alternative reality where they just think, like, our minds are broken. You know what I mean? They're like, no, dude, you're in the wrong. You're crazy. You love radical terrorists who want to come and do barbaric rapes, Islamic-style rapes on all of us, justified by Sharia law. And it's like, dude, what you just described is just a fantasy in your mind, when in fact, it is also seemingly projection for the religious fundamentalist state that you are fucking defending, that has time and time again actually literally engaged in mass rape of Palestinians and has even found religious justifications for it through its, you know, the IDF rabbinical structure. What are we fucking talking about, you know? Like, it's crazy. I'm at least honest and kind and don't believe that this is like, you know, I see the fucking growth of anti-Semitism all around the Western world, and I constantly try to do my very best to decouple Israel from Judaism. Meanwhile, you got dudes unironically running around being like, no, you don't understand, dog. Israel is Judaism. It's crazy. It's like, it literally feels like, it really feels like I'm talking to like Salafist dudes in England. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, no, you don't understand. No, this is for Judaism. This is awesome. And you're an anti-Semite for saying it's not awesome. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. It's like having a Salafist dude in England, like a Salafist Muslim in England being like, wallahi, ISIS is good actually. Mate, you don't understand. Brother. Why are you so weird? What? All right. Late last year, okay, this is from Louis Theroux. He wrote this op-ed as an accompanying piece to the doco, the new doco Settlers that we watched yesterday. Okay. Here's the editor's note of it, but this is the accompanying piece that he wrote alongside. Can you not compare bad empanada to crazy right-wing people, Hasan? No, I don't. I literally said that is not the case. I'm saying that morally he is on the correct side, even if his methods are fucking insane. And sometimes he has too much of a penchant for drama, and it does get crazy. Let's be real. It's like, that's not giving an inch to fascists in any way, shape, or form. It's just an acknowledgement of reality. He is morally correct, even if his methods are insane sometimes. Islamists defending Turkish colonialism. When is Turkey, your country, going to stop occupying Cyprus? What is happening? And Constantinople, Turks are colonizers and invaders, right? Like, Cyprus aside, okay? Cyprus is one thing, but Constantinople? Bitch, 1453, suck my dick. What do you mean Constantinople? Like, what are you talking about? Are you defending the glory of the Byzantine Empire? Like, what the fuck? It's called Istanbul, bitch. Anyway. All right. About 15 years ago, celebrated documentarian Louis Theroux headed to the occupied West Bank territory for a tell-all documentary. This week, he returns for the BBC's Louis Theroux, The Settlers, which launched in a few days' time. Writing exclusively for Deadline, Theroux details how he took a perpetrator-focused approach to the doc, discussed the complexities of covering the region, and argues why the world has amply demonstrated his ability to withstand what is happening in the West Bank. He also pays tribute to the Oscar winner No Other Land and questions why the pick was accused of anti-Semitism. Late last year, I spent 3 weeks traveling up and down the occupied West Bank, the region on the eastern edge of Israel, which for nearly 60 years has been under Israeli military occupation. I was there documenting the world of the Israeli ultranationalists who have settled there illegally under international law. My aim was to observe them up close, to try to understand their mindset and their actions, and to get a sense of the impact of their presence on the lives of the millions of Palestinians who live in the region. I'd made a documentary in the West Bank before, in 2010. At the time, I was struck by the way in which a group of people were able to pursue openly expansionist, ethno-nationalist vision while enjoying the benefits of a separate and privileged legal regime to those around them and being protected by the Israeli army. Because I've used some of the footage from his documentary all the way from 2010 in the past. You've probably seen, like, I think, wasn't it his documentary that showed the Sidrot night cinema? I believe, like, talking, that famous clip of the one girl being like, I am a fascist. Like, that was, pretty sure that's from his old documentary. Anyway, the program, titled Ultra Zionist, went out on the BBC in 2011. I went on to other stories, but late in 2023, in the wake of the deadly attacks on October 7 and the ensuing devastating war, I began reading articles in the New Yorker, New York Times, elsewhere, suggesting that with the world's attention on Gaza, the settler community had cranked up its activities. There were reports that settlers issued with thousands of assault weapons by the government were running rampant, harassing and intimidating Palestinians. Yeah, this is the old doco that he did. Harassing and intimidating Palestinians, torching their shops and homes. Filming took place in 2 blocks, based in Jerusalem, and working with a team with years of experience covering the politics of the region. I met and interviewed settlers and their leaders, including the woman known as godmother of the settler movement, Daniela Weiss. I made several visits to the settlements, including one, Eviatar, which had been authorized by the Israeli government just a few months earlier. It means illegal under international law. Our first leg of filming took place during the olive harvest, at a time when tensions run high, with the army, for alleged security reasons, preventing the Palestinians from reaching trees they say they've harvested for years. I filmed interaction between the army, the olive pickers, and the peace activists, many of them Israeli, who work with the Palestinian farmers. I also made a visit to the ancient biblical city of Hebron, where settlers moved illegally in 1968 and now live in a militarized zone of occupation. Filming of this kind carries risks. Some are physical, others are reputational. The narratives around Israel and Palestinians are fiercely contested. No piece of coverage will please everyone. In general, I try not to over-worry about how my reporting will be received. I trust my instincts. I accept mine is just one contribution in the vast offerings of coverage. Others are valid. Not to mention that I'm not a typical journalist and certainly not a current affairs reporter. I have my own way of tackling my subjects, driven by my own personal curiosity. What I can offer is my take. I have a style and an approach which, for good or ill, I've made my own. You would call it perpetrator focus. I try to hear from those at the heart of a story who, broadly speaking, are viewed as being in the wrong. Naturally, giving airtime to these people can lead to accusations of platforming. I understand the charge. My decision to film means potentially millions will be exposed to the views of people who may be racist, fundamentalist, or bigoted. But making a documentary isn't just a matter of handing someone a megaphone and saying, have at it. It's a process of asking the right questions, challenging, contextualizing, doing journalism. I believe that if done in a way that is considered and forensic, this approach gives viewers access to attitudes. Okay, hold on. Access to attitudes and ideologies that is more powerful for being unmediated. The settlers' outlook, their beliefs, openly anti-democratic and supremacist as they sometimes are, is seen for what it is. There are also risks associated with drawing attention to forms of exclusionary nationalism when they are perpetrated by people who, in this case, are a part of a minority group with its own long, blood-stained history of enduring persecution. I have made several films that document anti-Semitism, including one that looks at its resurgence in the social media era. It's been one of the most troubling aspects of our new media landscape that it has led to such a vast and toxic onslaught of anti-Semitic content. That's the other side of this. Like, he has documented growing neo-Nazi movements in the Western world as well, pretty successfully, as I might add. I've actually watched some of his documentaries on that front as well, so it's like crazy to be like, this guy is an anti-Semite. But then again, you're in the chat of a content creator, a political commentator who has been a fighter, a combatter against anti-Semitism in the Western world for the past decade, and that hasn't stopped these pro-Israel groups from branding me as a vile anti-Semitic terrorist over and over and over again. So it does not matter. Ultimately, these people that want to defend Israel will call anyone and everyone a fucking vicious anti-Semite, including but not limited to Louis Theroux now. Okay? And that is because that's the one fucking defense button that pro-Israeli groups have. It's worked in the past, so they think it'll work now, but it's very clear that it does not fucking work. But it should not. But it should go without saying that extremists and ideologues exist in all communities. No one should get a pass. And when they are backed up by those in power, it's a dangerous combination. It would be a mistake to allow a phalanx of religious nationalist settlers and their far-right political supporters in government to co-opt Jewish identity and write off legitimate criticism of their beliefs and their actions as an expression of bigotry. Nevertheless, I accept that some might see my documentary as anti-Israel. Yeah, of course. I wonder why. Because it's good to be anti-Israel, and it is the morally correct position to be anti-Israel. I had the good fortune to watch the brilliant documentary No Other Land, to find out that the film, while picking up a string of awards, including an Oscar, was accused of anti-Semitism, was a cautionary lesson that even the most exceptional filmmaking can be subject to attack. In their case, some of it was physical. One of its co-directors, Hamdan Bilal, was a victim of mob settler violence. By the way, I'm going to have Hamdan and I'm going to have them on again on the broadcast this week. I'm working on setting it up right now. Basel and Hamdan both. One of my reasons for wanting to go back, apart from the changes in the region itself, was the sense that increasingly the wider world was looking to what is happening in Israel and the occupied territories for clues as to what their own future might look like. Some global populist leaders view the ideology of the settler community as a prototype for a type of nationalism they would like to practice. Oh my God. Let me tell you something, okay? I don't know the full scope of Louis Theroux's attitude towards Zionism. I don't know. I don't really care ultimately, because I think his documentary stands alone as a very valuable piece of a very valuable piece of information that you can show to people, right? But what he is saying here is 100% correct. This is a real motivator for a lot of ultra-nationalists in the Western world. They look to Israel as a laboratory of pain and surveillance. Okay, they want to bring what Israel is doing to the Palestinians into the Western world, and in some instances they already have started it. It is an inspiration. It is a testing ground. It is a blueprint. And it is some of our Western corporations that work in Israel as a testing ground against the Palestinians with technology that they will inevitably use on the domestic population as well, the imperial boomerang. They regard Israeli settlers as the tip of the spear of what they frame as a global war against Islam. The views expressed by some in the film are part of a much wider and increasingly powerful anti-democratic strain of thinking that is pushing back against notions of civil rights and the rule of law. And so there is renewed relevance to understanding what is happening in the West Bank. Recently, I was asked about how I thought the story would change in the future. I thought about how it had changed since my last visit 15 years ago. The difference, I realized, was mainly one of degree. More harassment, more displacement, more death. It's hard to say confidently that the situation is likely to improve. It's a depressing thought. It was the French aphorist La Rochefoucauld who said, "We all have enough strength to withstand the misfortunes of others. The world has amply demonstrated its ability to withstand what is happening in the West Bank." Anthony Lowenstein's Palestinian Laboratory is a great book to read on this topic. Rochefoucauld. What is this? The Masters of the Universe. The Masters of the Universe are Jews. Former U.S. Senator Norm Coleman proclaims at the Jerusalem JNS Policy Summit, calling on Jewish tech industry CEOs to counteract GNC's growing support for Palestine. Coleman was a warm-up act for Netanyahu. Dude, this is what's so crazy about it, is that, like, it is for Philo-Semites who are super pro-Israel. Some of the statements that they fucking put forward are virtually indistinguishable from neo-Nazis. This is unironically what I mean when I say, like, they're doing, like, I guess it's like they're not necessarily woke, but it almost comes across as like what Jake Tapper does sometimes. It's like woke anti-Semitism. Like dual loyalty, but wokely, right? It's fucking crazy.
A majority of Gen Z have an unfavorable impression of Israel. And my friends, I think the reason of that is that we're losing the digital war. Okay, they're getting their information from TikTok and whatever it is, and we're losing that war. When you think about it, the masters of the universe are Jews. You know, we've got Altman and AI, we got Zuckerberg, we got Sergey Brin, we got a whole group across the board. Jan Combs, you know, founded WhatsApp. It's us.
Bro, that is a fucking psychotic thing to say, dude. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm old enough to remember when saying Jews ran the world or the universe was an anti-Semitic trope. I mean, it is, and it still is a ridiculous and anti-Semitic thing to fucking say. But again, this guy is saying it at the behest of being pro-Israel. Do you understand?
And we have to figure out a way to win the digital battle. Amelia, we got to get our digital sneakers on so that the truth can prevail over the lies. And when we do that, the future of Israel will be stronger because a majority of all Americans will support Israel. We'll make that happen. We have to make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, he's like, come on. Get to work. Get to work, Jews. It's time to do Jewish mind control. We are the masters of the universe. It's time to do Jewish mind control, please. To fucking to do Jewish mind control on the American population. Oh my God. He's like, come on, Jews, control the media. What are you doing? Oh, incredible. Do you think Israel could take the narrative back and convince the general public to support Israel again? Fuck no. No. That's why this type of stuff is happening right now. No. No, not even a little bit. That's why the pro-Israel guys are losing their fucking minds, okay? Watch, Netanyahu reveals part of the Mossad beeper operation. In the third week of September, we learned that Hamas, or rather Hezbollah, had sent three beepers to be scanned in Iran. We had previously bombed a scanner they were going to bring in, so we got rid of that and the guy who operated. But now they had this, and you know, they had the minuscule amount of TNT. When the Mossad guy showed it to me a few months earlier, he was giving me an update on how many we had inside, and I said, well, is that really going to do the job? I mean, how much TNT do we have there? And he said, I don't know. Nanograms, something like that. I said, what is that going to do? It's not going to do anything. He said, oh, no, it'll do it. I said, give me that. I took the beeper and I threw it against the wood paneling in my office and it dented it. I said, okay, go ahead. But now we were all set to go, and it turned out they were scanning it. I learned about it, and I was crazy. I said, what? Why didn't you tell me this? They said, well, it happened a few days ago. I asked, how long does it take for them to do this? They said it could take a day. I said, well, we have to do it right away. I don't know why you sent me this link thinking that this doesn't mean that it's a proxy, but oh, you sent the wrong link. Netanyahu said he was impressed by Hezbollah leader Nasrallah, who influenced Iran more than Iran influenced them, calling him the axis of the axis. He added that the Biden administration was only notified of the Nasrallah elimination operation as a courtesy, with IDF jets already en route. Bro, the JNS meetup is fucking crazy. They're just like... I guess they're just doing a flex.
I was particularly impressed by the fact that not only was he a capable leader, but also that his relationship with Iran was somewhat different from what I thought.
This is the Jewish News Syndicate.
He manipulated Iran much more than Iran manipulated him. He influenced Iran much more than Iran influenced him. And when I read this report, I came to the clear conclusion that he was the axis of the axis. And if we remove him, the axis would break. And so we went into a debate in the cabinet. Take him out or not? And there were two things that were brought up. One, we have to tell the Americans that again. I said, no, we're not going to do that.
They're clapping. God, Americans are so fucking, they're so cucked, dude. American leadership is so goddamn cucked. Oh, God. It's just, it's so fucking stupid, dude. You have no self-respect. If you are an American politician and you hear this fucking Hitlerian demon over here go to flex mode to be like, we don't have to tell Americans anything. It's like, first of all, he's American, okay? He's from fucking Philadelphia. Don't forget that. Number two, this country that he runs would not exist if it wasn't for the United States of America. So the notion that like that he could get away with just being like, yeah, fuck America, we do whatever the fuck we want. Like, the idea that he could flex like this and not have a single fucking peep from an American politician is so insane, dude. It's so insane. He's the one being like, have you said thank you recently to J.D. Vance at this point?
And the second was, well, you have to really think seriously about the consequences. I mean, Iran has a lot of ballistic missiles. A ballistic missile is something from where I'm standing right up to that wall, like a bus full of tons of TNT. And you have many hundreds of these, and they would fall in Israel, and they would do serious damage. So you couldn't quite dismiss that.
Dude, it is not like Epstein blackmail or whatever. I don't think you guys understand. For a lot of people, it's just simply they don't want to rock the boat. They're afraid of getting constantly fucking propagandized against, okay? Look no further than the unlimited amounts of shit that I experience. Why? It's just politicians don't want to deal with that. A lot of people don't want to deal with that. You say something about, you say anything about Israel that's critical, you are going to have the most mentally ill stalkers for the rest of your life, and they're going to constantly fucking smear you. Unlimited smears. That's it. Nobody wants to deal with that. That's the whole point of the fucking smear campaign. So that you know, shut people the fuck up, because nobody wants to deal with mentally ill stalkers. Nobody wants to get unseated. The problem is, or not the problem rather, but like, I am a demonstration of how all of that unlimited smear campaign still ultimately amounts to nothing if you still have just a little bit of fucking bravery to say the truth. Just keep saying the truth. Fuck these guys. Who cares? Do you see what I mean? But these guys are too afraid, and also they're so old that this is not even within their vision. This is not even within their worldview. So many politicians are over the age of 60, and let's be real, if you're over the age of 60, then you have never even entertained the notion that Israel is anything but the most moral beacon, the arbiter of truth and all things holy on the fucking planet. There is a million different reasons as to why old people have organically, through social conditioning, believe themselves, or social conditioning, like fucking dupe themselves into believing genuinely that Israel is awesome. That's it. Like, that is the problem here, okay? This right here, this is something we talked about already. This is Ruth Weiss. She is a dying breed, okay? This fucking sociopath is one of the godmothers of Hasbara. Okay? We've covered this before. To be honest, that could and absolutely does cost the careers of politicians who speak against Israel. I know. This woman is a psycho. Here, I'll let her words do the talking, okay? She wrote this article. Harvard is an Islamist outpost. this lady and her opinions. Let's take a look at what she has to say. Once again, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it. Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3 years in the army of words. You've got to learn to fight the political battle, which is even more important at this point than the military battle that we are. We'll fight the military battle. We're not asking you necessarily to come and be lone soldiers, although some of you can. You've got to learn how to fight back on the campuses, how to make the arguments. Now, they keep shifting.
She's explaining the importance of Hasbara.
You know, the ground.
Who the fuck is we, bitch? You're Canadian? Yeah, except it doesn't matter. She's not even talking about this as a Canadian. She's not even talking about this as a Canadian Jew or an American Jew. She's talking about this as an Israeli. She's saying we have to go out and we have to fucking serve in the military. You here in the Western world, living in your comfort, okay, have to do your part. This is a call to action, unironically, to say, like, where's your fucking loyalty, American Jews? How dare you not defend us? How dare you not defend Israel? And that's what's so crazy about it. Like, this is in broad daylight. This is not like a hidden secret thing. This is a person that gets a positive reception from even some liberal institutions as well. Like, it's not, this isn't like a psychopathic Kahanist rabbi or something that was caught in a phone camera footage 25 years ago talking about how fucking the goy are actually cattle or whatever that Nazis love presenting over and over again to be like, this is what all Jews believe. That's not what all fucking Jews believe. Okay? But a lot of liberal Zionists do actually see this as a role because of this kind of social conditioning. This is like fucking built into your brain. It's very hard to escape.
Ground keeps shifting under us. They keep changing the language. Intersectionality wasn't even a word 10 years ago. Now suddenly it's intersectionality. You've got to stay on top of it. And you know how we train for the Army? We don't train for defensive warfare. If the war against Israel ever had to be fought on Israeli soil, do I have to tell you? It's an impossibility. So it's the same thing. Don't let the war of words ever be fought about Israel's nature. Let it be fought about why you can't accept Israel, why you have to single out this tiny people.
Like, she's giving you the tools. Like, you've heard every single one of these arguments. Why do you have to single out Israel? It's giving anti-Semitism, sweetie. You're doing a microaggression.
Try to find Israel on the map. It's hardly there. You know, we used to play this game, Where's Waldo? Where is Waldo on the map? Are you going to really tell me that this is the country you want to blame? Push them, teach them how to defend by attacking. Teach them really what one says, as in fencing. You've got to do that. You've got to make demands on them. They've got to serve for 3 years in the army of words.
Well,
Is the Jewish Agency for Israel. Anyway, this is not like a secret, right? This is just like her genuine opinion. She said even more unhinged shit. She's made like beeper jokes and stuff like that. She's 88 years old. 88-year-old Ruth Wise, author of the hilarious Harvard is an Islamist Outpost article, quite literally represents a dying breed. The poll below shows just how stark the generational divide on Israel-Palestine is. The wise of the world will soon be gone, a burden lifted. Younger adults sympathize more with Palestinians than older Americans do. The problem is, older Americans also make up 99% of Congress. So either because of that, they have this old attitude towards Israel that they cannot fucking give up on, or because of the fact that they're getting money from Israeli lobbying groups, and or they're terrified into silence because they just don't want to be fucking called anti-Semitic and possibly lose their seat and lose their grip on power. These are all the major reasons as to why a lot of people, either organically or inorganically, are pushed into silence or pushed against taking the initiative and saying the truth about Israel, which, by the way, would garner them a shit ton of popularity. Unironically, they would. More with the Israeli people, more with the Palestinian people. When you look at U.S. total adults, 31% still say they're more with the Israeli people, 16%. This is Pew Research from February 13th to 25, 2024. This number has shifted dramatically even then. Why Zohran Mamdani believes he'll win over Jewish voters as Israeli critic surges second behind Cuomo in New York City mayoral race. Wait, they put me in the article too? Asked whether he thought there was anti-Semitism in some of the rallies, Mamdani said that the evidence of anti-Semitism is presented. It absolutely is incumbent upon me to condemn that. He recently appeared in a lengthy sit-down interview with Tom Piker, Twitch streamer, who said it doesn't matter if Hamas raped Israeli women on October 7th. Mamdani did not call out Piker. Many New Yorkers have been rightfully horrified by genocide that we've seen over 15 months, Mamdani told him. Yeah, exactly. Wait, what? No, this is not what I... Bro, I hate that this is like still the framing on this issue, man. Oh my God, it's so fucking disingenuous. No, it doesn't matter if Hamas raped Israeli women on October 7 to justify a genocide of all Palestinian people. That's the argument. Stop fucking misquoting me on this. Oh my God. It is such an indefensible position for pro-Israeli people that they just fucking keep clip-chimping the first part about it. But the reality of the matter is, I think most people understand what this statement is, because it doesn't make any sense on its own. You have to be primed into believing that I'm just saying, like, it's good or something. You know what I mean? Before October 7, Mamdani came under fire. Yeah, I mean, this type of shit doesn't fucking matter. The code is not even literal. You said it doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. Yeah. You really need to replace her. It doesn't matter whether it's not relevant. One sounds like a moral evaluation to idiots. It is a moral evaluation. Because it is a moral evaluation. It is. Do you think that the possibility of rapes happening on October 7 justify genocide? I don't. And if you were to ask 100 people, I suspect 99 of them would say the same thing. What are we talking about? Yeah, I am not shying away from making a moral declaration. Yes, the rapes happening or suspected rapes happening does not justify doing a genocide upon an entire population. Nothing justifies a genocide. Here, I'll take it one step further. Okay, there is no hypothetical justification for a hypothetical genocide of all Jews living in Israel because of the Israeli regime's crimes against the Palestinians either. And there is documented evidence of systematic sexual assault and abuse that the Israeli authorities have committed against Palestinians in captivity. I still don't believe that that would warrant a genocide of all Jewish people in Israel, because that's not what I believe. It's an insane fucking statement. Anyway, the point is that this kind of attitude is 65 plus Republicans, 70%, 50 plus Republicans, 61%. It's going away. This was from 2024. If you look at the new Pew study numbers on this, it's completely shifted. It's shifted even further into the Palestinian sympathy side. Okay? Also, I don't give a shit about the misquote. Who cares? It's fucking Forward magazine, whatever.
And then the question was, do you do it or you don't do it? Well, I stopped the cabinet meeting went on for quite some time. Cabinet was...
Is Forward not pro-Israel? So it was probably... I mean, Forward has... Forward is more on the Haaretz camp. Maybe not as liberal as Haaretz is, but like there's definitely some articles that are critical of Israel, and most of the articles are not. But it's a Jewish lifestyle magazine ultimately, so it's like it produces the same kind of fucking slop that you hear from all these other places that ultimately serves the purpose of writing Israel defense. Yeah. I brought this up on an episode a while back, but it really made me laugh when one of these big Hosber accounts posted this poll for a major coup for Israel. Roughly one-fourth of Americans saying, I'm rooting for Hamas on the phone is a fucking catastrophic result for Israel. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's partially because they presented it as two options. And when you present it as Israel, a nation state, versus Hamas, a group that has been branded as a terrorist organization, and you still get 23% of Americans that on the phone declare their support for a terror organization that is Muslim, okay? That it's over at that point, because you gave people no option to choose anything else, right? Because you were fearful that if you said Israel versus Palestinians, that these numbers would reflect much larger favorability. And this is an old poll. This is a poll from like right after October 7. I don't know if those, if I recall correctly, this is from like a Harvard Siena poll that was conducted like pretty close to October 7. But yeah, people get the option of these two. They're going to go with, well, not Israel, okay? So you kind of locked yourself into this. But yeah, here is the new Pew Center research numbers. Obviously, negative views of Israel has risen in the United States. U.S. adults from 2022 who have a unfavorable view of Israel grew from 42% to 53%. They're even losing Republicans, which is crazy. And they've lost damn near the entirety of the Democratic Party at this point. But you might be wondering why. You might be wondering why this is not reflected in our politicians. And the reason for why it is not reflected within our politicians is because they're all old as fuck. And they are genuinely terrified of any sort of counter, any sort of resistance. They do not even want to entertain. They do not want to entertain a constant fucking smear campaign. What they do not realize is that a constant smear campaign and AIPAC money is ultimately negligible if you have the side of the, if you're on the side of the truth and you have the people on your side. It's completely negligible, especially when you create a permission structure by coming out and saying something against Israel, and AIPAC doesn't have enough money to fucking fund every race. That's it. It's obviously different if you're a Republican, because U.S. evangelicals have a more favorable opinion of Israel than U.S. Jews do, ironically enough. So obviously, if your base of support draws from a lot of evangelical support, then yeah, you're probably gonna be in a totally different situation. But there is a partisan angle here. Like, it is unconscionable for the Democrats not to use this as a fucking major point of contention. Yeah, it's not just AIPAC. I know. It's all the Israel affinity groups that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy groups or Jewish culture and Jewish lifestyle groups. All these fucking NGOs, they all serve the same fucking purpose. I know it is a major industry. Republicans and Democrats are about equally likely to describe the conflict as personally important. In both parties, people age 50 and older are more likely than younger adults to say the conflict is important to them personally. But among Republicans, the gap between older and younger adults is wider than it's among Democrats, 10 points. Younger Republicans are also considerably more likely than older Republicans to say they are not sure whether the war is important to them personally. Jewish Americans are particularly likely to say the conflict is important to them personally, with 93% saying this, including 74% who consider it very important. Large shares of Muslims and white evangelical Protestants say the conflict is either very or somewhat important to them personally. The New York Times author who wrote the article about you is currently the target of a harassment campaign by the L3 community. I know. And, you know, that's just how that community operates nowadays. That's how they move, okay? Okay, bro, move on already. Who stunlocked this man on Israel this early in the stream? This is newsworthy. I don't know why the fuck you are just discounting this, as you got this dude is saying shit like this.
Well, the majority of Gen Z have an unfavorable impression of Israel. And my friends, I think the reason for that is that we're losing the digital war. Okay, they're getting their information from TikTok and whatever it is, and we're losing that war. When you think about it, the masters of the universe are Jews. You know, we've got Altman and AI, we've got Zuckerberg, we've got Sergey Brin, we've got the whole group across the board. Jan Combs, you know, founded WhatsApp. It's us. And we have to figure out.
I've noticed an uptick of people who want to change the subject when you talk about Israel-Palestine. Yes, because they think it's irrelevant to them. There are some people who are sympathetic to Israel and don't like it when I talk about it too much. There are some people who are haters that want me to stop talking about it because they're worried that it's like changing people's opinions on it. And then there's a lot of people who also personally think, we get it, I got it, it's not that relevant to me. Start talking about the economy, okay? My goal is to try to get those people who are genuinely in here, who are fans, who also are on our side, right? Who are pro-Palestinian, who are sympathetic to the Palestinian plight, to recognize that this is much larger and a much more consequential problem that is impacting their immediate lives right now. Because it is. Because right now, a lot of Americans are completely and utterly oblivious. Wait, what is it? Mini F? F from hell? What is happening? I don't see the F. It didn't happen on my end. I don't know why you're saying it was a F for... Sometimes people just say like, oh, there's a mini F and it's like a minor blip. And anyway, the point I'm making here is that the the current administration uses Israel as a cudgel. The current administration uses Israel, and more cynically, anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism, as a way to eviscerate free speech in this country. And if you don't recognize that they are using this for fascist purpose, and that this will inevitably move on to other issues as well, I don't know what to tell you. You are asleep at the wheel. You are sleepwalking towards fascism. That's my point. Okay, that is my goal here, is to help you understand what is happening so you are prepared for the future. Ambassador Gilad Erdan at the JNS Org Summit. Israel must lead a global campaign to defund the UN, to dismantle it completely. League of Nations collapsed because it was a failure, and we can convince President Trump it is possible. Like, think about this. Like, these guys are so invested in completing their fucking genocide while also getting unlimited backing from Western Western governments, because they need it, otherwise they won't be able to. Okay. That they will literally destroy, or try to do their very best to destroy, the global fabric, like international institutions, to the best of their ability. And they know that Trump is stupid enough to be able to be convinced, and resentful enough to be convinced. Friend of the show popping off.
Mr. Speaker, today on the House floor, there was an amendment offered that suffered the most overwhelming defeat that I have ever seen in the United States Congress. And for good reason, because it is perhaps the most abhorrent legislative proposal I have ever seen in the United States Congress. A representative from Michigan, Representative Tlaib, introduced a measure that would classify Israel as an adversary of the United States alongside the likes of China, Iran, and North Korea. Fortunately, this proposal was swiftly and nearly unanimously rejected by the House of Representatives. Look at the vote total. A grand total of 3 people, including the author, voted yes. Every single other member, Democrat or Republican, over 400 members, voted no. This sent a very important message regarding what was being suggested with this proposal here. To suggest that one of our most important allies in the entire world, Israel, at this time where it faces so many challenges, is somehow a country of concern, an adversary of the United States comparable to Iran or North Korea, and to single out Israel, this one country, to single out this one country of all the countries in the world. You know, we've seen across America, and in particular on college campuses, deeply disturbing, abhorrent anti-Semitism that has absolutely no place, that we never thought we'd even see anything like it in this country. And I think that when you have proposals in Congress that encourage that.
It's a tiny little old country. It's so anti-Semitic of you. Why can't they have a little bit of genocide, man? It's really fucked up. Why can't they have a little genocide while also simultaneously directly demanding unlimited weapons transfers from American taxpayers, you know, and get really fucking pissed off when they don't get that? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why you're telling me that this foreign country should be branded as an enemy. Of course, it's never going to pass something like this, obviously, duh.
That are very much thematically aligned with the pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic encampments that took over universities across the country. It is very important that that is condemned strongly and unequivocally. And I'm very proud that that is exactly what the House of Representatives did today.
You know what's funny about this? How the fuck are there 33,000 people in chat and not a single one knows who they are? Well, look at that. Yay votes for Tlaib, Omar, and Presley. Now, you want to know something funny about this take? People will never understand this. People will never understand this. But Rashida Tlaib doing this is actually trying to save the soul of America. You will never be able to convince the overwhelming majority of people, but unironically, just like when I routinely criticize Israel and separate Israel from Judaism, I am trying to defend Jews and Judaism in spite of the attempts from Zionists, Jewish and non-Jewish alike, that constantly package Israel's abhorrent, violent actions as a byproduct of Judaism. The reality of the matter is, when Rashida Tlaib says Israel should be considered an enemy of the state, that is actually a saving grace for America. I just figured this was a meeting where these folks who compare how much money they were each getting from AIPAC. Yeah, this is so funny. I joined leaders Jeffrey, Senator Booker, Carson, NEA President Becky Pringle, and the Capitol steps in the faith of leadership. Yeah, the more Bernie Sanders and AOC go out and do these massive rallies, the more I feel like the establishment Democrat side is just like doing shit like this. % of Jewish Americans say Trump is favoring Palestinians too much is a really funny take. What is powerful about this moment? They didn't even say what they talked about. No, they did. It was live streamed.
Tell you about an incident that you probably...
Oh yeah, we'll talk about this in a second. Let's get to the U.S. Citizens' children being detained by the administration and also being deported alongside their migrant parents, because that's the situation where that's what we're watching right now.
President Trump's deportations are drawing controversy once again. This time, 3 children, all U.S. citizens, have been forcibly removed from the U.S. with their migrant mothers and sent to Honduras. Lilia Luciano is here with more. Lilia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Adriana. These children, ages 2, 4, and 7, are U.S. citizens and were sent with their mothers, who were deported Friday morning. According to the family's lawyers, the women were arrested during ICE routine check-ins and were given virtually no opportunity to speak with lawyers or their family members. In the case involving the 2-year-old, a Trump-appointed federal judge in Louisiana raised concerns that the Trump administration appears to have, quote, deported a U.S. citizen without any meaningful process, end quote. The president's border czar, Tom Homan, disputed that claim on Face the Nation Sunday.
That female had due process at great taxpayer expense and was ordered by the immigration judge after those hearings. So she had due process. Again, this is parenting 101. And you can decide to take that child with you, or you can decide to leave the child here with a relative or another spouse. Having a U.S. citizen child doesn't make you immune from our laws of the country.
We are not sure of the immigration status of the girl's father, but we do know he tried to have the child's legal custody temporarily transferred to his sister-in-law, who is a U.S. citizen. According to court documents filed by the child's custodian, ICE agents refused to honor a request to release the girl to the custodian, stating that it was not needed because she was, quote, already with her mother. Adding to this very layered situation, in the case of the 4-year-old, lawyers say the child has a rare form of cancer and was removed from this country without medication. Meanwhile, one of the women deported is pregnant. Anthony.
Lilia, thank you. Very complicated case, and typically these are adjudicated in a much longer process.
Well, let's talk about what's happening on the interior. On Friday, there were 3 American citizen children born here who were deported along with their mothers from Louisiana down to Honduras. And according to advocates, one of them is a 4-year-old child with stage 4 cancer, a rare...
Oh, straightforwardly a fucking demon, dude.
form of metastatic cancer, who was sent back to Honduras without getting to talk to a doctor and without medication. I understand this child's mother entered this country illegally, but isn't there some basis for compassionate consideration here that should have allowed for more consultation or treatment?
Well, it's certainly discretion. I'm not aware of the specific case, but no U.S. citizen child was deported. Deported means you got to be deported by the immigration judge. We don't deport U.S. citizens.
The mother was deported along with the children.
Children aren't deported. The mother chose to take the children with her. When you enter the country illegally and you know you're here illegally and you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, that's on you. That's not on this administration. If you choose to put your family in that position, that's on them. But having a U.S. citizen child after you enter this country illegally is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. It doesn't make you immune from our laws. If that's the message we send to the entire world, women are going to keep putting themselves at risk to come to this country. You know, we send a message. You can enter the country legally, which is a crime. That's okay. You can have due process, great taxpayer expense, get ordered to move. That's okay. Don't leave. But have a U.S. citizen child and you're immune from removal, that's not the way it works.
So you don't think there should be compassionate consideration for a 4-year-old child undergoing treatment for cancer?
I didn't say that. I said ICE officers do have discretion.
Yeah.
ICE officers do have discretion. I'm not familiar with the specific case. I don't know what facts surround this case. I've just made aware of this when you mentioned this morning. I was not aware of that case.
On Friday, a federal judge who was appointed by President Trump said a 2-year-old American citizen child had been sent to Honduras with the mother who was deported. But the judge said, quote, there was no meaningful process. So again, this is another similar situation and dynamic. Shouldn't there be special care when these deportation cases involve small American-born?
Well, first of all, I disagree with the judge. It was due process. That female had due process at great taxpayer expense and was ordered by the immigration judge after those hearings. So she had due process. Again, this is parenting 101. You can decide to take that child with you, or you can decide to leave the child here with a relative or another spouse. Having a U.S. citizen child doesn't make you immune from our laws of the country. American families get separated every day by law enforcement. Thousands of times a day when a parent gets put in jail, the child can't go with them. These, if you're an illegal alien, come to this country and you decide to have a U.S. citizen child, that's on you. You put yourself in that position.
Well, when...
Oh my God. This is... Isn't this guy supposed to be aware of these sorts of things? Like, I know he's lying, but isn't it also a bad look to say, oh yeah, I had no idea my organization's doing this? It doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't fucking matter. That's my point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Schumer on the Dem response to Trump's shakedown on Harvard. We sent him a very strong letter just the other day. A very strongly worded letter. You see, it's over. Chuck Schumer wrote a very strongly worded letter to Donald Trump. He is any day now, Donald Trump, a man who we still don't know if he knows how to fucking read or not, is going to read that and go, wow, thanks for the feedback. I am going to go extra hard now. This kind of pressure does not fucking matter. You actually have to protest. You actually have to make a big fuss. You have to put your body on the line, okay?
When it came to this particular case, you just pointed out that they could have made arrangements. The father tried, actually, to make arrangements, as we understand it through our reporting. But he and the mother, who were separated since she was in detention after showing up for her appointment, was only allowed a very brief phone call. The father tried to petition to get the child handed over to an American citizen relative. So the mother had to make this decision and took the child with her. It just seems like there could be some more time frame here around due process allowed. That's what the judge is saying there should have been more of a process here.
There was due process. The two-year-old baby was left with the mother because the mother signed a document requesting her 2-year-old baby go with her. That's the parent's decision. I don't think the judge knows specifics of this case. 2-year-old went with the mom. The mom signed a paper saying, I want my 2-year-old to go with me. That's a parent's decision. It's not a government decision, it's a parent's decision.
The father wrote a note. Anyhow, we have to leave it there. Director, thank you for your time today. We'll be right back.
Yeah, the argument is We didn't deport these kids. We just made them choose between staying in the U.S. or their mothers. Obviously, it was totally up to them. And what Secretary Marco Rubio is defending here is obviously an indefensible thing. What the Secretary is defending here is completely fucking indefensible. Let's hear what he had to say.
On the headline, that's a misleading headline. Okay, 3 U.S. citizens, ages 4, 7, and 2, were not deported. Their mothers, who are legally in this country, were deported. The children went with their mothers. If those children are U.S. citizens, they can come back into the United States if there's their father or someone here who wants to assume them. But ultimately, who was deported was their mothers who were here illegally. The children just went with their mothers. But it wasn't like, you guys make it sound like ICE agents kicked down the door and grabbed the 2-year-old and threw him on an airplane.
No, that's precise, because that's what happened. No, that is literally what happened. Yeah, they did that alongside their mothers, who, again, have U.S. citizen children and U.S. citizen husbands, by the way. So they're in the process. Under normal circumstances, they should be getting U.S. citizenship, okay? Just so you recognize the depravity here, we're talking about people who are either here on like tourism visas or whatever, or visa overstayers who have children with U.S. citizens. Their children are U.S. citizens. And Marco Rubio is saying, no, you don't understand. These people are illegals. And it's good that this happened.
That's misleading.
Yeah.
That's just not true.
Just to be clear, because I do want to get to the overhaul at the State Department, is it the U.S. policy to deport children, even U.S. citizens, with their families, and I hear what you're saying, without due process? Just to be very clear there.
Well, no. Again, if someone's in this country unlawfully, illegally, that person gets deported. If that person is with a 2-year-old child or has a 2-year-old child and says, I want to take my child with me, well, then what? You have 2 choices. You can say, yes, of course you can take your child, whether they're a citizen or not, because it's your child. Or you can say, yes, you can go, but your child must stay behind. And then your headlines would read, U.S. holding hostage 2-year-old, 4-year-old, 7-year-old while mother deported. So the parents make that choice.
I feel like there's a third option here. Third option here is don't deport the mothers that are married to U.S. citizens and have U.S. citizen children. Give them citizenship instead. What an incredibly radical proposition, I know. What an insanely radical proposition. Shocking, I know. Nobody thought about this beforehand. Turns out there is this woke third option where you don't do any of this, because why are you doing this? Are these mothers rabid criminals? Are they fucking violent gang members? Remember when the Trump administration was lying in the beginning of this mass deportation scheme, claiming falsely that they were going after all of these rabid criminals? What happened to the gang narrative? What happened to the terrorism narrative? Remember, it was never about terrorism or gangs whatsoever. That designation came on as a justification, because it is that vague, that intentionally vague designation is used in this circumstance specifically to create this incredibly violent, morally repugnant mass deportation scheme.
Imagine those 3 U.S. citizen children have fathers here in the United States. Yeah. They can stay with their father. That's up to their family to decide where the children go. Children go with their parents. Parents decide where their children go. Right. The U.S. deported their mothers who were illegally in America.
Awfully telling of the administration's motivation that they only recently just said that they want to have more American babies, at the same time deporting a woman who gave birth to American babies. I wonder if this has anything to do with the skin color of said babies. Yeah. Who makes money in the deportation scheme? I mean, the facilitators do, but this isn't about, this is purely ideological for the most part. That's a big part of this, because White supremacy is purely ideological. There is not really that much of a materialist assessment. You can make one, but you have to also understand, and I do believe this, there is a decent number of Americans who are just genuinely fucking fascist. Like, not like irredeemably fascist, okay? There's a much larger number of Americans who abide by racist and fascist ideology, but that can be convinced to not do that. But there are definitely a decent chunk, I would say like 10% of the country, in the most conservative estimates, that are just straightforwardly neo-Nazi style people that like genuinely believe in white supremacy and think that this is very good, and that we have to do everything in our power to just deport every single person that's even like a touch browner than they are.
Trump's borders are. Tom Homan facing reporters in the White House briefing room and also facing new questions after a week.
I would say 20 to 30% who just fundamentally believe in making others suffer to make themselves superior or feel happy. Yes. I'm saying that's the reason why I said 10%. Like, look, I'm making up these numbers, okay? I'm making these numbers up as I go along. But I'm saying, by my estimation, this is totally arbitrary. It could be completely wrong. There's like 10% that is straightforwardly saying the 14 words that are like committed almost completely ideologically to Nazi style fascism, and then another 20% to 30% that also think that, you know, this kind of deportation scheme is actually harming more vulnerable populations, that then automatically elevates their status. And you are reaching again. What a shock. Really? You think it's a larger percentage that is like ideologically committed to neo-Nazi agendas? Is that what you're saying? Like, what's this fucking argument? Oh, FD Signifier is here. This is a great conversation for him and I to have as well. Doors open. Hold on.
Weekend of ICE actions, including deporting a mother with young children. The children are U.S. citizens. Let me play what Tom Homan said just moments ago.
Caroline, if border crossings are at a record low, why should it still be considered an emergency?
It's because of what has happened on the last administration. We got to ensure that not 1 ounce of fentanyl comes across the border to kill Americans. The president has declared the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization, along with MS-13 TDA. They killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. It's an emergency till we shut it down. It's an emergency till the cartels are wiped off the face of this earth. President Trump's committed to saving every life. Now, I just mentioned gotaways, 38 yesterday. Who are the gotaways? Where do they come from? We had over 2 million gotaways under Joe Biden's administration. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Under the Biden administration, you pay a cartel this amount of money to cross the border. Cartel's job ends at the border. Just turn yourself in a green uniform. Get released in 24 hours. Get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice. Get a hotel room. Get 3 meals a day. Get free medical care.
God damn it, the gray boxes are back.
120 days, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away?
Oh yeah, I'm live already.
Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to pick.
Civil rights groups say last week's deportations included 3 American children, all U.S. citizens.
Oh,
One
yeah,
of them is
it's
battling
chilly here
cancer.
for sure.
Let's go to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez.
Slob on your face.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Here, I'll grab that.
And I don't like dog, but you're really good.
She's a big slobberer for sure.
Yeah.
First thing FD asked is, is your dog friendly to black people? How many black people has your dog been around?
Because I listen.
No. I tell people all the time that get like dogs. I tell them to you know, white people, to train their dogs to as a puppy to be around like black and brown people in general.
Yeah.
It's not even a joke. Like
it's a real thing.
Yeah.
I now live around way more white people than I have my entire life, and I do not hate white people, but I realize I do hate their dogs. And like if it was my dictatorship that we were setting up in America right now, I would make every white person with a dog register on a list and go through state mandated training before they're able to. She's like, no, keep going.
Yeah,
keep going.
No, she's been around. She's been around plenty of black people.
Yeah, because the types of things I have seen with white people and their dogs in the last year has blown my mind. I did not know it was that bad. So I gotta let you go though. I gotta pay attention to this, to the speed of this chat.
Yeah.
Whatever else is going on. I heard we talking news today.
Yeah.
There's a blackout in Europe or something?
Yeah, there's currently a blackout happening in Spain and Portugal. They're saying it's like
the whole country.
Like I think they've like recovered a little bit, but I'm not entirely certain as to where like how it happened, but I think it's because of let's see.
How do we blame this on immigration?
Yeah, massive power outages hit Spain, Portugal, and France, slowing travel and affecting commuting travel. Airports have been disabled. Shops and offices are in the dark. It's unclear how many people have been affected. Parts of France were also briefly hit. The Spanish government is holding an emergency meeting in Madrid. Lights coming back on in central Lisbon. Coco Gauff shares her blackout experience in a dark locker room after the Madrid Open match. Spain declared a state of emergency. What was it? What was the reason?
Yeah, like what happened? It says like, I know countries in Europe are
was it a
smaller
hack
states
or whatever, but
like to take out the entirety of a grid is not just a simple malfunction.
At first I thought it was because of like a space storm or something. Like sometimes stuff like that happens where it works like a
solar
EMP
flare or some shit.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was, but I don't know. Neoliberals tried privatizing the energy sector and it fucked it up. I mean, I don't know.
Aren't we all running on neoliberal power though? That's like at least the standard is the neoliberals can run a power grid enough to not have
unless
an entire
it's the state
country.
of Texas. Unless
it's Texas, but that's not the they don't have that good old neoliberal, effective bureaucracy. They just sort of going diet fascism.
Kaya, place.
That is not how shit happens in front of my house in my neighborhood.
No, she's very well trained. She's
But
awesome.
I remember you were training like when I was here. Was that 2 years ago now? About maybe last summer.
So yeah, like when she was a little baby.
Last summer, yeah, that's wild shit. Yeah, back in the giant Hasan mansion.
Yeah. Yeah, you're back. You're back in the bunker.
This house is bigger since the last time I was here.
Yeah,
the socialist mansion.
Yeah, it grew larger, and it's also more expensive now because every time my haters grow by numbers, the house value goes up. Now they say I have a $10 million
home.
Now I have a $10 million castle. Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about. I did buy a home not long after I left you.
Oh no.
But I'm not. I will be off social media about my house, and also I put kids in this. People give me a pass. Just have kids. Once you have kids,
no, they will not give me a pass. They'll be like, they'll say socialist, but had a child in a capitalist world and is like damaging the environment.
Gosh, I will say,
because I put my family in this house. Like my family comes and stays with me for months on end. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit about that.
Right.
Yeah. It's like I take care of my family, and they still. There's like AI articles written about how my dad is a billionaire. They say that my dad is a billionaire, and that
he used to hang with Elon Musk. Dad.
Yeah. He's one of the richest people in Turkey. They say.
Yeah. Wild business. Yeah. The hate for you. Like I knew there was hate for you when I was here last time. I've known that for a while.
Yeah.
It definitely has increased, and it's gotten. Well, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing great.
You're having a moment. You're having a moment.
Yeah. It doesn't really go anywhere. It's so especially because it's always the same shit.
Yeah.
And it's always like incredibly frivolous.
Yeah. My thing is always when I care enough, it's to ask for detail.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been telling, because now that I'm getting just the fact that I'm positively associated with you, but also once you hit as much notoriety as I've finally gotten to now, you just kind of become an economy of your own, like to have your own haters, to have your own anti-fans.
Yeah, of course.
So what I've been telling people is just listen, when they say something really bad about me, just ask for detail. Just tell them to explain. 7 times out of 10 they can't. And those 3 out of 10 times, it's the pettiest, most online brain thing possible. Yeah. And it doesn't really go anywhere.
Wait, let me fix this as well. And then we can do this. There we go.
I clearly need a better camera. This is like...
But these cameras are annoying though. They're Lumix. I wouldn't recommend them. I recommend like the Sony FX, I think it's like FX7 if you're gonna use it. These are studio cameras. They need like, they need all
the things.
They need
I
a
see
lot.
This is a much more serious, even the stand is way more like my shit. I got an a Brio like webcam that's just dangling on top of one of my monitors. I don't even have that shit mounted properly. Yeah, but I am streaming chat. I am now a Twitch. I'm officially a Twitch not affiliate.
Partner.
Partner.
Or is it above affiliate?
I don't know. Whichever one.
Do you have a check?
No, I don't have a check. So I'm
so you're affiliate.
Okay, I'm affiliate. Well, I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
I've made $200 off Twitch in the last.
Yeah, you can
month.
get paid as an affiliate. Yeah.
So check me out. I'll save all my shout outs for later in the chat.
Yeah.
But
have you watched Sinners yet?
Oh yeah, of course.
Then we gotta talk about that as well.
Yeah. The Sinners.
So good.
Sinners was amazing. I'm in the middle of fighting people about Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if I don't know if that's ready for your chat. I don't know.
No, we can talk about that too for sure. We can talk about Bill Belichick too if you want to.
That's a perfect segue, because Bill Belichick. The people call me anti-white. No one's more anti-white than Bill Belichick.
Really?
Yes. And people would think it's the opposite.
Yeah, because of Tom Brady.
Because of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I researched this recently because he had his own rant section in the Shedeur Sanders video that should come out tomorrow, and I cut it because I was like, we're getting off topic. This is a whole other video now. He's had more white receivers than like the entire league combined. As like his one tenure of coach. Now it was 20 years, but like no team has had that. He had, I think it was 9 different wide receivers in a 15-20 year coaching career at New England.
So he's doing DEI, you're saying?
It's even worse than like it is how they describe DEI, but it's worse in that he's doing it on purpose specifically so he can control and underpay his employees. That's the really insidious part. Yeah, you didn't think about that shit, did you? Like Belichick, because the reason why I brought him up during the Shedeur shit is that the NFL has never really like embraced the fact that it has these rich black millionaires that come into their league wearing all the jewelry, being flashy. The way ironically Deion Sanders like showed the league you build a black star. So they've never really been a fan of that, but they've tolerated it because like these are stars, they're popular, whatever. But Bill was like, no, never that. So if you go and you look at Bill Belichick's like NFL record as a coach, it's not his winning record, but the type of players that have played for him, he's never had a superstar outside of Tom Brady. He's only had contributors. And then the type when he does get a high level player, it's usually after that player has gotten in trouble somewhere else. So when you look at some of the players, the best players that Bill Belichick has ever had, Antonio Brown for a week, Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco for like a year or 2, Terrell Owens for like a year, Albert Hainsworth, Corey Dillon, Dante Stallworth, like the list goes on that he hardly ever would pay you. If you had an attitude coming into the league, Bill didn't have nothing to do with you. You take that attitude somewhere else.
They're saying Randy Moss.
Randy Moss, thank you. That's another one. I knew I was forgetting one. Randy Moss is another one. So just like Randy Moss, right, comes in the league, is great, but keeps getting in trouble, keeps having run-ins with the law or wherever. I think Randy Moss only had one run in the law, but he's very much a pariah. And then after being a pariah for multiple years, he goes to New England. He keeps his mouth shut because he knows if he doesn't do his thing at New England, keep his mouth shut, he's probably out the league. Resurrects his career, I think Randy actually never got a Super Bowl, ironically, with Tom Brady. He's the best receiver to ever play with Brady. I don't think he ever got a Super Bowl. Hernandez, right? Hernandez is another one. Hernandez is the only person that he took on with alleged character issues, or maybe he didn't know Hernandez was a secret murderer.
Well, I mean, not to that degree, probably.
You're probably not to that degree.
I don't think anybody knew that it was like that.
But the flip side, right, is so we have all these black guys with character issues that are elite talents. They can't be on the team outright. They have to come after they've been through the ringer.
Mm-hmm.
But he loves going and grabbing Gunnar Zolewski off of in the 7th round of a draft and seeing if he can turn little Gunnar Zolewski into his next Julian Edelman or Wes Welker or Chris Hogan, or I think I had a list, but I erased that shit. But it's like somebody in the chat, go ahead and go ahead to Pro Football Reference and get that Amendola. I think Eric Decker played for him for a second. There's a ton of different white receivers, and they're all the same guy. Except for maybe Eric Decker, they're all 5'9", undersized, marginally athletic, but really hungry, scrappy white guys. He plays smart. He plays the game right way. Sneaky athletic. All that shit.
Lunch pail.
Lunch pail. Brings his lunch pail every day. None of them ever got paid by him. They never got. He would have them there because he could control them. They wouldn't say shit. And he could give them middling contracts like he did everybody. He didn't even pay Tom Brady. I don't know what they were doing with their fucking salary cap that whole time. Yeah, so Bill Belichick hates white people. That is the take here you find on the Hasanabi.
Okay, it's good to know. I mean, yeah, underpaying Tom Brady is a perfect demonstration of hating white people and not giving white people the appropriate
what they deserve. DEI ruined Tom Brady's his marriage.
Yeah,
DEI ruined Tom Brady's marriage.
All right, so we're not going to be talking about sports any longer, chat. So stop freaking out.
Your chat is like my viewers. Like
they're like, dude, stop talking about sports. Get back to the fucking Trump administration. What we were covering earlier today was the Trump administration deporting U.S. citizen children 2, 4, and 7 years old alongside their parents. These are not like the violent criminal gang members that the Trump administration claimed that they were deporting on this like mass deportation scheme. And instead, lo and behold, they're deporting random people. Many of them, majority of them, overwhelming majority of them don't have any criminal background whatsoever. Shocking. And the Trump administration is actively working to deport these people. And now, alongside their parents, they're deporting their children that are American citizens as well. These people are also married to U.S. citizens, too, on top of that. That's what's going on. Judge says 2-year-old U.S. citizen appears to have been deported with no meaningful process. The girl was deported Friday with her mother to Honduras despite her father's efforts to keep her in the United States.
That's wild.
So it is shockingly cruel and completely unjustifiable. It's cruelty for the sake of cruelty. And here we are, you know.
She's joining us from the White House right now. Priscilla, you were at that briefing. What did Tom Homan say this morning?
Well, Wolf, the White House is certainly highlighting the progress that
Priscilla
they
is
have.
Serving cunt. Oh, like she go back like 3 seconds and look at this serve she's giving the camera. What?
I think you're wrong. I think Wolf is serving cunt as well.
Is Wolf serving more cunt? No, that's
Wolf is always serving cunt. I have to recognize that. Apparently, apparently he knows who I am. So that's
okay. Well, we shout out the Wolf.
Shout out Wolfman.
Wolf, the White House is certainly highlighting the progress that they have made and say they have made along the U.S.-Mexico border, where the numbers have plummeted over recent months. But of course, as you just mentioned, all of this is happening against the backdrop of what we are learning about 3 U.S. citizen children who were sent back to Honduras with their mothers. Now, these are 2 separate cases. This is in both cases, according to court filings, these mothers have been going to routine ICE checks when they were detained and then later removed to Honduras. Now, when that occurred, when they were detained, they were given the option to be removed with their children, and they opted for that. But the attorneys in these cases say that there was very little time to make any decisions or have conversations with relatives. And so they are raising the alarm again about the lack of due process. Now, when I asked the White House border czar about this, he said again that this was the decision of the mothers. Take a listen.
This is the decision of the mother.
If you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision. Parenting 101. The mothers made that choice.
Is this
now?
Pause
If you
for
recall,
a second, because I have, you have your enemies, I have my enemies. My enemies, thankfully, are less unhinged. But so I've been on this balancing act, trying to engage with black liberals around stop being black liberals.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he worked for Obama, didn't he? The border czar that they just showed.
Tom Homan? Yeah, he did. Obama, he worked at ICE under Obama.
Pretty much the same exact role, or not, maybe not the head role, but like in the same capacity.
Yes, but also, so the thing is, Barack Obama did this thing where they restructured what they consider deportations to mean something different than what it previously did. So there's like 2 different types of, I guess, deportations, right? There's the catching someone in the process of like entering the border and then quickly sending them back, versus interior deportations, interior removal versus removal at point of entry.
Right.
The Obama administration changed what deportations used to mean to everyone being stopped and returned at point of entry, which is why his numbers grew dramatically. Part of the reason why he did this was to capitulate the right-wing framing on this, to make the claim that, like, no, we're taking this very seriously. Right? We're taking deportation across the aisle. We're doing expedited removal. We're doing we're catching people crossing the border and then subsequently removing them. And so the deportation numbers exploded. Another part of the problem, I guess, is that there are more people trying to enter the country under Democratic leadership, because I think undocumented migrants perhaps naively think that Democrats are less. Democrats are kinder and more humane than Republicans, not realizing that they're not. Right.
The kids were in cages at that time as well.
Yeah, exactly. So the major difference in Trump 1 versus Obama was that Trump decreased the limitations that ICE had for engaging in interior removal, because the understanding broadly for Americans was relatively sympathetic to migrants in general. We are surrounded by undocumented migrants, some of which we know are undocumented, some of which we don't know are undocumented. It's just a normal part of living in the United States of America. There's like more than 10 million. According to Trump's estimations, 20 million undocumented migrants is a big chunk of the U.S. population. And therefore, the idea is that, like, if you've been living here and you obviously haven't done like an egregious crime, because you've been living here for a decade plus, like, that it is whatever. Like, it is what it is. and that Americans actually, ironically, overwhelmingly choose mass amnesty for people like that over deportation when given the option. The problem is the Democrats have never actually shown that option or never communicated that option, and they certainly haven't done so since they certainly didn't do so in the Joe Biden administration, where they basically took
became not the best political football. It became very clear, like under Obama, because you would have been pretty young at that time. But like I remember vividly, like immigration was not something I thought about until Obama. And now I was in my mid-20s, so I'm not as politically inclined then as I was now. But I'm pretty confident that like the way we think about immigration, the way that's a political football now, that starts under Obama, because that becomes a place to point to. Every couple of years, the right needs to kind of recycle their boogeyman.
Yeah, it was always around, like post-Reagan, I would say. It was definitely like a point of contention that the Republicans could constantly hit the button on.
Right.
But it was a known one, and it grew in severity, I think, under the Bush administration, and then certainly grew under the Obama administration, because it was like a great way to attack Barack Obama, to be like, oh, he is doing an apology tour globally, and he wants America to be run over by Mexicans. It's just like pure white nativist nonsense. Obama, on the other hand, was still pretty horrible when it came to immigration as well, but he did something that the Democrats used to do back in the day before Biden, and that is a back and forth. Like Obama used to do the I'll give you some concessions on immigration, but then I'll get something in return. That was the bargain. The idea that like Obama was going to be the deporter in chief, which was ridiculous and unjustifiable, of course, but then simultaneously he was going to do the Dreamer Act. Right? For DACA, the Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals. For those of you who don't know, DACA is a program that was implemented by executive order under the Obama administration to offer some protections with very, very severe restrictions and very severe qualifiers to children that had crossed the border alongside their parents and had grown up in the United States of America. They would get deferred action, as in they would get protection from deportation, basically, as long as they went to school, got a job, did not leave the country. Like there are so many restrictions on DACA immigrants. It's actually pretty crazy. So, yeah. Clinton built a wall, Bush created ICE, Obama expanded deportations, but did DACA. Trump is creating a third Reich based on immigrant persecution. That's a pretty solid assessment of the situation. So, in any case, this is something that I was very critical of the Biden administration on, because I know that they were going to fucking use immigration as a talking point over and over and over again. And and Biden had actually come into office on a wave of pro-immigration activism, because people forget that the attitude towards, and the mistreatment of undocumented migrants under the Trump administration was so gross and so severe that you had Democrats talking about abolishing ICE.
Right.
Now, a lot of that was purely resistance, liberalism, and aesthetics, but
yard flags.
But the overall public sentiment had shifted back in favor of undocumented migrants. But Biden very quickly, Biden basically didn't do anything about that. And then you have the famous Haitian migrants in Texas getting whipped by Customs and Border Patrol on horseback. And in the aftermath of that, the Biden administration basically took a very reactionary stance towards migrants in general. And that only calcified this position. And on October 6th, ironically enough, right before October 7th, the Biden administration did something that I consider to be unconscionable, where they adopted the right-wing framing entirely, where the Biden camp came out with their own anti-immigration package, their bill, that was written by an Oklahoma senator who is super reactionary, super far right.
And they still couldn't get that through Congress, though.
And
Like,
they
just
still
said-
couldn't get that through Congress because the Trump administration, or not the Trump administration, the
Just Trump at the
campaign,
time. It was like,
Trump
nope.
at the time said, "Don't do this, don't pass this," and that, however, was a major blow to Democrats in general, because that basically was an admission that the Democrats were lying about saying that the border wall is racist, or lying saying that like immigrants, this is a nation built by immigrants for the past 40 fucking years.
All
what the
that shit is
Democrats had
completely
said.
gone in like
All
a
that
3
shit's
years
gone,
span.
and they adopted the right-wing framing that immigrants actually constituted a national security threat. That was new, because Democrats had not previously agreed to this false notion that immigrants actually constitute a national security threat. But now that they were putting forward a national security focused bill to deal with immigrants and immigrant detention, all of a sudden they were admitting the Republican framing, normalizing this attitude amongst their constituents. The only impact that this had was they didn't win a single Republican vote on this, because they were like, oh, these guys are finally competent about immigration. The only impact it had was there were a whole bunch of liberals who get their notes from the Democratic Party who now also believe that immigrants were constituting a national security threat. That's why Trump came into office with 66% approval on mass deportation.
That's a quick question on that, because hasn't that finally started to drop?
Yes.
I did a follow-up video a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago now, on like my initial Trump take, but that video was like 2 weeks after, I don't know, you haven't done, are you coming out with any 90-minute long video essays anytime soon?
No.
Okay, well.
No.
In the prestige land of the video essays, you write the essay, the editing can take 1 to 6 months. So by the time, and so when I was writing, he had just had like the first, not the first, one of the earliest like popularity polls or whatever, and he was more popular than he's ever been as a president. And part of that was because at the time it was like 60% of people approved his immigration stuff. But it seems like that's finally dropped.
But to be fair to you as well, I had a conversation with Ested Herndon of the New York Times, who I love. I have him on all the time. He's one of my favorite New York Times reporters. And in our conversation, he did a follow-up initially to the original run-up thing that he had done, where he asked like his family members and a whole bunch of people that he'd met on the campaign trail, like what they now thought about Donald Trump. And a lot of people, and this was only like a month or two ago, and that attitude has shifted dramatically even since then with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia story. Basically, what he had told me at the time was a lot of Americans are still oblivious to the deportation stuff. They don't really consider it to be a major issue. They mostly were at that time focusing on Elon Musk and Doge and the unpopularity of mass layoffs coming from Doge. My argument always has been, both under the Biden administration, going all the way back to February 2021, when the CBP Haitian migrant whipping imagery came out, was that if the Democrats don't offer a counter narrative to the lies and the smears that these Republicans are consistently presenting, and right-wing sentiment dominates the media about migration, immigration specifically constituting a national security threat, then Americans are going to become more reactionary. They're going to care less about immigrants. If the Democrats, once Trump was elected, I kept saying Democrats have to launch an opposition against this deportation agenda at some point, because you need to make Americans aware that this is happening. There's far too many things that the Trump administration is doing, but this is one of the most significant, most consequential aspects.
It's also an easy one to display.
And it's also, it's super easy to vilify the horrifying practice.
I've seen enough social media posts of watching like ununiformed ICE people walking up to like women and children and essentially threatening them in like the most coming out of courts. You know what I'm saying? Going into
not even ICE
elementary
agents.
school.
We found out that ICE doesn't have the logistics to do mass deportation at this scale, which is why they've deputized like random right-wing militias and shit now too.
I did not know that.
is truly terrifying. So, and lo and behold, the reports started coming in. Shouts out to ProPublica and all of these other institutions that were investigating the background, the criminal background of all of these immigrants that were being deported to CALLOUT. And we found out stories of the likes of Andre, for example, from California, the Venezuelan from California, who's a gay hairdresser who had a tattoo of mom and dad on his arms, and he was deported to CALLOUT with no due process whatsoever, simply because he had these tattoos, and the DHS was saying these tattoos are enough to say that he is Tren de Aragua, right? Which Trump had declared a terror organization at this point. Like, the gang designation had moved on to the terrorism designation, same with MS-13.
Right.
And you know, on top of that, there was a ProPublica report that showed that 75% had no criminal background whatsoever, and up to 90% had, like, you know, traffic tickets, right, or
possession.
Yeah, just like really
offenses.
silly non-violent offenses that don't reach the standard of deportation. And then the administration fucked up and had one of their federal judges, or one of their federal attorneys, admit that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a withholding of removal to El Salvador, but the administration had already deported them. So they recognized that they had made a mistake.
What is the status of that, by the way? I'm traveling and checked out of that.
I'm not certain as to what is going to happen, but there is a court proceeding taking place right now in terms of
because I know there's an order from a Maryland judge, and I think that that's going to possibly escalate once again, because the Supreme Court gave a unanimous 9-0 decision saying that the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and yet they have not done so, and they're using facilitate, like the language around facilitate, to mean something it doesn't mean. They're saying it's not effectuate, it's facilitate, and therefore we don't have to do anything, right? So and the Trump administration is like lying about it too. They're lying about the assessment. They're saying that it was a unanimous decision defending us when it clearly wasn't. Peep Dark Soul real quick, 503 all the way at the top. Dark Soul says 2025. Come back. Down, right there.
Oh,
20. Oh, you ready?
Oh yeah, 2025. The Klan is still not designated as a terrorist organization. Yeah, of course not.
Right, and because I bring that up because as like, you know, a couple of years ago, this might have happened under Trump 1. This might have happened under Biden, but do you remember the black extremists? The black identity extremists.
Oh yeah, I remember the FBI designation for black identity.
Yeah,
like black
all
Israelites
7 of them. Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
They're being really mean on the street corner. And so like I think about the MS-13 and all these different gangs as terrorist organizations. There's so many, like, gang culture that's really insidious is what I'm getting at, because you realize gang cultures has been also intrinsically connected to revolutionary action, like worldwide, historic.
Yeah,
you know, it's gangs that usually where things start. The Black Panthers notoriously united gangs in Chicago. And so like it's just dangerous and scary. I don't have any like deep analysis on that, but like that's not an accident is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
like the fact that they're saying we now have the wherewithal. Like what's next? Is it fraternity tattoos? Is it you know, Che Guevara tattoo? You know, that's Antifa. Antifa's a gang. So now we get to deport you. Yes, that's wild shit.
Yeah,
wild
no, that is precisely what they're going to move towards, and this dovetails into another conversation that I've been having quite a bit, which is that the Trump administration is very smart and very insidious in the way that they're tackling some of these issues, because they're getting their notes from the likes of the American Enterprise Institute and the Heritage Foundation.
People that have been studying and waiting for this opportunity for literal generation.
Like the unitary executive theory is not one that like the Trump administration came up with. They just simply adopted it in the Republican Party, and all of the think tanks associated with the Republicans and the conservative movement in America recognize Trump as a perfect vehicle to commit to this agenda. It's been implemented for the past 30, 40 years at this point. Same with the Federalist Society. This isn't Trump simply is the guy that is pushing all of this to its logical conclusion. And that's why I say it's insidious. They are eroding the First Amendment first by tackling the issue from non-citizens, from the perspective of people on student visas or even green card holders, as a matter of fact, legal permanent residents that are lawfully inside of the United States, by tackling the issue from the perspective of anti-Semitism, which has a lot of institutional clout and a lot of institutional power due to a lot of these Jewish affinity organizations that are simply there to defend Israel, but like can masquerade as
as anti-racist,
as anti-racist civil rights organizations, similar to the ADL.
Right.
So those institutions, those NGOs, and these organizations, and they get a lot of play within mainstream media. They have a lot of they still have a lot of institutional muscle, and the Trump administration is using that institutional muscle they have to basically collaborate with some of the most radical groups, all the way to like Beitar, which is a fucking 501c3, but it's actually literally a terror cell operating inside of U.S. boundaries, and getting their notes from them to open the door to eroding the First Amendment.
Right.
And once they have set a precedent, a dangerous precedent, then they can utilize it against documented U.S. citizens as well, and not even documented U.S. citizens, but like just American natural-born U.S. citizens as well.
Yeah.
It's a very sinister. It's a very sinister way of like undermining one of the most powerful, one of the most popular constitutional protections that Americans have, citizen and non-citizen alike.
Yeah, I've definitely been looking at Zillow in Canada.
Yeah, you're gonna move
in case I have to split. I thought about that for you because you're not natural born. Like
no, I am.
Oh, I thought you.
Yeah, I'm an anchor baby.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not that matters, to be honest with you. You have any tattoos?
No.
Okay. Well,
I don't have any tattoos. I'm pretty
what
white.
about that beard?
I can shave it and change my name to Hank. And I'll
Hank
be
Abby.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I always say, like, I'm at the end of that list. Like, by the time it gets to me, half of my chat will be, deported.
Yeah.
Given my financial status, and given my status as a public personality, I'm not saying that like it will never get to that point. I can't make that prediction any longer because this administration is crazy. But like, all of those combined make me they put me in the back of the list.
Yeah.
If I was who I am as a student activist, then I would be closer to on the possible CCOT list.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, I mean, similarly, I've had that kind of, like, because when Trump got reelected, going into the election, me and my wife talked a lot about, all right, so what do if he wins, and then afterward, what do? And it's a constant conversation, especially with every, like, I think people said, oh, this is gonna be bad. I don't know who knew it would be this bad this quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's already releasing Trump 2028 hats.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like they're soft launching, a complete rearrangement of everything that America has stood for within the first 100 days. So it's no telling how bad it will get. I'm probably a little bit further in from you economically, but I'm still black and I have a very particular history that's attached to my time here, my family, etc. Not like my family, like my mother and father, people that are behind me, and then I'm thinking about my own children. And I think about the fact that I have the resources. Canada's expensive as shit. I didn't know this until I started Googling. But I have the resource to get the fuck out of here at this point in my life. But like, the reality of the situation is that by the time it's time to get the fuck out of here for the average person, it's gonna look like The Handmaid's Tale. You know what I'm saying? or worse.
I'm also too stubborn. That's the other thing. Like I'm not, you know.
You are.
I'm very
sick.
stubborn. I'm not leaving. You know, I'm not going anywhere.
Like if I were you, I would have reduced down to 1 4-hour stream a week. Like
no,
3 years ago.
No.
I told you that last time I was like, hey, you should stream less. You should take more naps. Do some yoga and stream less. But you have cranked it up. But also to crank up, you know, on a lighter note, since you know the irony of Trump being back in office is that like immediate aftermath of the Democrats being like, oh, we need a leftist Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, Hasan. And I was like, I mean, yeah, but we also don't necessarily need the leftist Joe Rogan. We just need.
I agree. Which it's ironic because I've been saying that nonstop, and like,
you're saying that has made you the leftist Joe Rogan.
People don't hear it. I keep saying like this is not an issue that you can podcast your way out of, and that you know it's not just about having more like leftists, more bros who are leftists or whatever. I mean that can help, but like. A lot of people, I think, even with this new recent New York Times piece that just came out, you know, with the unfortunate title. I don't know if you saw it.
No, you have a New York Times piece?
There was a new New York Times style section piece that came out, and it basically, let me see, a progressive mind in a MAGA body was the original title.
Oh, God.
But they changed it to a progressive mind in a body made for the manosphere.
Dude, what are your proportions?
No, I don't know.
Even in real life, seeing you kind of being this proportion, it's still jarring.
I guess. But yeah, this was a long. I mean, it's an 11-minute long article, and it mostly focuses on the aesthetics of me being like a bro,
right?
And not really about like. I think. A fairly significant part of this equation, which is like what I'm saying, how I speak to the issues that Americans experience. I think part of the reason why they do that is because it would have to come with the recognition from the New York Times that, you know,
the Democrats are bad.
Well, they'll say that. They'll usually say that from a right-wing perspective.
They'll say that, like, well, New York Times, I know, is a little less progressive, but like the more progressive criticism that goes to the Democrats, it's like the Democrats are losers or they're losing, right? They're not winning, but no one wants to say these things we're doing are bad for people, and that's why people have rejected us, and no amount of bros, no amount of you and what's the kind of fat white guy? He's a comedian.
Tim Dillon.
Sure.
There's a bunch of.
You're like one of 3 white people that's famous. It's Stavros.
Stavi, baby.
Like no amount of you and Stavi and insert some other cool guys here. Like on a podcast is going to motivate the average. You know, because one of the things I brought up in my limited analysis of the election is that a lot of white dudes just stayed home, and they're not engaged online. They're not engaged with politics. They don't actually know shit.
The ones that did go out and voted for Trump,
and the ones that but that's like a unique. Like even now, like I think it was really useful to point out that Trump has never had a popularity above like 50. Above like 40.
Post-election he did, but that went away very quickly.
Right. So he's never had high popularity, but he does have his fans and his sycophants and his followers and his evangelical wing. But like most regular people are repulsed by Trump, but not repulsed. That most regular people are indifferent because a lot of the things that he represents that other people see as problems, they're like, that sounds kind of bad, but whatever. You know, and so like those people aren't going to be motivated by culture war stuff. They're not going to be motivated by, you know, political theater. They're thinking about basic needs being met. The rent,
affordability
like, is my job.
Even the people that voted for Trump, that especially like I think a lot of Gen Z, a lot of Gen Z men certainly had like that culture war attitude. But a lot of Gen Z men also, and a lot of like younger people were like, I'll give this a shot in the dark, in the same way that they did in 2016, where they were like, I want to break the system.
Right.
The system is not helping me. I want to break it with a mallet.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm going to vote for not the person who represents like
the system,
elite,
who's telling us this is working fine. Just let us keep doing our job.
And how do you get to that? You get to that level. You find a new base of support by getting young men on board, because young men that were too young to remember how shitty the Trump administration was are willing to also entertain that notion.
Right.
This is a resentment towards institutions and status quo politics that led to Trump winning in 2016. It was something that I kept repeating in the build-up to this last election, where I just kept saying, like, there is still, like, people were talking about the economy having a soft landing, and I was like, dude, in 2016 the economy was significantly better than it is now, and people still voted for Trump because it wasn't good for them.
Right.
You're looking at the wrong metrics.
Yeah.
You're not looking at the anxiety that people feel. I know that that's like a trigger word almost, where people go, oh, white men and economic anxiety, but like, yes, white men who have racist tendencies, or white people who have racist tendencies, are far more susceptible to leaning in the direction of culture war resentments if they also have a lot of instability.
Yeah.
If they also are recognizing a lot of instability in their lives.
Yeah.
So the best way to combat that is by giving them something.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration gives them something. The Trump administration says, we are going to further undermine the people that are beneath you, that you see as beneath you, and that will magically elevate your status, like the LBJ quote, right?
Right.
Whereas,
I mean, that goes back to the antebellum South. That's literally white sharecroppers endorsing the Confederacy because it meant that they still had a spot on the pecking order above, you know, enslaved black people at the time.
Yes, exactly.
White people are like white Americans are like badass kids. And you just kind of have to, well, I'm thinking about like as a teacher, right? When I was a teacher, I knew who my badass kids were.
Yeah, you mean like bad kids?
Badass kids.
You mean badass? Like, what do you mean by badass? You mean like bad kids?
Like, well, yeah, like bad.
Yeah, bad
like
kids.
Bad kids.
Yeah, because badass is like positive.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever used badass in a positive connotation, actually.
Well, white people use badass.
I know, but I do know that that's like
radical,
a white.
Like radical.
Yeah, radical. Yeah. No, badass is. I do understand.
You mean like asshole?
You're code switching for me now.
Yeah, you mean like asshole kids?
Yes,
Yeah, asshole kids. Yeah.
So asshole kids exist in every class, and like, you know, a lot of my commentary about like the race politics of this has, you know, been unpopular for reasons I understand, and some of it I amended in that last video. But I'm still of the mind, like when I say, like I'm not confident in AOC, not for any other reason than she is not a white man, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think the psychopath y'all have running this state is probably who's going to win the
I hope
the
not.
nominee.
He fucking sucks.
I do too, but again, white people are badass kids, so you have to jingle keys like if you like there's a classroom with 30 people, and 13 of them are these badass kids, and you have to teach your lesson. You got to get through the class session. You can't call the principal to come get them because that's not something that happens in high need schools. You have to get them through the classroom, and you're counting on getting these 17 other kids to meet the standard, whatever else. So you have to design a lesson plan that neutralizes the badass kids. You have to figure out what's going to get them to shut the fuck up and chill out. Is it a video? Do you give them comic books? Do you turn on some music? Do you sit with them like I've had and this is not well, no, this is actually with white kids. When the 1 year that I taught white kids, where I would have like 2 different lesson plans designed. One lesson plan for the kids I know that I could work with autonomy, and then like a whole section of my freaky like out of their mind kids, and we're just having a roasting session, and I'm calling it learning figurative language. Like literally, I've done that before.
Yeah.
That is
you gotta throw meat. You gotta throw meat in their way. I understand that. What I believe is that if you can earnestly communicate, set up your enemies, and actively go after them, you can overcome you can basically overcome those issues by just being like, listen, dude, I get it. Okay, you're afraid. Well, guess what? Donald Trump didn't fix your life. Democrats certainly up until this moment have never even entertained fixing your life. I'm telling you, your potholes are going to be fixed. I'm telling you, you're going to have housing. I'm telling you that you're going to have a good job with decent benefits and a good wage. And I think that the best possible way to overcome that is through implementing class politics, is a class first approach.
Yeah.
Because Americans are not very class conscious. The working class.
They're not openly. They're not like, what's the word? Consciously class conscious.
Yeah, they're not. They are not.
Like that Maggio alone shit lets me know that we're far more class conscious from like a intrinsic level.
Yeah. Like in an ironically almost reactionary way, where people only recognize their the issues that their class position presents when something like that happens. Right. But that is yet another instance of like how bad things have gotten, in my opinion. Americans are class conscious, of course. Billionaires are very class conscious.
Very class conscious.
But my point is like someone going about a class first political message can get a lot of leeway that way and not fall into the same traps. But that would require, unironically, attacking Democrats as well, and almost like a reverse Trump, like a bizarro Trump, where you have someone who's charismatic enough, who's willing to just like attack the media, willing to attack other institutional Democrats, and willing to declare even members of their own party as enemies. And I think that
would be the first time I would like, just hearing you say that, I'm like, oh man, imagine somebody running as a Democrat that admitted that they suck and pointed at the ones that suck openly.
Yeah.
That would actually be immediately effective. That would be immediately effective.
Yeah.
Because, and that's also the scary thing about populism, is that populism is like an incredibly useful tool that has like the lowest barrier of entry.
Yeah.
If you're charismatic, and that's why I'm scared of this guy here in California, because I don't know if he's all that charismatic. I haven't seen enough of him, but he looks the part, and he's clearly
his policies and his messaging is so dog shit though. That's the reason why I think he's gonna fail.
But look, so you know him now here, you know these things.
Yeah.
But he could be a whole different person in 4 years from now, or 3 years from now. And that person running for president with the right messaging could easily use the same populist approach.
Yeah.
To
hit the Barack Obama lines, like,
right.
We're a divided America. This is not a red America or a blue America. It's the
one
United
America.
States of America. Exactly. Which is,
my Barack Obama videos are like, I almost quit YouTube. I did 2 Barack Obama videos in 2022 maybe, and I almost stopped making video essays because nobody watched them, and everybody that watched it. And this is like, I hadn't even fully arrived at the current politics I am now. So it was like the nicest Barack Obama is bad videos I could have ever made, and they flopped in the algorithm, and half the comment section, I mean, now it's fine, but like I remember the comment sections being really angry at me.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, wow, we're clearly, and that was one of the frustrating things about.
No, he is one of the modern villains, I think, of American politics, like straightforwardly.
Yeah,
like a lot of the shit that he did during his presidency, but also after his presidency, has directly, by, I think, mere accident too. like
it wasn't the thing I'll give Barack Obama is that he believes his shit.
I don't even agree with that. I don't believe that.
Well, he did it about black people. His like race politics are 100% the race politics of Gen Xers and Boomers toward black people.
No, I agree with that.
So everything else, maybe not. I think he was just trying to, play the middle. I don't know why he was so important. That was so important to him.
No, I think it's because he also was like firmly committed to neoliberalism,
right?
And was disingenuous enough to like push forward a populist message to win an incredible mandate, only to then turn around and just do
that's why I say I think he legit loves neoliberalism.
He does, yeah.
He loves
He also I think is like, I think he's a deeply selfish person who only cared about elevating his own status.
Oh, yeah.
And that, like, and that in and of itself is like perfectly visible in what he chooses to talk about right now in the second Trump administration. Part of the reason why I'm also saying this is also because of his betrayal against Jeremiah Wright and his betrayal. Like he used Jeremiah Wright to basically get like momentum in Chicago politics.
Do you know okay, so you know the deep lore.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Barack, like Obama was too white and too Ivy League when he ran the first time.
Yeah.
He got beat the shit by Bobby Rush, I think, some ex-Panther.
Yeah, who also is, ironically enough, now I think he's
not a MAGA, no.
No, but last thing he did was endorse Michael Bloomberg.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. The black bourgeoisie, they loved Mike. Like I remember, I knew several Bloomberg fans in Atlanta, the home of black bourgeoisie.
Stacey Abrams.
Stacey Abrams being one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened with her. I feel like they let her out the. I don't know. I feel like she could have helped, but maybe was there shit happening that I didn't know about?
I think Stacey Abrams is like being a black woman. She already gets like a shit ton of resentment from a lot of people, but then also on top of that, she was not charismatic enough in the same way that Barack Obama is to like navigate through that while also maintaining the same exact attitude of Barack Obama in terms of like
neoliberal politics,
calcified institutional defense, defending Michael Bloomberg, bringing her lawyer friend on board in a somewhat.
I've heard people are going. They were trying. I think one of the reasons why she's gone, I've heard locally, is that the local Republicans are trying to like go after her legally.
Oh yeah.
But I just remembered like being well aware. Like the only reason Biden won Georgia was because of the work she was doing in Georgia, and I think nationwide, but definitely in Georgia with like the voter stuff.
Yeah.
And like I do know that is one. Who is Jerry Connolly? So
Jerry Connolly is resigning because he's cancer treatments didn't work. He's the face of the Democratic Party. I'm confused. You don't.
Yeah, I don't be paying. Like I have just went to. I am, in terms of like mainstream politics, I've kind of checked the fuck out. I'm doing.
We're locked in here. Don't worry. I'll fill you in on everything. Yeah, he's not seeking re-election and is stepping back soon as oversight ranking member. Jerry Connolly is cancer-ridden, okay, and he's a long-serving Virginia Democrat. And he announced his diagnosis 6 months ago. I promise transparency, Connolly said in an open letter to his constituents Monday. After grueling treatments, we've learned that the cancer, while initially beaten back, has now returned. He was 75 years old. Now, what's interesting is AOC was trying to get this position as the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, right? And Nancy Pelosi was in a fucking hospital with a broken ass in France because she fell and broke her ass. And from that hospital, she was making fucking phone calls to be like, no, it has to be Jerry Connolly as the ranking member. She's not even a part of the Democratic Party at this point. She's literally like Speaker Emerita. She has like a position of a lot of influence, but basically was using all the influence that she has within the Democratic Party to make this guy, 75-year-old with cancer, the fucking ranking member of the Oversight Committee, as opposed to AOC.
Yeah. These are easy targets. It's frustrating when you put it this is feeding into something you said earlier, which is
Nancy Pelosi fought from a French hospital bed with a broken hip to keep this geriatric with cancer. Yeah, get it from there. To keep this geriatric with cancer in office so she could snub AOC. Now 6 months later, he's having to step down from oversight ranking member anyway. The Democrat, says Mike from PA. Absolutely correct. Oh, incredible stuff.
But yeah, so the Democrats, like Nancy Pelosi, nobody likes her. She's an easy target.
Jerry's a young 74, cancer notwithstanding, Congressman Beyer said, as they literally took the position away from AOC.
That sounds like a really funny line from
yeah.
I don't know who makes comedy, but like that's a great comedy line.
Yeah.
You know?
You have to wait your turn around here. Representative Marcy Capture, a 4-decade veteran of Capitol Hill, told Notice. Great. That's just the way it works, they said.
Yeah. So these are easy marks. These are easy marks for any, and that's again the scary thing. And maybe it needs to be. Maybe this is AOC's like line in, where like it would not be hard to come up as a progressive populist by targeting these geriatric Democrats that have been doing fuck shit for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
This guy, obviously, I guess, Pelosi, I can't remember South Carolina, the black guy in South Carolina who I hate, whose name I can't remember right now. Like Eric Adams, like it wouldn't be much to just come out and say, because people are saying, like, the irony of like the right-wing talking point around black conservatives is that every black Democratic voter, even the ones that were highly enthused about Kamala when she was running, knows the Democrats ain't shit. We've known this forever. We just don't feel like there's much to do about it other than, you know, continue to push the fascism down the line a couple of years, which is, you know, clearly that didn't work this time.
Yeah.
So like if someone were to come forward and be like, hey, I'm willing to say that these guys suck. But I guess the thing is though, that also, I was talking to, who was I talking to that said this? Some recent podcast I was on mentioned that we're also primed for a Tea Party movement. And the Tea Party movement is actually the precursor to what allows Trump to be a thing.
I've been talking about this for quite a while. I'm very familiar with the Tea Party movement. The problem with that is that it was not an organic movement. It was actually completely created by the Koch brothers.
Get George Soros to do it.
But George Soros loves the institutional Dems. That's the problem. George Soros is and it's not even George, it's Alex now, because George is like basically dead. His son, Alex Soros, who is married to Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's famous advisor, Huma Abedin, who was married to Anthony Weiner back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah, so like these guys are not, like they're not invested in a Bernie style left populist uprising within the Democratic infrastructure, because a left populist movement would undermine their position as billionaires. Right. So why would any billionaire
contribute to their own
demise? Exactly. So
it hits me, cue my I'm just saying prepared.
Yeah.
It's me being prepared.
It's not gonna,
which people should all be.
It's not gonna happen, is what I'm saying. It's not going to happen in that way. It has to be grassroots, and there is grassroots momentum, grassroots mobilization. And that's why I don't like shit on all these mainstream institutions that are coming around to like offering people like myself coverage, because they recognize the popularity, but they don't want to scratch the surface of like where that popularity comes from. So they just stick to the aesthetics. It must be because he has this like MAGA adjacent packaging.
Because he's a bro.
Yeah, it's because he's
plays
a bro.
basketball.
They don't.
He's got a dog.
Yeah, they don't realize that like, no, a big part of my popularity also comes from my honesty and stubborn attitude, where like I'm telling it like it is, you know, in the most basic terms. Like, that's precisely the reason why no matter how much funding other like Democratic Party adjacent groups might get, and how much momentum they might get, and there are examples of this out there in independent media, the David Packners and the Midas Touch of the world. Like there is a limit to how much
the establishment only wants to go to the surface level, and see how they can co-opt it and integrate it into the system they've already built to feed the same machine. With that, I watched your video the other day, a little short, and we're doing news. I was about to, because I just watched your Daily Wire Schadenfreude video where everybody's channels are dying, which I always knew that their subscriber count never matched their like popularity. People will subscribe. Well, first off, bots one. Also, people will subscribe to channels. Reactionaries will subscribe to a channel that says a mean thing about insert population here they don't like, and never watch again because it's not something they're actually motivated by. Fuck, I forgot what I was going.
Well,
but it's funny to hear.
They're falling apart partially because of the popularity, I would say, of the Trump administration. Like, there's no need for guys like that when Trump is in power, and then Trump is in power and your financial situation is not getting better. You go, okay, what the fuck is this? I thought if we just like dominate trans people enough, then we'll ultimately get financial freedom.
Remove DEI, then I'll get the job that I'm not qualified for.
And it's like that's precisely the problem. That's not happening. This happened in the first Trump administration as well. A lot of these like right-wing guys that got so much prominence leading up to the election started slowly dying out. Some of them straightforwardly were white nationalists and white supremacists. And a lot of people started moving away from that because people recognized that this kind of politics in practice was gross and it was too much for them. Like child separation as a mechanism of deterrence was like a bridge too far for many people. And so, you know, they realize that this is bullshit, that they're being served bullshit.
No, what I was trying to figure out from when I was watching the video was why are Morgan Cooper, is that her name? Something Cooper?
Brett Cooper.
Brett Cooper. Why are her and Asmongold still working? Like, what are they doing? Like, cause I do not, like, I've tried to watch, I try to keep up with shit, right, a little bit. I'm a video essayist nerd for real. That's why I'm good at my job. Yeah. Because that's all I really watch on YouTube most of the time, in between like a football podcast and something about anime or a horror story, whatever. But I'll dabble when I see things are popping off on the timeline. Okay, who's this? What's this? What's happening? And I don't know. Do I even want to start fires with certain people while I'm here? Because I've also gotten blowback from another individual that whose name I don't want to bring up, who had people emailing in my DMs a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I have nothing to do with this. Please stop. Don't give me an excuse to make a video about it. But I'm wondering, like,
I feel like I know who you're talking about.
How is, like, I've never seen Brett Cooper Brett Cooper videos. Never popped up on my timeline. Yeah. I only remember her because you mentioned her years ago.
I'll tell you what it is. Brett Cooper is like the right wing's answer deliberately to what I was doing at the time, because they're much smarter than liberals are in general. Right. They openly admit this to this as well. Like, Turning Point USA documents show, like, basically do what Hasan is doing in their fucking
but it looks so fake, though.
It is, but it doesn't matter. People still you know,
she's talented enough to carry it.
Yeah, I think she is. I think she is talented for sure. It's because she was doing what I do in the way that, like, I don't always serve you the vegetables. I give you some, you know, I give you some sweet around it as well, right? Like, I don't just talk about politics or reveal my worldview every single moment, right? But I do it in the process of like talking and reacting to silly shit, or talking about culture and lifestyle. And that's precisely what she does, where she focuses on like things that are popping in the ecosystem, like, you know,
not enough fuckable video game women in video games.
Well, that's Asmongold. So
that's Asmongold.
So Asmongold does that as well, where he is like established. He's an established prominent figure that has like all the reactionary tendencies that gamers have, and he for years and years has been doing this like anti-woke shit in gaming, right? And it was perfectly organic for him to move into the political sphere as well, in the political arena as well, and then talk about Trump from the perspective of content, and present himself as like an apolitical, unbiased guy who just seemingly always on board with Donald Trump.
Right.
So those are, notice how for both of these guys, for Brett Cooper is drama and culture, and for Asmongold is also drama and culture as well, but like mostly gamer related shit. It's not like Ben Shapiro in the way that Ben is a political commentator first and foremost, and boring and nerdy and annoying, and tries to like intellectualize the reactionary ideology. For them, they're just like you. They're a regular guy who has these opinions and thinks Trump is fucking based. There are a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of people, especially online, like Asmongold.
The online, because, you know, when I started out, it's funny, my first like super big video was about Bo Burnham, And in the middle of that video, I reject the idea of ever being a bread tuber because I had the suspicion, even though I love me some ContraPoints and, you know, all the OG bread tube, you know, founding figures. I had the looming suspicion that the bread tube audience was toxic and that the environment was toxifying. And not overly serious, right? In terms of like actual, like IRL action towards, you know, liberation, yada, yada, yada. Plus I just, you know, politics is fucking stressful. But, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. It's off the fucking plane. What I was trying to get at basically is that like, when I look at the landscape of like what our audience is versus what they do, and then what their audience is versus what they do, it feels like we're gonna be much easier in terms of just the career aspect to sustain. Like the fact that I came up under while Joe Biden was president. I don't think so. If we elect, you know, if Kwame Ture resurrects and becomes president of the United States in 2028, and we have the most Pan-Africanist, Black Power, worst nightmare of certain people, presidency of all time, I don't think I'm gonna lose momentum as a channel. You know what I'm saying? And like,
I mean, I'd probably quit because I would go and join the administration as the propaganda minister.
Yeah, we would do that for you. We'll do that for you. We got to talk about white people. Can I plug? Am I too early to plug? We got some more news to get to. What we want to do?
Whatever you want.
Can I? No, I'm gonna stick with water because I know I'm gonna eat. I'm trying to get like you. I'm trying to lose like 20, 30 pounds. That sounds horrible.
Healthy Middle Eastern chicken. It's actually delicious though.
Okay, a healthy Middle Eastern chicken. See, see that if you just said chicken.
Yeah. What did you think I was gonna get? Just like bland chicken, boiled chicken.
Boiled chicken,
no,
the best way.
No. No way.
Fucking white people. My where the camera at? Only on Nebula, talking to white people. The first Nebula original feature from FD Signifier. You were in. Which you had you had a funny conversation. I don't know if you watched it yet. Everybody, you
told me not to watch it.
Well, no, I told you not to watch the other video I put on YouTube that was about how whiteifying your presence is, because you're kind of like the son of the online left right now. And like,
I didn't even realize that was what that was about. I thought the video that you didn't want me to watch was the white people one that I was in, because you were saying that it would
ruin the point. If
you watch it, it would ruin the point.
So I made a video talking about the online left like political landscape. Because the thing that I started thinking about since the Drake video, right? So after the Drake Kendrick video, I knew I was about to hit 1 million within like 6 months to a year. I was just like, all right, the momentum has been supercharged. I knew I was gonna hit it eventually anyway, but clearly I need to start thinking about it actively because it's incoming. And what I noticed is that between first, becoming relevant and like that point, my Black audience had begun to shrink. Not in terms of like losing Black viewers, but the percentage.
More white people were coming in.
More white people were coming in. The percentage, I think YouTube specifically, like I just don't think Black people get their politics from YouTube. I know like historically, all of the people that I knew were politically inclined were Instagram and now TikTok, Twitter. The video essay as a thing to consume was not something that had crossed over. And then YouTube's algorithms, I think YouTube may have low-key like the worst overall algorithm for, definitely for Black political content. But I think in general, in terms of like building novel bubbles, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I know if I stopped using TikTok about a couple months ago because I got hacked, and I was like, all right, that's just God telling me to leave it alone. But I know if I get on TikTok, if I get on it for like 3 days straight, within that 72-hour period, I'm gonna have the algorithm I had for that whole 3-year period while I was using it. Because TikTok is so intuitive of knowing what I want and what like I really want to watch. and also what I want to be exposed to, etc. Whereas YouTube is just like, oh, you watched this video, here's 30 more videos from this specific person.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe a handful of videos that this person, other viewers that watch this person watch, which is still good. Like, it's good for me and my channel, right? Like when a video blows up, that's really good for my channel because they will be flooded with my content. But you have to put in so much effort to get YouTube to say, if you like FD, you'll probably like Lil Bill. You'll probably like Andrewism. You'll probably like these people. YouTube doesn't naturally do that. It's one of the reasons why I share so many videos on my
YouTube
page.
naturally always wants you to somehow loop back around to white supremacists.
Right, or Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
You know?
That is what it is, though. They like YouTube's algorithm is like tweaked in a way where it almost always goes back to fucking politics is almost always dominated by right-wing shit. TikTok is the only platform where it's like a 50-50 split, and that was enough for people to be like, we gotta get rid of this. We gotta get rid of it. Yeah. So in any case, let's talk about Current Affairs' latest reporting from because this kind of goes back to like liberal outlets as well. I'm not disrespecting like Brian Tyler Cohen or David Pacman or whatever. They all occupy this space, and they, I think, do a much better job than some of these other supposedly apolitical centrist or liberal content creators. But from what I understand, they Current Affairs actually found out that there was a deliberate attempt by Midas Touch and David Pacman and the Brian Tyler Cohens of the world to purposely avoid talking about Israel. Like, where under the Biden administration, they recognized that this was like not
a losing battle.
Yeah. The Midas Touch political podcast has rapidly become the most successful in the United States. This is the Wall Street Journal writes. Downloads and views of Midas Touch on platforms including YouTube, Spotify, Apple more than double over the past month to top 115 million. This is more than twice what Joe Rogan had during the same time period. Midas Touch is run by three brothers, Ben, Brett, and Jordy Meislas. Ben, a lawyer, got to start by interning for Sean Diddy Combs at Bad Boy Records before working in the office of Hillary Clinton and Representative Steve Israel.
That is a interesting set of like resume stops on your resume, but okay.
He later became, but I love Midas Touch like in a somewhat ironic way, because like I always say they do like George Bush era liberalism.
That's
like,
adorable.
I've been a defender of Midas Touch for quite a while, because like they're the ones who will make like video compilations of talking about how like the Republicans are pedophiles. Like they're hardcore sometimes.
Lovely.
So I like that. I think you need that.
You need more of that. I mean? But they're leaning into the popular, and they just took over Joe Rogan. That's only, I had never heard of them.
Yeah.
Until like I guess they overtook Joe Rogan in the last couple of months as #1 podcast in the world or the country or whatever.
Like, I'd rather have those guys also constantly battling. Like, the way I see it is, you don't have to agree with me 100% of the way. You don't even have to agree with me more than 50% of the way. But as long as you understand that Trump is a fascist and that the Democrats need to fight, I'm there with you.
We're off to a start.
Yeah, like, you don't have, as long as you're not putting the crosshairs on like people who are more to the left of you constantly and making them your enemy to try to position yourself as like the moderate, reasonable party here.
Right.
Then, you know, we're in this battle together, and that everyone plays a different role, and that's the way I see it.
Yeah,
like,
that's one of the things I've adopted as I've gotten bigger, is that like I get more criticism from the left as I've gotten bigger, and initially it hurt. You know, I get frustrated.
I never pay attention to it.
Yeah, but I started just one, platforming those people as much as possible. And then just being like, yeah, you know, unsubscribe and see how that works out for me.
Yeah.
You know, we'll work on it. So like, yeah, folks, I do think that is something that more larger creators should do, though, is like point to the people further left than them. Whereas like, I do think there's an unspoken, what's the word I want to use here? There's just a posture of everybody knows that, I don't know, quoting ideas is on the left, right? But like using those big videos to posture, just like a wink and a nod, is something that everybody who's in AKA BreadTube should be doing a little bit more. It's just a pinch more.
Yeah.
Like, do we acknowledge like the most abrasive, you know, off-putting, you know, elements of the One on the Left or One on the Left creators? Maybe not. But do you point out the fact that your position is not the end point? I think that's important, and I think more people should be doing it.
Yeah, I have a policy of usually not engaging with you know, the punching of the left. Partially because, especially if there are not that many people that are more radical than myself, I would say, in terms of being a leftist. But I'm not going to spend any amount of time talking about people like that and like criticizing them and being like, we're not in agreement.
Right, because it's not useful. Because I can't remember who I was having this conversation with. They were like, you guys need to get the freaks of your side in control. Oh, fucking. I'm almost afraid to say his name this publicly. But I feel like I feel shit if I did. PF Young. He's like he's a centrist kind of guy thing.
I don't know who PF Young is.
Oh man, I feel like I don't know if I'm doing something good for the universe right now by broadcasting his name. He's interesting. He's one of the most interesting creators I've watched recently. Jung, Young, Jung. But I did a talk with him, and he had this argument about managing the freaks on your side or something like that. And I was explaining to him that no, that's not actually a useful thing to do. Many people believe as you build if you're trying to build a political activity in the movement.
I think you brought him up before.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to him in real life. I've talked to him. He doesn't seem like some of the times when he says stuff, I'm like, all right, I'm never talking to you again. But other times I'm like, there's an interesting there, because he's reduced all of this shit to memes. And as dumb as that sounds, as I start thinking about populism right now, it actually feels like.
I mean, there's also J-Reg does that too.
J-Reg, yeah.
A lot of these guys do that.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys.
Him and J-Reg, I think. Yeah, there you go, right there.
Yeah. Or there's the conservative JJ McCullough, who's like a conservative in Canada, so he's like the most woke gay libtard by American standards. But like these guys actually have a political home within the framework of the Democratic Party, because like their defensive institutions and their centrism, their radical centrism, unironically fits perfectly within the Democratic Party, but it actually doesn't fit at all within the popular like actual voters for the Democratic Party don't fuck with that.
Right.
Because most voters for the Democratic Party are not voting positively for the Democratic Party. They're voting because there's no other alternative, and they don't want an incompetent asshole who's like a rabid fascist to become president.
They're afraid that if they don't vote for the Democratic president, that the guy that will become president will create a Gestapo to go and get. Is Gestapo the right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm doing now.
So, but these guys don't understand that. They're like, they've actually adopted the framework of the Democratic Party completely, even though there is not any real organic popular support for the actual thing that the Democratic Party represents, the actual political like third-way neoliberalism that the Democrats represent. So they just have to do memes and try to like.
Did I say it wrong? Gestapo, Kenroy swim team.
No, Gestapo is correct, or Gestapo is correct. But anyway, but the Midas Touch guys don't necessarily do that. They are like fighters, I would say. So they want the Democrats to like fight, and they are still firmly within the ranks of the Democratic Party, but they've been receiving a lot of favorable press. The Times reports that they're fast becoming power brokers in Democratic politics. Party faithful hope finally replicating the influential media ecosystem that Republicans have built over the past decade. They're described as the independent progressive media network that is reshaping progressive media landscape. They have 12 full-time employees, 30 regular contributors, Trump fixer Michael Cohen, and former Trump associate Lev Parnas. The one thing that you start recognizing is that there's a reason why they're not all there when it comes to Israel. Yeah. Because like Lev Parnas is a TikToker, or His son is a TikToker, Aaron Parnas. I shouldn't even know any of these fucking people, but like, his son is a TikToker. But again, these guys are all like,
oh, I remember that story.
They're super pro Israel. They're pro Israel and they're super pro Ukraine. They have this like unique position, so they don't talk about one of these issues that is like incredibly, one of these issues that's like incredibly important to a lot of people,
right, and unpopular.
And also, yeah, it's just they're trying to navigate this space. They're trying to navigate this space to create like popular momentum behind this this kind of politics, which I agree with, and it's, you know, it's great. I'm glad that they're doing that, but it I think comes across as inauthentic at the end of the day.
Like Kai's.
Yeah.
This is the most like nothing is wrong in the world.
Yeah, she sleeps with her belly up. It's crazy.
Her leg is up. It's like barely.
Their entire content revolves around criticizing Donald Trump and sometimes Elon Musk. As of writing, in the last 7 days out of 108 videos the Midas Touch YouTube channel put out, exactly 5 are not about Trump. 1 is about Elon Musk, 2 are about congressional Republicans, and 2 are about Bernie Sanders' Midwest speaking tour. The title scream in all caps with plentiful exclamation marks. Trump in full collapse as he quickly ruins everything. Thumbnail, falling apart Donald, 1.1 million views. They're getting a lot of fucking views.
Yeah,
now what's ironic is that
is slop though.
But the
and
thing
this is my thing with like populism. Go ahead.
David Pakman was getting a lot of views in the lead up to the election too, because he kept saying like Kamala Harris is gonna win. And then there was an exodus of subscribers that left him, and he couldn't comprehend. He was like, what the fuck's going on? Why do so many people unsubscribe from me? Because they felt burned by being misguided.
Yeah.
And I think it works in the short term where you develop a lot of momentum if you're constantly just like going, Trump is sucks, Trump is ass, or whatever. And Trump is ass, and there is need for this kind of slop for sure.
Yeah, we need the slop, but it does remind me of I think one of our first conversations where you talked about I think it was about drama, and you were like, when people kind of make the entirety of their public content presence pointing at another guy and about how bad that guy is, that only bring in certain types of people for certain types of content. And like once Trump is gone, right, they're not gonna find another Trump. Once Trump is gone, first off, as if that'll happen. Right, inshallah, indeed. But once Trump is gone, what is their podcast if they're not doing anything else to build? And this is my frustration with a lot of this shit, because like I agree with you wholeheartedly that this is a necessary, especially right now where we're essentially starting from the beginning. I said that in a video, like the left, you know, ostensibly speaking, air quotes, right? Being like left of the Democrats, we're like we're the most visible we've been probably in 50 years in terms of like the amount of cultural cachet we have after the CIA murdered and or forced everyone to leave the country. Yeah. Right, in the 70s. So like, yay. But in that 50-year period, the right really got a serious lead in terms of the culture wars, their media savvy, their manipulation of the media, like the Newt Gingrich and trucker radio. Like in the 90s, like that, I had a whole video planned about that maybe I'll get back to one day. But like the story of how Newt Gingrich built the modern Republican Party is a slow, methodical process. And so to counteract that, we do need slop, but to sustain it, we do need that slow, methodical process. We do need,
because Newt Gingrich, Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, and all of the new media had ultimately a right-wing project associated with it. It wasn't just about saying Democrats are gay and also want to abort your children. Like there was a political mobilization that the audience was directed towards, and then that agenda was completely in line with the Republican Party. It worked so well within the Republican media infrastructure and within the party structure as well. Whereas these guys are trying to recreate that by simply saying like, fuck Donald Trump or whatever, right? And of course they have to only say that because if you want to work within the Democratic Party structure,
that's got to be your first step.
That's the only thing you have, because the Democrats don't have any policies that you can associate with that we should be fighting towards, because they themselves don't actually want those policies to be implemented, because they themselves are also funded by the exact same capital interests. And that's the major issue here, is that there is the Democratic Party's base is directly at odds, and their needs are directly at odds with the Democratic Party's actual implementation of a legislative agenda, a decipherable legislative agenda. This is what I've been talking about with like the Pod Johns and everybody else. Like the notion that the Democratic Party is still going to ultimately be a status quo party is gone. You can't keep that up. You can't just like aesthetically try to make yourself more radical presenting while simultaneously you're not actually advocating to improve the working class material conditions.
And so their new strategy then now is to, well, one of the new strategies is to convince us.
Yeah, this is Aaron Parnas, like he says like Israel's not committing a genocide. The United States will stand with Israel, praying for Israel tonight. Despite what some may try to claim, the state of Israel has a right to exist and a right to defend itself against terrorism. I stand with Israel and Israel high. Like, this is an issue, right, where you are finding yourself increasingly on the margins. Like, there is no real popular mobilization. It's only like Hasbara bots and Israeli Knesset granted, like Israeli Knesset funded special interest organizations that are trying to create momentum around it, but it doesn't fucking, it's not real. Most people are either anti-Semitically against Israel, and there's a lot of those guys now as well. It's like growing in momentum, and you have the Clandis Owenses of the world that are leading that charge, the Dan Bilzerians, the Clandis Owenses, and the fucking, all these guys that are constantly, in my opinion, doing the funniest thing ever, which is to like whitewash America's hands from all of these crimes, to be like, no, it's because Jews were doing mind control, or
not because of oil interests. And
Jews are doing the like pedophilic, Mossad and Jeffrey Epstein is just like exclusively a Jewish operation. It's like, dude, you're so fucking stupid. Like,
not stupid. This shit is on purpose. Like, stupid would make it seem like it's.
No, they're American exceptionalists, and they think that like Christians, if they were to rid themselves of this like Jewish attitude, that they would become this perfect, infallible Christian nationalist nation.
Of course.
But basically, it's stupid for that reason, because like it tries to present America as like it creates this attitude of American infallibility, and it's just like removing all the crimes that our politicians have engaged with, and then immediately saying, no, it's because of the blackmail operation that like Mossad is doing on everybody. It's like, no, dude, they fucking love Israel organically, okay? It's not because of blackmail. Like, you're a fucking idiot for thinking that. But that's one aspect of the anti-Israel coalition. The other aspect is where I'm at, where I actively combat anti-Semitism, and I'm also a firm and committed anti-Zionist. And it like, at the end of the day, from Israel's perspective, I guess, from the interests of Israel, like, it doesn't matter. There is no fucking popularity for Israel. It's gone. It's over. It's done. Whether for anti-Semitic reasons or for anti-Zionist reasons, like real anti-Zionist reasons, it's done.
And this has the danger, so a Midas touch has the danger of pulling that into, because everything you just said is true for people who are paying attention to politics, or who are like the people who are normies that just don't like Trump, and actually that's the extent of their political ideology that I'm sure make up a large chunk of the Midas touch. If they were to actually learn about what's happening, that would be a big problem. And that's kind of the thing that's frustrating, maybe even scary, because I see opportunities. I don't want to say, as I see more attention being paid to our space by the Democratic Party. You touched on it a second ago. They're basically trying to co-opt the wave that we've built organically to somehow reintroduce it, like reconstruct it to support the Democratic project in whole. when in reality it's just like you're the only game in town. And I guess I'm gonna talk to you under the circumstances, but I'm not gonna not point out the things that I hate about you in the process. So as we're talking about the possibility of this populist figure, how do they exist in opposition to the Democratic Party and the powers that control that party without that organic grassroots movement to push them forward when they're going up against, like, so I would have thought that the Midas touch was way more organic before today, not knowing any better because I don't pay attention.
I mean, it's partially organic because, like, they get elevated by the Democratic Party, and they recognize that there is need for, like, anti-Trump commentary, so they fill that void, right? But ultimately, it's just not enough, and it will be left rudderless when it has to do the thing that it always does, which is defend the Democratic Party,
right,
when the Democratic Party engages in shit that is indefensible,
right.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to explain here. Like, it's gonna turn into the same thing that happened with David Pagman in the aftermath of the election, where people go, okay, well, you told us Kamala was definitely winning. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Did we order the chicken? Yeah, I'm starving.
Okay.
How long is it gonna take to get here?
It's gonna, well, I was gonna wait for this other place to open, which opens at 3 in 7 minutes, but then it'll take only half to get here, as opposed to a place where I can order from right now is gonna take like 45 minutes to an hour.
It's about the same either way.
Yeah. All right, we'll just order right now. That's fine.
No, either one is fine because it's about the same either way. So one is better than the other because I'm trying to.
Do you want grilled chicken or do you want something different?
Give me the. Is this Mediterranean?
Yeah.
Give me a grill. You got a shawarma? Is that Mediterranean or do I do a racist?
It's not
healthy. I gotta be healthy. Fuck, you're right.
I'm gonna get you what I get myself.
Yeah, okay. That sounds awful, but I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to lose weight.
I'm gonna get you one thing of chicken. Like, I eat 2. And you're gonna get 1 because
this is my
and then
problem.
I'll give you a treat on the side as well.
Shawarma's not healthy. It's like,
no, it's so fatty. Here, I'll get you.
No.
I'll get you chicken shish kebab as well.
Okay.
Which is like
a little more
still healthy, but like a little, you know. Here, I'll get that with Uber as well, so you can.
I have lost like 15 pounds. In the last. Like slowly in the last year or so, because I just started, I think the end of 2023, end of 2023, I started working out regularly for the first time, like since I had kids. And so like from I think 2023, I was probably like 310. And so I'm down to around 290 now. And you know, because I'm in my 40s, so like weight doesn't drop off like it used to. But I'm looking at myself I gained a bunch of weight going into COVID. During COVID, I gained a bunch of weight, especially doing this. This is sedentary. And then I was locked in. I used to edit all my own shit. Shout out to my editors, like I said. Shout out to Oni Simone, who's a long time chatter for you, like a long time chatter.
Yeah, I got him a bunch of for Social Listeners, I got him a bunch of streaming equipment too.
Oh, dope. Yeah, Oni's my new editor that I got after an old editor I had to let go, who is doing he's actually just sent me a video I'm gonna drop on my side channel about Shannon Sharp. Shout out to Babilla, who also edits. Shout out to Overthrow Media, who edits. Shout out to Zassman, who edits. And even shout out to Nick. Nick, you know, says still fucks you. Got love for you, Nick. Hope you're doing okay. But what the fuck was I saying before? I wanted to make sure I shouted some people out. Oh, I gained a bunch of fucking weight because I was editing my own shit, and I was doing, when I first started, I was doing 2-hour-long videos like a month. So now I'm at like one 90-minute-ish video every 2 months, and it's done. You know, the work is spread between me and at least one editor, if not like 2 or 3 sometimes. But basically, the video I first had you in, where like at the end of it, I had a panic attack and I was freaking out because I was like, I finally, you know, I'm in a position to let my wife stop working, and then I'm about to die, and she's gonna have to collect insurance off me.
You're not. You just gotta get back on track. That's it.
Well, I am on track. I'm on track in terms of like habits. Food is tough though. Like I can go 3 solid days.
That's the most important aspect of it.
I know. That's some bullshit.
You just got to set yourself up for 21 days of like consistency, and then it'll automatically trigger events in motion.
So I've done it before. Like I was down to like I was down in the 260s going into like coming out of Christmas. I was in like 269, and I was like, oh shit, it's about to happen. I'm really about to get back to like my college weight. My college weight's like 240. And I don't remember what happened, but it stopped.
Yeah. Well, it breaks. It like it's I mean, these are some cliches, but I do abide by them because like they've been very helpful for me. But the abs are made in the kitchen is actually pretty solid.
It's completely true.
You cannot outwork your diet. That's number one. And number two is that it takes 21 days to build a healthy habit, but like 2 days to break it.
That's some bullshit.
It's true though. Like you eat poorly. I see this in myself. I eat poorly for like a couple days where I just like give up, and boom, all of a sudden it's just like much harder to get back in the groove of things.
But it's easier when you've done it before though. And so like I've never been a little guy, and I love food. Like I'm a foodie. I'm from Chicago. Chicago is one of the best food cities in the country.
Yeah.
And so like it probably is like date night. Like I'm doing good. I haven't ate a carb in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I've reduced my sugar to this, and I can see I've got over the point of like there's always a withdrawal point for me. I don't know if that's something you do or other people that are healthy do, but like when I get back into my diet, I get like 48 hours and I'm normal, and then like there's a 3-day period where I'm like, do I need to call a hospital because I have this like really bad headache? I'm checking my blood pressure over and over again, and I'm like,
fine.
oh shit, my body's just purging the toxins. And so once I get past that, I'm good. But then, it's like, baby, let's go to this steakhouse. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't do that.
But that's what I want to do.
You can't do that.
And I like, see, and this is why I'm like, that I am normal still. And I don't want to stop being normal, but I also don't want to die.
No, you gotta be a little abnormal. You gotta make that abnormality your normal. All right, let's get back to this though, and then I gotta get back to the news as well.
Brian Tyler Cohen,
no
who calls himself an independent progressive political host and previously worked part-time for MSNBC, has been regularly covering news and politics on YouTube since 2018.
What is this?
But a review of his channel shows that during the 2020 election cycle, he never once featured Bernie Sanders in a video title or thumbnail, despite posting daily content and racking up millions of views. That wasn't an oversight. It was a deliberate editorial choice, one that reveals Cohen's real political priorities. According to Semaphore, Brian Tyler Cohen was also involved in launching Good Influence, originally known as Ad Advocacy, a digital consulting firm which it says creates meaningful impact for causes and campaigns through our powerful network of online messengers. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has been one of the firm's top clients, as a search of Federal Election Commission data shows that the Harris campaign spent more than $600,000 on digital consulting and licensing fees from Good Influence between July and November 2024. Good Influence's founder, Stuart Perlmutter, has publicly documented visits to the White House alongside prominent liberal influencers such as Cohen, Pacman.
Except this I think reveals the real issue here. That's Lindy Lee. Tizzy is fine. He's like an independent content creator or whatever. He's like a lib.
Yeah, I've seen
but
it before.
Lindy Lee, on the other hand, is
not familiar with her
a fucking demon. She is an anti-Bernie demon that originally popped off talking about how like the Bernie bros were harassing her or some shit, and now she is firmly within the ranks of the right. She has like completely finished her pivot to the right. She worked for Bernie and backstabbed Bernie, was like an insider that said like the Bernie bros are a massive problem or whatever. In 2020,
the Bernie bros were a problem. I'm sorry. I know this is a contention I've had.
I will never agree to that.
I witnessed.
Look at
this. I wasn't online.
Look at what she's posting now. The Bernie bros are a problem, lady. Democrats are a dangerous cult of migrant lovers. Instead of deporting criminal aliens like Abrego Garcia, Dems are calling for me to be deported because I dare to criticize them and expose their corruption. I'm a proud tax-paying and law-abiding American. I'm already home.
Wow.
keep defaming me. It's all going. It's all happening.
Yeah, that's wild shit.
But
explain dude's accent.
He's like, he has British background, but he's not. He grew up in America.
He sounds like half French.
Yeah, that's what it is. That was like a big point of contention. Everybody dunks on current affairs and Nathan online, but I mean, he's been fairly consistent throughout these
he looks
years.
like he looks like Tucker Carlson's like tether.
Like Bizarro Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, like Bizarro Tucker Carlson, but he talks like H Bomber guy, so it's like weird. But
Cindy Lee, who has since left the Democratic Party and is now fundraising for Donald Trump. One of Good Influence's other featured influencers, Kenny Walden, who goes by the name Too Raw, Too Real online, has taken his loyalty to the Democratic establishment.
Oh my God! You don't know Too Raw, Too Real? Yo, that's the GOAT.
Is that the dude
That's the K
in a good way or a bad way?
No, in a bad way. That's the K-Hive guy.
Is he the one? So is he the one that did like a dance, like when they were processing Israel, and he like did a dance walking into a like an event?
Oh no, that he does look like that. You're talking. That's racist, by the way. Wow. Oh, so all black guys look the same, FD? No, that's some random. That's a random black dude that was leaving the DNC going la la la. Can't hear you.
I always thought that was an influencer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that guy was, but no, he.
the fight with black liberals over Kamala is still ongoing at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
like I probably have 3 more.
Let me ask you this. Okay, this is my.
This is your one white question while I'm here.
This is my white question. I have this speculation that I think like the backbone of the Democratic Party infrastructure is black women. That's not a speculation. That's just the truth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think some of the most like radical, but also simultaneously some of the most like, I guess, institutionalist Democrats are also black aunties. Like they are the backbone of the Democratic Party, and also the most like the highest density consumers of like the MSNBC style liberalism. And it's not just through MSNBC, but it's through like church groups.
Got you. Yes.
And all of the infrastructure, the mobilization infrastructure the Democratic Party uses, especially in the South. And I think that the black aunties are not like organically conservative, or rather, they're already making a bargain to vote for the Democrats, knowing full well that many of these people that they're voting for are racist, you know, white guys in general, but just like marginally less racist. So if they're making that bargain already, if they're already like making that mental math, I think that they would abso-fucking-lutely be on board with like a populist, left populist movement, whether it's Bernie or AOC. And I think they do like AOC a lot. Like the black aunties do like AOC.
I don't know if AOC. I don't know. I don't know if I have AOC. There's. I mean, so I'm listening to the tea leaves and like I'm in the group chats, right? So AOC is not unpopular, but I just know there's a general animus and suspicion sometimes with the acceptable Latina figure getting a little too close to black centers of power, like by the nature of like history and just like you just said, like it is what it is. When white randoms come in to the black centers of power, it's like, yeah, we got to let you in. We don't have a choice. But AOC, AOC has basically one chance to fuck it up with black women, and it's a wrap. So I hope somebody lets her know that.
So they're suspicious.
They're not suspicious yet.
Okay.
They're suspicious as they would be to any non-black person who is asking of them. So if AOC could very easily win them over with a populist message. Yeah. She could also immediately ruin it forever.
Okay. So the speculation that I have, I think you're on board with, but is that if like the media infrastructure and the mobilization infrastructure was firmly committed to defending a left populist message, I think that the backbone of the Democratic Party, like the black aunties, would be perfectly on board with whoever that person is.
Are you up on this Target boycott situation with Pastor Jamal Bryant? So I go to my channel real quick and you can see a picture. on, did I put that on B-sides or go to my posts? I think on B-sides. So, and this is exactly what you're talking about. It doesn't surprise you that you don't know because it's very church auntie core. Go to posts. Scroll down. Some more Shador, football, Shannon Sharp.
Oh no.
Okay, go to the main channel.
Oh, did you play South of Midnight?
I'm like an hour and a half
like
in.
it?
Yeah. Well, the gameplay is not great, but its story is great. But I suck at like keeping on. Go to my main channel. That's the side channel.
Okay,
go to the
so
main
it's not
channel.
on the side channel.
It's
on
not on
the
the side channel. It's on the main
okay.
channel. Shout out to Pastor Jamal Bryant. I'm still waiting for that email to come back through. I'm trying to, cause one of my pet projects is like, okay, what you're saying is correct, and keep going.
You post a lot.
Yeah, that's part of the.
This is.
There we go, right there. That's Pastor Jamal Bryant. Now Jamal Bryant has some history, has some L's in his history. He'd be the first to admit that, I hope. But right now he is leading a Target boycott after Target got rid of their DEI stuff. And so that has gotten him, he's calling it a new civil rights movement. That's gotten him looks on, he was just on the Breakfast Club like a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I don't know, I don't know the veracity of how much Target's been affected explicitly by the boycott, but what it is doing, what has me interested, is it's a mobilized, like, grassroots movement, at least as far as I can tell. Like, this was a Tuesday night at a church that wasn't even his. And like, I'm of the same mind of you, which is damn the Democrats, the American left, historically, the seat of power has been black people, right? It's the people who are closest to the problem that are more interested in solving it. So there's like a value in getting, if like, even just the black church with all its warts and problems, the black church was the civil rights movement, like, home for a reason.
Yeah.
And so like, there is definitely a value in like getting, black folks are not beholden to the Democratic Party. They're not beholden to, classical liberalism. The black folks have constantly, even in the socially conservative, even with social conservatism being more popular among black people, all polling about actual socialist policies has been more popular with black people than any other group in the country. So all it would take is the right messaging and the proper responses to get people moving. The problem is, it's multiple problems. One problem is the liberal, black excellence, black capitalist wing of this same coalition is very, so like these same aunties, right? Their granddaughters do not fuck with them. And there is an overt, like when Kamala lost, TikTok blew up in so many ways between black liberals who were like, we're gonna go to Starbucks now, and black leftists who were like, you all are spineless and full of shit and we'll never forgive you for this.
Yeah.
And like, there's there's mending that will happen, especially around, in black community. But you're not wrong in saying that if this happens, like if someone comes to them with the right messaging and, gets there first and gets there with the appropriate, what's the word I want to use here? Come there with the appropriate messaging, but also like, here's the deal, right? This is our actual plan. This is what we are going to offer you that we can assure to deliver on, versus, do you want Trump to be president again? You know what I'm saying? Or do you want insert whoever runs then to be president?
I mean, if they see success with this mobilization and then they
he's starting a nationwide tour.
Yeah, and then they move on to more tangible targets or actual political mobilization instead of like a consumer boycott against DEI initiatives, which I think is like, it was aesthetic to begin with. Like, these companies are pro DEI.
Trust me, you don't have this. That's one of the reasons why I want to meet with Jamal Bryant. And so the event I went to actually had Nina Turner there. And so Nina Turner is bringing up workers' rights and like things that are like, okay, like I was there like halfway, like, all right, there's people here. There's mobilized black people. And I love, shout out to, Black Man Bill, shout out to all African People's Party, these different folks I've associated with. in the last couple of years as I'm trying to, like, one, update my political understanding, and two, like, be somewhat more involved than I had been in years past. But there were 1,000 people there on a Tuesday night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And with 2 days notice. And that's nothing to, like, poo-poo, even if their politics are iffy at best.
No, I think that they're capturing, like, it's the same reason as to why 36,000 people show up to a Bernie rally.
Right.
Because, like, there's a lot of resentment towards this administration, and people are looking for leaders.
Yes.
Like, because this is the number one question I get from people is, like, what do we do? What is to be done in this moment? And the reality of the matter is, like, there's not a lot of people in positions of power that are directionally speaking to all of the issues that are happening. And I think even Bernie and AOC kind of fall short on this as well. Like, it's great that they're mobilizing people. It's great that they're getting people together.
Right.
And they're saying the right things.
But what do?
But they're not actually, exactly. They're not actually moving them into they're not moving them in the direction of political, like, policy agendas, or mobilizing them and organizing them in a direction where they, like, actually stop some of the things or undermine some of the Trump agenda, right? This is why I keep saying, like, it's great that AOC and Bernie are holding these rallies, but they should be also standing outside of the Jenna facility in Louisiana to demand the immediate return of Mahmoud Khalil, because that's, like, that is, I think, where you can see a lot of results. And there's an analog here. There is a result that Chris Van Hollen achieved. He went down to El Salvador. I celebrated that decision. He put his direct body as a white man, as a American senator,
right?
And he went down to El Salvador, and he was able to get proof of life for
his family.
Yeah, for Kilmar Vega Garcia, for his own constituents.
And that felt like somewhat of a turning point in that story in terms of, like, where people were sticking their flag on their opinions. I have to stand up. My ass is starting. How do you do this for hours at a day?
You can swap out to that chair. It's a little bit more comfortable.
Oh.
Better chair.
I was on live. Actually,
yeah, Unc is stretching. He needs to stretch a little bit. While you're doing that, I'm actually going to go back. Instead of this article, I'm going to go back to the Trump admin deporting U.S. citizens. And then I'm going to talk about this idea that I've had that we are seeing implemented right now by pure happenstance. It's, through luck as well, but let's continue with the story.
White House reporters was asked about this before President Trump took office, in which he said that there wouldn't be family separation, rather the families would be removed together. Now, I did also ask about the number of deportations so far under this administration. He said there were 139,000. Now, that is slightly less than the Biden administration at the same time last year, but the difference being that there are far less border crossings, therefore less easy repatriations. Rather, the administration still moving forward and moving forward quickly when it comes to deportations of those who are arrested in the interior of the United States. Wolf.
All right, Priscilla, thank you. Priscilla Alvarez reporting for us. Appreciate it.
Over the weekend, ICE announced that the agency arrested nearly 800 people over 4 days with the help of state law enforcement officials in Florida. They're describing it as a, quote, massive multi-agency immigration enforcement crackdown. Joining us now, Executive Director of the Florida Immigrant Coalition, Tessa. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what have you learned about these arrests that happened? Almost 1,000 people arrested over 4 days.
What we've learned from family members is that a lot of people who've been arrested are in limbo in our immigration system because the immigration system has a lot of flaws.
I'm not touching the MAGA hat.
Some folks have temporary status. And we've seen the data given by ICE.
Which one of these swords
that
is
maybe 300
the guy
out
from
of the
One
800
Piece
were actually
Hassan
had
dressed up as?
a final
My
order
son
of
loves that guy.
deportation.
I don't remember it.
So, which means that most likely
No, not the
two-thirds
mo-
of the folks who were arrested are people who are in some form of process and are certainly not criminals.
So you're saying about, most of the people that were arrested, because you said about 300 had actual deportation orders and, would be deported at some point in time, some of them going through the system. What can they do at this point? Once you're deported, it's over, correct?
Once people are deported, it's practically over. The system does provide legal avenues for folks if they can prove that they were wrongly deported.
So there was
to
something at the
return
beginning of
into
the
the
story.
United
They
States.
put numbers up. It was like March 2024, 100,000 encounters. March 2025, 11,000.
Yeah.
And I was trying to make sense of what that number was trying to get at. Are they saying there's less encounters at the border right now?
Yeah, part of that is I think because of the
Are people just not coming because they're afraid?
The deterrence measures do actually work. Part of that is because they've moved a lot of CBP to doing interior removals. But the other part of that is also, from what I understand, specifically because like people do worry about state terror. They've also stopped the applications process, so people know that like they can't even apply for asylum after crossing the border. So they're worried about being sent to a concentration camp. That is a real way to stop border crossings in general. So I think that's part of it for sure.
Gotcha.
So yeah, border apprehensions are significantly lower than they were at the in the Biden administration because people are just not coming in. That's what it is.
Do you have the random moments where somebody's comment? Oh, yeah, of course you do. Stun locked. That was your term, wasn't that a term that was created by you?
Also, I think you still have your phone audio is on. Check your phone.
No.
Where am I hearing? I'm hearing music.
I'm a bad this West Side. Shout out to West Side Gun.
Oh, you heard West Side Gun playing?
That Lou song. Shout out to the company, man. I saw that this morning. My bad.
No, it's all good. Hassan hearing voices? No, I'm not hearing voices. I got.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not there
right
yet.
now.
That is at a time when there was due process in our immigration system. We're hoping that a lot of the people who were arrested are actually given due process before they are deported.
Is there any indication that there are U.S. citizens potentially that have been grabbed up in this group of people? Because we have now seen that there were children that were deported and that there was a man who was in the country legally that was accidentally deported, according to the administration itself, and there was a battle over that in court. What do you know about the sort of legal status of some of these individuals?
Right now, we don't have any information about the legal status of these individuals. We've seen how ICE have made multiple errors because they are rushing through a process that actually, if done properly, would not treat people in such an inhumane way. We hope that they're not only not undocumented, not U.S. citizens in those that were picked up, but we also hope that everyone who was actually detained is given a chance to have access to a lawyer and to prove their right to be in this country.
It's like even as
I'm curious to get your take on hearing from the president.
I want to hear this part.
when it comes to accidentally sending someone, deporting someone, or the fact that children who are U.S. citizens were deported, one of them having stage 4 cancer. His response to The Atlantic in an interview that he has just done and that has just been published was, well, sometimes mistakes are made. What is your response to that?
I am from Haiti. I can tell you one thing. Once you start making it okay for one life to not matter, it quickly becomes everybody's habit for every life to stop having any form of value. I would warn America not to fall into that trap of being inhumane or dividing people based on their country of origin to decide whether or not they are worth a fight.
Yeah, so
Thank
she,
you so
I mean,
much.
that was decent. Shout out to Haiti. I saw the flags in the chat. Because one of the things that's frustrating me, because I made a video early on after he won, basically saying, look, I'm not gonna make that many Trump videos. If I make a Trump video from here on out, it's because I need the coins, right? Because it's a slow month. And the reason for that is, and the thing that, so the reason for that, what sometimes frustrates me about this, but also I think people are frustrated by, is that they're still behaving civilly around this shit. And like, I understand the necessity. Well, no, at this point, I kind of don't understand the necessity of civility. You know what I'm saying? Like when I see, when you see Barack Obama sitting next to Trump and George W. Bush at somebody's funeral a month or two ago, and it was like a week after you were telling the country that these are fascist oligarchs trying to take over the world. Like, I saw there was a video the day of a picture I saw today of like the black CNN anchor sister, I don't remember her name, and
Abby Phillips,
and then some like white, I'm assuming Fox News pundit. I didn't recognize them, but I could tell from the response in the caption.
I think you were you're referring to the clip that went viral a couple days ago, or even yesterday. I think is that from when the clip was, or from a while ago?
I can't. No, this happened. I just saw it today, so it may have happened yesterday.
Yeah, it's either Kevin O'Leary or Scott Jennings. Kevin, was he bald?
No, silver-haired white guy.
Oh, Scott Jennings. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But it's like it's the veneer of civility that the people in this side of the media atmosphere still have, that I actually think is losing for them. It really goes back to your point earlier about yes, it was that right there. This picture right here. Dogs and cats living together, masses. I didn't read that caption.
I hate Scott Jennings, and Abby Phillips like sometimes will cook Scott Jennings, but this is a byproduct. This is precisely why I hate the White House Correspondents' Dinner. When I was at the Young Turks, I attended because like TYT was doing events around it.
Right.
And I remember thinking like, this is the most evil place on the planet. Like there's just so much evil here. And I felt like it was DC for ugly people. I mean, DC's Hollywood for ugly people, because every single one of these people, like they fight with one another on camera, but like behind closed doors, they're grabbing beers. Like I remember it was in the first Trump term when I went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, like events, right? And I remember going to an event and the entire room lit up when I think it was like Sean Spicer that walked into the room, and all these like liberal commentators were excited to get photos with him because he's famous. And it's like, what do you mean?
It's like
this is a person, this is a bad person. Like he's a liar for this bad administration. And you guys are all stoked to see him.
Have you seen the Boondocks skit where Ann Coulter and stand-in for Al Sharpton are having a conversation behind the scenes? No,
I love Boondocks, but I don't remember that.
It was what was Al Sharpton's fake character name on the Boondocks? Somebody in the chat is gonna tell me. Rollo something. Ann Coulter. If you do Ann Coulter Boondocks, it's basically like the Boondocks hasn't aged as well as I think some people think.
You don't really? Why do you say that?
It's mostly around race politics. The Boondocks.
I don't care. I don't care. Is that old?
Now there she is.
Don't give me that baby listen shit, motherfucker. You think I'm stupid? I know you fucking that bitch, okay? I know you are. I mean, I don't play that shit. And don't play that shit. Rallo, hey, baby.
Hey.
Come here, give me some of that sugar,
This is that
daddy.
moment.
Back there, you go. And how you doing, Abdul?
Damn, Abdul, can you let a bitch work? Shit, one of us has to. It ain't like yo ass is going to get a job.
And this is also
You know I had to bail this motherfucker.
This is also the race politics not aging well.
Wait, what do you mean? No, I disagree.
No. That's not nothing to do with you. Did not do with you. You didn't do anything. You can still good.
Ann Coulter, I think she used to date
a black guy. Yeah,
she used to date a black
Might have
guy,
been
but
married
like
to
it's
one.
a white supremacist. That's what they're.
Yeah, but it's also so that like stuff like that right here. This is what probably 2004.
Yeah.
Is when this comes out, and they're making fun of a thing that literally went viral yesterday, which is so bravo on that end. But also shout out to my boy John Lewis. John Lewis did a video about it like last month. In that the Boondocks is Aaron McGrew. So we'll circle back a little bit. We're talking about the aunties, right? We're talking about Obama.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's a whole era of Gen X black. So oh man, all right. Let me start from the beginning. So back during slavery. No, I'm not gonna go that far back.
Okay.
So, after the Civil Rights Movement, the Warren Court era, there's a whole like, what's the word? Like a class, what's the word? Like a whole like group of people at once, not genre, cohort. There's a whole cohort of black folks that are right in position to take advantage of the sudden swinging open of opportunities in America during that Warren Court era, where they were highly talented, highly educated, highly motivated, etc. And they said, all right, they just took down, they gave us what we wanted. So we got to get in there. We're going to get the brass swing, America, whatever. And so that cohort are the parents of Gen Xers and old millennials, right? Those are like boomer era folks that shaped black culture for the last essentially 40 years, right? So like I was brought up, and this is a point I come to in a lot of videos. Du Bois has a speech about the talented 10. And that Du Bois speech was one I heard in some form or fashion numerous times growing up, from a kid to even in college. The college I went to, Clark County University, was founded by Du Bois. So he's the founder. So they should know him through and through. And I will always hear this talented 10 story. The talented 10 story is basically saying, we need 10% of all the black people to go out there and achieve and do good, and essentially trickle down economics. We will get freedom and liberation. Now, what everybody always leaves out is that Du Bois rejected that later in life. He wrote an essay called The Guiding 100, because he said, you black bougie Negroes are losing your fucking minds, and you're not doing anything to actually address the problem. Yeah. You were race conscious, not class conscious, right? But the rhetoric is already stuck in. Shout out to Black Power Media, my mentor, Dr. Jared Ball. It was Nixon who said we need to replace black power with black business and black economics. Black entrepreneurship, I think, is the actual term he used. And that shit has worked. That has worked deeply on so many levels. And so that generation, that cohort of black folks who had access to liberal schools and, art and media, et cetera, they were also at the forefront of saying, well, hip hop is too violent. And, black people need to pull their pants up, respectability politics. Bill Cosby's Bill Cosby in the middle of and show you how insidious it is. When Bill Cosby was first getting investigated, when people were first starting to talk about accusations around him, he went on a speaking tour where he went to colleges and universities and started just saying the real problem with the black community is other black people. He sounded just like Candace Owens. Yeah. And so I say all that to say, Magruder is a product of that generation. Magruder is a product of that ideology, and I always hold space because, in a lot of ways, he's not that bad, But if you know the language and you go back, like trust me, you get some of the peers I've been helping the platform to go back and watch. Even if it's a scene like this is playing into a lot of not so nice stereotypes around the type of black man to be with an ant culture.
Yeah, I mean, Riley is like the perfect.
No, Riley was good. It's not Riley. Like Riley is still, Riley's still good because he crosses the line twice. But
I always thought he was a leftist. Like I always assumed that he was.
You're talking about Huey.
No. I'm talking about Magruder.
Oh, no, Magruder is a leftist. He is a leftist, but like you know firsthand, leftists don't always have the best race politics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he's black.
But black people don't always have the best race politics.
For me, I always thought maybe it's because like, again, I grew up in a country where there's no black people or very little number of black people. And for me, it was like, Boondocks was my way of like developing an understanding of black culture and black representation in America,
and it still is. So
it was definitely better.
We're
than
talking
like
about
else.
We're talking about clothes. Oh yeah, way better than it was. It was like I said. This is 2004, seeing into the future, but it does betray. This is not like this is close reading stuff. This is stuff you had to kind of catch on the back end. It's. People like Magruder, folks like a Killer Mike, right? So Killer Mike is, I believe, good overall, but Killer Mike also has a. You kind of get what's I'm getting at.
I know what you're talking about. The first episode of his Netflix series literally was like, black capitalism is going to save us.
Exactly.
And it was like the antithesis to.
Kill your
solution. That and also the solution to the solution for black liberation doesn't come from black capitalism. It comes from socialism.
Right.
It's like the exact opposite take of Killer Mike.
Right. Exactly. And that's kind of the thing there. It's like going back to this auntie question, the divide, like the difference, the space between I think white liberals and like white leftists is much further apart than black liberals and black leftists, because all of us are coming out of the same like overall environments, but there's so many elements of class politics that are under-examined that like we can call y'all on y'all shit, but you can't. Like if I came up here and did a black capitalism, remember when Noah Sampson went after, what's the girl's name? She was from British like shill grifter.
I don't know the exact details, but like she was like trying to be like
British Candace Owens, right?
Candace Owens, yeah.
So when he went after her, I pulled Noah aside. So you're not wrong, but no, don't do that, right? And he's known that from jump, like since then.
Yeah.
And so what that does though is it puts certain folks like a Magruder in a difficult, unique, and eventually sometimes dysfunctional position, where they're speaking on black topics at a scale much bigger than any other black person with a voice can. And they have the opportunity to shape the way people see the world that will only see it through their vision. And if they're got some respectability politics they haven't worked out on their own, shit like this pops up. You know what I'm saying? So
I get a lot of I catch a lot of flack even for Candace Owens, like ripping into her.
Yeah, well, Candace, I think we've kind of we just let y'all ride on a lot of Candace's shit, especially now.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like in the beginning, when she was popping off, and she would do like a lot of like very obviously white supremacist rhetoric.
Yeah, white supremacist rhetoric out of a black mouth with the right aesthetics. You can get what? Are you familiar with Charleston White?
Yeah, of course.
Him and Charleston White and Candace Owens have the same politics. Charleston White might be a product of one of these right-wing think tanks. I know he has a explicit right-wing background. I don't know.
He does collaborate quite a bit with Aiden Ross, so
right. No,
that wouldn't surprise me.
He was like literally they got him out of jail. Like literally a Republican senator in Texas got him out of jail, and he's been bought by them ever since. People don't know that about Charleston, but that's just the truth. You go look his background up. They started him out doing like anti-gang stuff.
Yeah.
And eventually promoted him to public anti-black talking head. But Charleston White has a huge black fan base.
Yeah.
You know, his family, he don't have any, like Candace Owens only is around white people, which is why like I'm more worried about Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? I'm more worried about Killer Mike. I'm more worried about Aaron Magruder, which is why, and it's because it's harder for you to kind of see.
Killer Mike and Charleston White are on entirely different like levels, though. Killer Mike is like presenting, coming from somewhat of a radical background, presenting like a liberal capitalist attitude for black emancipation, which is still wrong, but then Charleston White is like reactionary as fuck to
nonsense.
the core.
Yeah. I'm thankful. I shouldn't even bring him up because he's finally kind of like lost his steam. I don't know. Maybe it's another post-Trump refractory period.
Yeah.
Is that a fair thing to call it? Back to the news. My bad.
But yeah, there's a lot. You're right about that. There are a lot.
Go watch.
There's also like aesthetic, like very niche movements as well. You have, I didn't even realize like ADOS is now duking it out with a new version. FBA.
They've been doing that. That happened almost at the very beginning of that shit.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why my North Star is Dr. Umar, who is an infallible figure who has never had wrong opinions.
Did you not hear about the drama with his 2 daughters that he sees? No. No. I got to do a calculation.
Okay, you're doing
of how much black business. Right. I'm like, how much black business am I gonna get into on Hasan's channel?
Crazy.
You're gonna have to go find a black channel to get that tea from, chat. But what I do want you to do is
there's also the speaking of black tea channels.
I want to give shout out to John Lewis, his video on the Boondocks, but also Storyteller, who's British and a huge Boondocks fan.
Yeah.
Did kind of response to it that I think is a good connection in terms of critique of things that John Lewis may have missed.
Storyteller hates me. I still remember there was
I don't think Storyteller hates you, but I haven't talked
there
to
was
him
a point. There was a point a very long time ago where he was like calling me a grifter or something. I forget what it was, but I think that was. I still remember it because I was like, I love Boondocks, and he also
he started as a Boondocks creator. Yeah,
I forget what it was. It might have been during like React Gate or something. Anyway, I forget.
But also, everybody hates you though.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that
I should just assume.
Yeah, who doesn't hate you at this point? It was over your house. Oh yeah, he was. What was it? I think he was like, this guy's a fucking grifter because he has a house. It was like one of those things.
I'm gonna message him on the back end, see if he's softened.
Yeah.
But if he hasn't, that's fine too. I only know a handful of people whose opinions I respect that hate you as much as everybody else does.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's a good sign. A good sign.
Mention Christian Walker. What do you mean? Was it over Christian Walker? It could have been. I think it was.
What happened to him? Where is he at?
He's woke now. Not really, but like his resentment towards the Republican Party came to like this boiling point because of how much he hates his dad.
Yeah,
for good reasons,
obviously.
And then that turned into like almost hating his dad for the right reasons, and even hating on his dad for political reasons.
Right.
You know?
What do we do with the anti? Because like I've seen, especially with black folks, there's a creator. I don't remember his name, but he popped up for me a couple of times, and he's a anti-SJW black guy, which is already it's hard for me to look at you straight like as a normal person if you were a black anti-SJW person, but he was, and now he's a centrist liberal.
Who is this person?
I don't remember his name, but
he's British. You said?
No, he's black. He's black. Somebody in the
you
chat.
Need to be British and black.
Well,
he said no.
He's American.
Nah, he's black.
Sorry, storyteller. Sorry, the storyteller.
Sean the Black says Rashad Crenshaw.
Rashad Crenshaw. Yeah. I don't watch him a lot because he's not my type of content. Oh shit, is that the house? Is that the back of the house? Because that's not the front of the house. I can tell you.
This literally wasn't about you. I think it was literally during the Housegate saga. I don't know why he.
That's the one flaw is especially it's not React Gate. It's just reacting. But go to Rashad Crenshaw. See if this is the guy I'm thinking of.
Is this the guy?
Yeah. That's him.
I have no idea who this person is.
He just popped up. He popped up for me like, I don't know, this time last year.
This is what I usually do. When I find a new channel, I go, let's see what he said.
Hassan Piker.
Let's see what he
endorses
said.
another terror.
Hasan Piker endorses another terror group. Twitch, the new home of terrorism. Hasan Piker trying to derail Kamala Harris. Hasan Piker defends Houthi terror attacks. Streamer calls for Destiny to be killed for calling Hasan Piker the N-word. Ethan Klein calls out Hasan's community for being insane. I had no idea who this person was until this very moment. You brought him up. I looked him up, and I Googled my name, and
you really are an industrial complex.
Instantly, because these are, I mean, look at his other videos versus this one. You know what I mean?
The one I saw was like his, like, you know, because another,
yeah, look,
like
his
another
videos get 100 views or 5,000 views, but when he puts my name in the title and shits on me,
he
he
has
has like
a
20K.
How I Escaped the Alt-Right Pipeline video.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one I saw, and it wasn't.
It's like he didn't escape it. You know what I mean?
I mean, there was a lot of R slurs in the video.
Yeah, some of these guys will be like, "Oh, I escaped the alt-right pipeline, and now I'm in the alt-centrist pipeline." I guess, like, which is it's so funny though, because there's no home for this kind of politics. Like, there's no organic.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. What do we do with Christian walkers? What do we do with the Christian walkers? And give me, are there any other people? Is this even a thing, or am I making this up? Are there any, Chad, are there any anti-SJWs that have started a halfway left-wing pivot? You know?
No, nobody
does that. Nobody grifts to the left. There's
well,
no money.
I mean, I guess like
we're fucking broke.
Why would you grift to the left? The left is like fucking annoying first and foremost. Like they're hypercritical of everyone, including, like, look at the Storyteller saga. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Red Scare.
And basically there's no, if your ambitions are to you know, speak truth to power or whatever, like, you're not, or sorry, if your ambitions are to grift, if your ambitions are to make money and to generate income, steady income and revenue, you're not going to go after a leftist audience, because there is no robust leftist audience that's like, I'm a card-carrying socialist in the Western world with a little bit of like disposable income so I can fucking, you know, spend money and consume shit. Like, it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
That's why they always point to me when they're like, who's the leftist grifter? Hasan. And
It's got to be Hasan. Well, you know, so like.
Yeah, iDubbbz is a great example of how it doesn't work. Exactly. Look at iDubbbz. When he was saying the N-word, he was popping off. And then when he apologized for saying the N-word, everyone was like, you're a pussy. We hate you.
I find iDubbbz. So iDubbbz actually is exactly who I'm talking about. That's probably who I was thinking about and didn't realize it. Because he really went with this guy.
Some black guy?
Oh, I remember him. He's brought me up a couple times, but I don't.
I don't know who this guy is.
He's some black. He's some black guy. That was the name. This is why I can't fuck with black anti-SJW people.
Wait, he seems positive. Look, he says Elon Musk gets beat the fuck out by Hasan and AC Shadows.
He's from the OG anti-SJW community though. Like
wait, maybe he's made a pivot. Maybe
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Him, who's the original? The OG is Amazing Atheist. So him, Amazing Atheist. And a couple of other. Spoon on Head. There's another example. Kind of.
Shoe on Head.
Whatever her name is.
I don't know either. I consumed like 30 total seconds of her content, I think.
I mean, she. You know, I've paid attention a little bit because she's ostensibly making video essays. Yeah, some black guy was. I mean, I never watched any of these people for real. I've only heard about them through the deep lore of understanding the space. But I know a lot of them, you know, they didn't start out as like when the anti-SJW said, okay, but now we're Nazis now. A few of them were like, I don't know. I think I just hate women. Yeah, and Muslims.
No, they're always looking for a new place there where there's like some semblance of like permissible bigotry.
Right.
That's what it is, and that's why some of them take the Islamophobic pivot, because like there's always, you can tap that well.
Right.
That runs deep, right? For I think Abba and Preach, they went for the transphobia angle as well. They sometimes like manage their positions real well in terms of like. They go after like the fresh and fits of the world, but then also at the same time they're like, you know, I'm gonna spend a lot of money on and a lot of investment, a lot of time commitment to like the 12 trans athletes that have ever fucking partook in sports.
I'll give them credit, even though me and I don't fuck with Abba at all because of his Destiny dick riding.
But he actually dropped them, right?
Now after he's a sex pest, he dropped them. Like he doesn't get credit for that in my book.
Yeah. Well, I think
well, I guess it could be worse.
The depraved nature of online content, I will give credit to someone for being like, okay, you were doing revenge porn on like all of your partners that you called orbiters. Like that's fine. I think weirdly enough, like there's a shit ton of people who still support him.
I am forgetting that.
It's freaky as fuck out here.
But
also, the food is here.
Dope. What was I talking about? Oh, but Abba and Preach, they did do, because after I called them out in one of my Manosphere videos, I noticed that a lot of those anti-trans videos were gone. And then it feels like they've slowed that down a bit since then, but I haven't paid as much attention to their content. I think they're just kind of doing general pop culture. Look at this weird person. Usually it's a woman. All right, this is the real.
So it's interesting because like I said, they managed that position. Like they didn't dive so far into the fucking like, because that pivot. If you go far right, you're gonna eventually start talking about Jews.
Yeah,
and that's precisely what happened with Fresh and Fit, Fed and Fat, where they started doing that.
I got invited. Shout out to Sissy for some responding to your email because I got invited to the same thing. They got invited to Oxford to talk at some type of thing in Oxford. I got invited to, and I is it Oxford in England?
Yes,
I got invited to. I didn't know they were coming, but I denied it just because I didn't want to go back to England because I had I got an email from them like 2 days after getting back to the States, and I was like, I'm not getting on another 12-hour plane. Is this the thing?
Wait, where's the shish kebab?
Uber fuck us up.
Oh damn! Instead of shish kebab, they just gave you grilled chicken instead. No shish kebab.
That's fine.
So you have 2 plates of grilled chicken.
All right, this looks good.
It is good. You'll like it.
This smells good.
Yeah, I promise you, it's good.
This is not, and this is why this does not look or smell like white people food, Hasan, which is why you will always be a brown. Do we call Middle Eastern people brown too? Are you guys just with?
It depends. Like, I mean, you know my take on this. I say I'm white. I look white. I feel like me saying like I'm.
You
POC,
are very white.
I can't. Yeah, when I try to dance, you can really tell.
I mentioned Westside Gun earlier in the chat.
No, I know Westside Gun.
The chat was like, somebody said Hasan is so far from Westside Gun.
There's an aircraft carrier between. Yes. Yeah. That chatter doesn't know that I do fuck with Westside Gun.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, you like it? Look at
this. This is Mediterranean food, though. So
look at this. Look at this freaky shit that I do, where I weigh my chicken to see if I'm getting the proper protein intake.
Yeah, see, that's where you lose me.
I do it because like I want to make sure that I'm getting enough protein. That's why I ordered 2 of these.
What is this exactly?
That is a very spicy pepper.
Oh no, I don't need that.
You don't fuck with spice?
I don't fuck with I fuck with spice. I don't fuck with spicy, because I really heartburn.
Oh yeah.
And I just have the mouth of a child.
Give it to me. I'll eat it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll that back.
Yeah, just dump it in there.
I can't eat without watching TV. I'm an American, so what we got?
You can't eat while you're watching TV.
Without watching TV.
Oh yeah, that's how I roll. This is my favorite thing.
I'm American. I'm a child of the 80s. So.
Yeah, I'll cover the Canadian elections as well. Please, Canadians, stop fucking chirping.
Yeah, let's go to Canada. That's my future home. Let's see what they're up to.
Yeah, their situation's not great either. They got a fucking banker that's probably going to win the election in the best possible scenario.
That's the best possible scenario.
Yeah, that's the best possible scenario for Canada is a fucking banker. Great. Worst possible scenario is a Trump dick rider that wins with all the animosity against Trump, which would mean that like all these dudes actually do love the you know, Trump wants to make America fucking Canada America initiative. All right, but
the results of our new
we got Trump's lowest approval rating in any president in the past 80 years here. And this is something that I've been talking about, that I've been trying to explain. But a big part of this, especially even on the immigration side, where Trump is finally reaching disapproval for the first time ever, like a net disapproval on immigration, which is supposed to be his strongest, you know, his strongest aspect of his campaign. The reason why is because finally the Democrats have made a big fuss about it, and the media started covering it. And eventually, once the media started covering it, people were like, oh my God, I had no idea. This shit is depraved. This shit is fucked up. And that's precisely what I said would happen. And that's precisely what I was. Those aren't spicy.
Yeah, it's just a tomato.
Oh, you don't fuck with tomatoes. Okay.
Heartburn.
Tomatoes give you heartburn?
Yeah, red sauce gives you heartburn.
Damn.
Not yet, but give it some time. Keep sitting here in this chair.
I mean, yeah.
40 hours
I
a
hope
week.
not. Every single thing, he has fucked up basically every single goddamn thing. From immigration to foreign policy to trade to lowering costs of goods, all this stuff. And, you know, some Democrats have at least like pushed the needle, pushed the conversation in an appropriate way. And therefore, media is covering it. And therefore, lo and behold, his approval ratings are going down on that front, too. And I'm glad that they've done that.
New poll on President Trump. As we approach the 100-day mark, he has the lowest approval rating of any president in the past 80 years. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, our new polling shows that the president is facing real challenges as he hits the 100-day mark with historically low standing for a president at this early point, even on the issues that helped propel him back here to the White House. This morning, as President Trump approaches his 100th day back in office, new warning signs about how Americans are viewing his work so far. Just 39% approving of how he's handling the job, according to our new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. That's the lowest 100-day approval rating of any president in the past 80 years.
Fake polls.
On the economy, Trump promised to lower costs and boost growth, a message that was key to his victory.
I will instruct my cabinet that I expect results within the first 100 days or much sooner than that.
Now, 53% say the economy has gotten worse since Trump took office, with 72% saying it's very or somewhat likely his economic policies will cause a recession. Fears fueled by the president's trade war. The backlash now felt across the country at explosive town halls. Overnight in West Nyack, New York, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler getting an earful.
This was awesome.
And when you look at, for instance, Europe has price controls on U.S. prescription drugs.
Blah, blah, blah.
The president is eager to prove his trade policies are paying off, telling Time magazine he's already made 200 deals, despite there only being 195 countries in the world, though he wouldn't say what they were or which countries are involved. Our Martha Raddatz pressing the Treasury Secretary.
Is there actually any deal at this point?
I believe that he is referring to sub-deals within the negotiations we're doing. And Martha, if there are 180...
But those aren't actual deals.
Martha, if there are 180 countries, there are 18 important trading partners. Let's put China to the side because that's a special negotiation. There's 17 important trading partners, and we have a process in place over the next 90 days to negotiate with them.
Trump says he will not roll back his staggering 145% tariff on all Chinese products entering the U.S. without substantial concessions, though he claims the U.S. and China are talking. But Beijing says that's not the case, that the two countries are not currently negotiating over tariffs. And our polling shows Americans have concerns.
Are you China pilled like I am?
Low-key. So here are my expat country list. Number one is Canada, just because it's the easiest, most familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Number two is Ghana, because black people, and they want us to come. But I also know people that are there, have been there, they're like, it's cool, but You know, it's still, and like not too far, coming up like fast all of a sudden is China. Shout out to IShowSpeed.
Yup.
For putting China on the map.
Remember I told you I like them.
Yeah, and I remember being like, but I made a video in support of him a little while ago too because I realized what he was doing. There's still some problems there, you know, but like I'm not gonna be Aaron Magruder. You feel me? Where people can come back and look at me being a little too hard on essentially kids, acting in ways that kids tend to act.
Yeah.
You know, he could be much, much worse.
Oh yeah.
And I've seen that. So
no, the environment that he literally grew up in, he could have been a psychopath, dude. And he has a bunch of like really fucked up things that he did when he was like 16.
I've seen him.
But like considering where he's at now, it's amazing. He's incredible.
Yeah. And it's funny because like he literally in a different timeline got drafted this weekend in the NFL.
Oh
it's
yeah.
so absurd. He's like an elite world-class athlete for no reason.
Absolutely. He's insane, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Concerns that extend far beyond the economy. When it comes to the courts and key rulings on cases like immigration, 65% say the administration is trying to avoid complying with federal court orders. 62% saying they don't think the president's administration respects the rule of law. Despite all this, Trump still has an edge over Democrats.
Are asking what your criticisms of IShowSpeed are like in like, you know, current IShowSpeed, and I assume his Unc doesn't like speed barking at babies, probably.
The barking actually doesn't bother me much. Speed still does this gag where people do racist things for him and he acts surprised.
Oh, yeah.
And that just annoys me.
That's yeah.
Like the first couple times
I
it
feel
was
like
funny.
he's gotten better at that too, though.
No, he did it like 10 times in China.
No, but I'm saying that like back in the day he would lean into it. In comparison to what he does now, where he's like, at least like.
Now you could interpret it. Now you could interpret it as him confronting it in some fashion or making it. Because like the thing that I often forget is that like 85% of white people don't realize racism is a thing still.
Yeah.
And so when he does that, it does in a sad way educate his population on how it is to be black and alive and not around black people in any given moment.
Yeah.
As you're going to be confronted with weird microaggressions. But, and that was kind of my point. It's a double-edged sword because we can get into the Shadur Sanders shit. Like, the ultimate goal is for black people to just be able to be normal, right? And have a normal bell curve of expectation and behavior. I don't want it to be where it's necessary for every black person to be on a rigid aesthetic moral code as to not hurt efforts for liberation, make us look bad, you know, shit like that. Like I don't really want that. So I want it to be, because IShowSpeed is basically in my video I compared him to Tom Green, right? He's basically black Tom Green, right? Or young and blacker Eric Andre, right? And Tom Green's able to get away with it because he's white and Canadian. Eric Andre's able to get away with it because he's biracial and speaks, you know, and presents a certain aesthetic that is less threatening. But IShowSpeed looks like he could play for. He probably has a Ohio State University scholarship still waiting on him if they're watching his stream.
Yeah.
So that makes it so anything he does is going to be amplified by the politics of race to be more negative. And so I know that as a 43-year-old who's read all the fucking books and worked in schools and did all this shit, I know that there's a harm to some of the behavior he does, regardless of his intent. But I refuse to be in the camp of black elders who can only engage with young black people around how they're harming the cause. You see what I'm saying? Who that's their only thing they say to young people. So like if I knew Speed in real life, somebody's they got me in the chat. So if I knew Speed in real life, I might pull him aside and be like, hey, here's a better way to do that gag that's a little less, regressive. But I don't know Speed. And so I'm not going to be one of the ones being like, we need to get, because it's the same, it's Bill Cosby shit all over again. We need to get the ice show Speeds of the world and making us look bad. Pull up your pants and cut your hair, young man. Like, I'm not going to be Steve Harvey. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah. So I fucks with Speed, especially for exposing me that China's kind of dope. I'm taking the family to Japan next year, but we're gonna figure out China too, because I know China's got its problems. I know China's just as racist as any other country, if not more. But it seems like the money goes far there.
Oh yeah.
And so I could come out with one video a year, and
there's a racialized concept. I hope you don't cringe at hearing this, called being a white monkey in China.
Oh Lord.
Have you ever heard of this before?
No, but I know they love the monkey terminology.
No, but this is specifically for white Westerners that go to China, and they are hired to elevate the status of a company, and they have no real job. They just basically are there to say, like, look, this is a white Westerner that likes our product, or this is a white Westerner that's in our corporate board of executives.
It's DEI.
Yeah, no, yeah,
it's like actual DEI.
Actually, like the way that
DEI actually works on some bullshit.
And basically, that's my dream. I want to be that for the Chinese government. I want to be the propaganda minister.
You will be a shill for China.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I can't be mad at you too much. Seeing Chinese folks roast Americans on TikTok has been a joyful moment recently. The guy was like, the funniest one, he was like, okay, America, here are all, I probably shouldn't do the accent.
Don't do it.
He said, okay, Americans, here are all the things that I own in my home that are made in America. And he went like this.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Not
I
a
saw
single
that one.
fucking thing.
You know.
All right, so how many calories did I just eat according to your macros?
You didn't eat any of the rice. You had the rice too, but it depends. If you eat both of the chickens, it's that's why I weigh mine. Like mine is 19 ounces, so it's gonna be 19 ounces of straight white chicken breast grilled. So.
I don't know what the fuck that is, Hasan.
I mean, I will look it up on my app. I have an app for it.
Got you.
Counting calories afterwards.
Because I'm gonna save that for you, because I'm going out to eat later, and I don't want to OD on. Still very good. You see, so chat, like, no, in all seriousness, this was delicious, as you can see. Shout out to free advertisement for whoever the fuck this was.
Yeah. I don't leak it. I don't reveal my.
Yeah, right.
I don't reveal my places. I gatekeep.
No, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, it is delicious though.
Democrats in Congress entrust to handle the nation's main problems. And this morning, the president is reflecting on the difference between his first and second term, telling The Atlantic, quote, the first time I had two things to do, run the country and survive. Now he says, quote, the second time I run the country and the world. George.
Okay, man.
Holy shit.
That's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because it's like he's basically admitting that now, without any sort of limitations, I'm so much worse than the last time.
Great, thanks. And the president will be sitting down with our Terry Moran for an exclusive interview as he marks his first 100 days in office. You can see it tomorrow night, 8, 7 Central, right here on ABC.
Nearly 100 days into President Trump's term, the latest CBS News poll shows he is steadily
losing. Let me pick your brain on like the worst case scenarios of the shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I won't put it past Trump to turn it around in terms of popularity, right?
What do you mean? Like, you think he'll get popular again?
Yeah, it doesn't. Remember, we're talking about the American people. We're talking about he was president 4 years ago and it was fucking horrible and they still voted him back in. So it's quite possible that he can turn it around in the moment in the next 100 days after this. If he stops the war in Ukraine, if he if the economy does take a turn, because like there's so much of the economy, like he can.
It's gonna take a turn, all right, just not in the direction that's positive for Trump.
But at some point in the future, right? China. He can just end the tariffs in China and set everything back to normal, and things improve. And China could be like, we didn't do anything. He just stopped the tariffs, but he could still tell people, I made that happen. I made a deal.
Yeah.
And no one would call him on the fact that he fixed the problem that he caused and just set things back to
I mean,
neutral.
that's classic Trump. He does that all the time.
Right.
For sure.
So you can't put it past him that he gets his popularity back.
No, I think he. My suspicion is, first of all, we haven't seen the worst impacts of his exploding trade shit yet. Like, we haven't hit the trade dead zone yet. That's coming next month, when the lag in supply finally becomes the reality in the form of empty shelves. Because it takes around 55 days minimum for goods from China to come into the United States, and we haven't reached like the actual shortage yet.
Right.
But trade has slowed down tremendously. That's going to have an impact on. That's going to have a major impact on the logistics in this country. Major sectors like trucking. You know, the
Atlanta's the home of the truckers.
Yeah, stevedores and all the people that are like longshoremen that work the ports, they're cooked. There is going to be downscaling everywhere in the supply chains. Then the grocery stores. Then all of these layoffs, which some of which are happening already, like Subaru, I think.
Know. Well, no, yeah, go ahead.
Factories are going to start pulling out because they're like, well, parts are too costly for us to manufacture in the United States of America anyway, so we're just not going to do that anymore. And that basically is going to create an environment of instability when people start really recognizing the downturn. Because right now the markets are acting as though there's nothing wrong. Like, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of instability, but like the severe collapse that is still coming, they are simply not looking at all. And it's like kind of shocking to me that like even retail traders or not retail, sorry, even institutional traders are not factoring this in.
And so with that in mind, right, with that in mind, as things get really bad, people get more desperate, and shit gets realer.
Yeah.
And so the conspiracy theorist to me is like, is this on purpose to kind of put the country in a desperate position? To allow him to claim more powers from the Supreme Court, which has already pre-granted him the power to do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, so we do get Trump 2020 infinity. Yeah, 2028 to infinity.
I think he's too stupid to implement like a thing like that. I feel like they're too dumb. I think what you see is what you get in many instances where like Trump literally is just
doesn't know how.
He's been obsessive with trade deficits in perpetuity, and he unironically is too dumb to recognize how to redesign global trade after multiple decades of America moving manufacturing, offshoring manufacturing, and becoming the global reserve currency post Bretton Woods to get cheap goods and become the global reserve currency as a consequence of that.
Right.
Like that scheme was designed by the United States of America.
Right.
I think he genuinely wants to change that because he has a real national security concern with respect to China shutting off the manufacturing faucet. And that's an understandable national security concern to have if you are desperately trying to gear for war against China. Because as the Chinese government did, you can just say, okay, well, there are some key resources that I will no longer send to the United States of America. And they have a damn near monopoly on the procurement of these natural resources, rare earth minerals that are necessary for defense, that are necessary for virtually everything, right? And more importantly than the procurement, which you can, go to Congo and cut a side deal if you want to,
right?
But you can't build a refinement processor, like a refinement facility, in the short time necessary for all of these like goods that come into the United States of America. And China currently maintains a monopoly on the refinement.
Right. Yeah. People. in between my glazing of China, let's not forget that Elon ain't got nothing on. Elon's dad, I should say, doesn't have anything on insert whichever Chinese mega corporation is pulling all the cobalt out of the Congo. The Congo would be, if Wakanda was a real place, it'd be in the Congo. That's how valuable their land is.
And for the record, like Chinese ownership over these natural resources have not necessarily been bountiful for the people of Congo either.
Not at all.
It's just that they are a far better ally to many African nations than the West has been historically, because they didn't do chattel slavery. And also,
it's not built into their like social fabric of the way they see themselves.
They didn't do chattel slavery, and they offer significantly better loans as opposed to the World Bank and IMF. So these guys are like, yeah, fuck yeah. And they don't even like try to do destabilization as long as we play ball.
The destabilization happens anyway though, because of the nature of like enduring cultural aspects that they're in, enduring cultural conflicts that they create that they're indifferent to. But we're getting off topic because I got to get out of here so I can take a nap before I go meet with some folks. So like the irony is, so what you're saying kind of confirms to me in my head is he's low-key accidentally destroying Western hegemony. Like American hegemony may not survive his presidency. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he's accelerating America's demise. I think it's an inevitability because of supercharged capitalism. But I think Donald Trump is accelerating the inevitability, accelerating the demise of the United States. Yeah. Because of how he's gone about trying to offer a lifeline to the continuation of U.S. empire. What he's trying to do is, in theory, what he's trying to do is actually smart. It's just in practice, there's no way of doing it with a capitalist framework.
Right.
If you wanted to defeat China and become a manufacturing hub, you would unironically have to have a command economy like China, but that would require a complete reversal of like what America stands for on the global stage as the defender of capitalism.
Right.
So they're not going to do that. And even if they were to magically overnight turn into China, there's still a tremendous amount of factory building and a robust infrastructure that you have to build, like a manufacturing base that you have to build, and training that you have to do for the American labor force.
Right, that
would take at least a decade to fulfill. And Trump is not going to do any of that, clearly. He just wants to get promises from wealthy friends of his, wealthy benefactors of his, and then that's good enough for him to be like, oh, I'm getting $7 trillion of investment, which is a fucking lie. So yeah, that's the major issue. I think that like we're heading down a really scary path. And I don't think it's because Donald Trump thinks like, oh, I'll use this economic instability to my advantage to do.
So it's not even like
martial law.
We're giving him too much credit in terms of like him trying to be a dictator, which I don't think like way back when I was like, he's probably not going to run again because I don't think he actually likes having a job per se, you know. But I also, you know, I was wrong about so many things, but I do still like think there's a kernel of truth in the fact that his goal isn't so much the power of the presidency and of being the God King that the Christian nationalists want, right?
Yeah, I mean, but he's narcissist. He's like going along with, he likes the power for sure. It's not that he likes being president, but he likes the idea of being dictator for sure. But I don't think he has enough foresight to set acts in motion to achieve that.
He's not Machiavellian enough.
Yeah.
But he is still Donald Trump. I'm about to hit my Uber. Chat, okay. before I hit this Uber,
don't show your camera. Don't show your phone to the camera. Make sure. Yeah. No, it's all good. Don't worry. It didn't, but I'm just warning.
Chat, before I roll, follow me on Twitch. I'm on Twitch now. I don't stream as much. So do that. Shout out to
good sell.
Yeah. The Twitch thing is like I'm just trying to create a more robust multiple streams of content to farm myself a little bit more. because I want to be able to take longer breaks in between videos. But financially, unless I get a Kendrick Lamar Drake beef video every 3 months, that's just not realistic. So I'm trying to okay, how do I prop up the money where I need it to be without having to put in the effort for an hour or 90-minute long video every 2 months. I'm trying to get into my, shout out to Dan Olson, Folding Ideas, to get into that type of every 3 to 4 months type of gap, because it allows you to do so much more stuff. My Patreon's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not doing good yet. Please join the Patreon and all that shit too. But Patreon is, everybody's Patreon has a natural stopping point. And I've hit mine. So I'm okay, what else do I do? Yeah. Anything I need to address, chat? Any stuff coming out? Shout out to Eyepatch Wolf, I guess. Yeah, I see that in the chat. Shout out to Nebula. Is Encore? No, I'm a wealthy, famous YouTuber. My house isn't as big as Hasan's, but it's close. But I don't live in California, so it was much cheaper.
I thought you said your house is bigger than mine.
It's maybe yours is, I don't know, maybe it's because it's not unfamiliar, or maybe yours is more open. This is definitely a guy's house, whereas I wanted to make sure there was a place where I knew the kids would be.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Black culture question.
Oh, okay, you get one.
Do you know the Crash Dummies podcast?
No.
You might have seen their TikToks.
Possibly. And the really funny guy, one's kind of brolic, one's kind of
They're both pretty brolic, but yeah, they're hilarious. They're
I've seen them before.
Mike and Pat.
Yeah, I think I know.
Good friends of mine. And Mike was telling me that black people never go past a certain point in a house unless they're directly invited. That's what he said. Because he was like, I've never seen your backyard, and I was like, bro, you've been here so many times. And he's like,
I've been here twice. Where have I been?
You've only been here in the bathroom. So I'm asking you, is that a real thing?
Yes, that's a real thing. That's a real. It's. Listen, it's a whole different. We'll get the sinners when some other time.
Which is that was the other thing I wanted to bring up before you leave. The one of the funniest aspects of Sinners, one of the best aspects of Sinners was the classic trope in horror is that the black guy dies first, right? Mm-hmm. But in real life, I feel especially in black culture, it's because of the skepticism that you have at all times.
Skepticism. The only thing we don't have enough of maybe is guns, and because guns are expensive. But the skepticism, the communal aspect of certain environments and neighborhoods, the quickness that black folks will hate each other's guts. And as soon as a unifying force comes, instantaneously.
But that's what I loved about the cornbread moment where he comes back, and they're in a normal trope, in a normal horror movie situation.
You see, the white girl got back in easily. Yeah. And the white girl going. There's so much. The Sinners video. I don't know when it'll happen. I'm people here. Or maybe not. I haven't even confirmed my fucking pickup.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Now you got to talk about. Now you got to talk
about Sinners. So the Sinners video, I don't know what'll happen because I got a Beyonce video coming out. I got a Lupe Fiasco video coming out, and then I got to figure out when I'm trying to drop Tyler Perry at the end of the year. So I don't want to do more than 3 videos for the rest of this year if I can stand it, but we'll see. But so I don't know when I'll get to Sinners, but there's so much stuff there.
Yeah.
It's not like Black Panther, where there was a whole Pan-Africanist message, a flawed Pan-Africanist message that everybody missed. So I don't think it'll be that. But just the white girl being the way that they failed, right? Is I gotta look more into Kugler and where that came from. Yeah. That is historically a thing, right? Where we see the white women as a endpoint for black men when they because white women have always represented to some black men I've made it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When you to quote fallen great thinker in black art, and when we get on you get asked for a white girl, right? So but the flip side is white people as allies have always used their privilege as access to other institutions to get power. So in that scene, she's like, let me go out there, talk to the white folks, see if they got any money, because I know we need money, right?
Yeah.
But it ends up being reverse engineered. Coogler is the main character, the main character. What was his name with the guitar?
Oh, I forget his name. But yeah, the priest's son.
The priest's son, that's Ryan Coogler.
Okay.
That's his author insert character. And the blues is his
Sammy.
It's Sammy, thank you. The blues is his art, is his storytelling. I don't know if you know Coogler's story. Coogler was at, I think, a small college on a football scholarship and was going into business, and then randomly entered a writing class, and a teacher was like, this is some of the most amazing writing I've ever seen. You should really do something with this. And the next thing you know, he's in film school. But Coogler is probably a little too real for Hollywood. He's doing the opposite of Shedeur Sanders right now, which is like, I know these white people don't really want me here, so I'm gonna play this game very masterfully. The end of Sinners is a message to Disney. Because how many white people have how many white people have Wakandans killed in 2 Black Panther movies?
I don't know.
None. Not a single one. They saw all this colonizer talk.
Yeah.
But they're running around with the dude from the CIA.
That's what I thought was lame about Black Panther.
Yeah, and am I just not gonna get
He also it almost feels like he's breaching containment, like he's trying to hold himself back. But even in Wakanda, where he makes a villain figure that is otherwise somewhat cooler than the main character.
Yeah. He has to force Killmonger to behave in completely absurd ways in order to make him a villain.
Yeah. He did that with Killmonger, and I would say even with
Namor. Namor.
Well, I was gonna say even with the Smoke. Out of Smoke and Stack, him coming back and surviving almost leaves you with the question, was it better overall?
To just do the vampire shit?
Yeah, to become a vampire.
I had the same debate with some black folks last night or the other night.
Is it better to be, because that's a really interesting question.
But the vampires also represent the perversion of black art, right? But making the vampire the main guy, Irish and also formerly colonized person, it complicates it. And I don't know where I'm gonna land on that yet.
Because he was because I feel like he used that as an alternative. He used that as an opportunity to gain access. Yeah. To make a convincing message.
It'll be interesting. I'm waiting to hear other people's takes too, so I can help refine my own. Because I'm not sure where to land with that. Because I thought I understood it until that very end scene. My people out here.
All right.
Peace and blessings, chat. Till next time. Seriously, take care.
Kaya, please. All right, get in. Get over. Yeah. Kaya. Girl. He left mid-sentence? Yeah, because he called it Uber, chat. That's why he had to leave mid-sentence. All right. Anyway, we're gonna move on. We're gonna get back to regular news coverage now. Okay, everybody can freaking calm down. That was FD Signifier. Shouts out to Unk. Great guest. But yeah, we're now moving back into territory, familiar territory.
Support. The poll finds his overall approval rating is now down to 45%. The drop is especially sharp when people were asked about Trump's handling of the economy. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady is with us. Kelly, good morning. What do we think is behind the shift, Kelly?
Well, good morning. And it's likely potentially higher prices. I mean, presidents don't control metrics like prices, but President Trump's actions have arguably influenced the stock market and consumers. So let's run through the economic report card, starting with what looks good for the president on paper. Now, when he took office, the inflation rate stood at 3%. Since then, it's fallen to 2.4%, driven by a drop in energy prices. Mortgage rates have also fallen, with rates dropping just under a point. And yet, growing concern about the U.S. economy has caused a major sell-off on Wall Street. The market and your 401ks have seen some of their worst days since the pandemic. And consumer sentiment has also fallen 4 straight months, with confidence in the economy dropping 32% since January. Now, consumers haven't stopped spending yet, but the fear is they could. I mean, tariffs have caused a chill of uncertainty, with economists expecting more inflation and slower growth. Further, the lack of clarity surrounding what these tariffs will be long-term makes it difficult for businesses, investors, and consumers to plan. I want to emphasize the economic data is stable for now. The negative sentiment stems from what lies ahead.
All right, Kelly, excellent breakdown. Thank you very much. If you look at this right here, if you look at some of the issues, what is fueling this right now, it shows it's really across the board right now. And if you look at where he was in mid-February and you look where he is right now, he is underwater on every issue, from a minimum of 3 percentage points to a maximum of 9 percentage points, specifically when it comes to inflation in the economy, as you point out, which is supposed to be his, his expertise at this point. What is also interesting, just overall too, Sarah, is that he is down 7 points from late February, as we note him being an all-time low. That is an amazing drop in such a short period of time. So Donald Trump right now is having to deal with some of this, some of the fallout with the reality that many of his programs that he...
They're saying it's the greatest drop since the Greatest Depression. No president has ever seen a drop this great, believe me, folks.
He's trying
Part
to
of the
institute,
deal.
and many of his cuts that he's trying to institute are just not taking hold.
Yeah, and to be honest, the tariffs have really rattled people. Now, how is he doing when it comes to border security and immigration, which is one of the things that he was, that really pumped him up for this particular presidential election?
Collapses as well. He's underwater right now, and you have to wonder, is that because of the effort we've seen put forth by the administration in their strident comments, just like we heard about there being some problems maybe. You know, nothing is going to be perfect when we perhaps will be sending people outside the country that shouldn't be sent outside the country. But if you look at these numbers right here, it just goes to show you that Donald Trump right now has to work harder at not just implementing his plans, but they need to do a better job messaging it right now, Sarah.
Now, when you look across the board at this new polling, is there anything that the president is performing well on?
There's always a bright spot, isn't there? Well, yes, there is. There's one issue right now. Take a look at this. It's an issue that really doesn't have a whole lot of sway in people's pocketbooks, but it has to do with gender identity, which really just goes to show you how divided we are as a nation right now, that we're still talking about gender identity right now when we have wars ongoing, and the economy right now is really a big concern, not only for us, but investors around the world.
Yeah, all of that. Thank you so much, Mark Preston. It is so good to see you this morning. Now to someone who knows exactly what we're talking about when it comes to polling, and I don't mean our fabulous John Berman. Sorry, John.
Talking about this guy right here. So, the president's poll numbers are historically low, and they are dropping. The question is, who will that have the biggest impact on, and how quickly? One man knows.
Notice how the one issue where there's no counter messaging is actually Trump's most popular issue. Notice the one issue where Trump is actually so successful is the one issue the Democrats immediately conceded on. A lot to think about here. A lot to think about here, guys. No lessons to learn. No lessons to learn here at all, okay? You called it, yeah. Fake polls! Outlets should be investigated for election fraud, believe me.
Our chief data analyst, Harry Enton. Sir.
Sir, okay. I mean, look, it's the congressional GOP. It's the House GOP. If the House GOP is under any illusions that Donald Trump's fall in the polls won't bring them down as well, well, they are living on Fantasy Island. What are we talking about here? Let's take a look at the generic congressional ballot. Democrats versus Republicans. We have 3 polls out within the last few weeks. What do they all show? They all show the Democrats up by 2 points in the CNBC poll. The Fox News poll that was out on Friday, look at that, Democrats up by 7. The New York Times poll that was out this Friday as well, but Democrats by 3. And keep in mind, the House GOP won the popular vote back in 2024 by a little less than 3 percentage points. So when you see 3, 7, 2, averaging 4, that is a tremendous shift. That is a shift of 7 points from the November 2024 elections away from the GOP to the House Democrats. Donald Trump dragging down the House Republicans.
Where are we seeing this shift in a most pronounced way?
Where are we seeing it? We've spoken about it, Mr. Berman. We're talking about independents. This is how you know that Trump is bringing down the House GOP. Look at Trump's net favorable rating. In October of 2024, according to the New York Times, it was -9 points. Look at where it is now, -30 points among independents. That's horrific. That's historically awful. Take a look at the generic ballot. In October of 2024, the Democrats were ahead, but only by 3, well within the margin of error. Look at where they are now, up 17 points. There is no way on God's green earth that the Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives if they lose independence by 17 percentage points. My goodness gracious. This is what dreams are made of if you're House Democrats, and it's all being driven, or at least in large part being driven, by Donald Trump's rapid drop with independence.
What does history tell us about how a party does heading into a midterm with the type of lead that Democrats have right now?
Yeah, okay, so I went back through history, right, and I looked at the opposition minority party. That, of course, is the Democrats right now. They're a minority in the House to the opposition of the party in the White House, Donald Trump, a Republican. The average House seats won by the opposition minority party, 234 when leading the generic ballot this early by at least 4 percentage points. That happened in 2006 and 2018. 2 huge Democratic years. Democrats love this number. Of course, we still have months to go. We'll see if history repeats itself.
We do, but this is an answer to the question is, oh, why does it matter what these numbers show right now 100 days into the president's term? Well, there's some history that shows it might matter.
It's exactly right. Oftentimes, the generic ballot actually is quite predictive at this point.
Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
Let's bring in right now CNN Washington Bureau Chief and Political Director David Chalian. There is a lot that is said. There's a lot that has changed when you look at these poll numbers for this president. It is a different landscape that he's looking at 100 days in. David, what are you looking at in this?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Kate. I mean, just take a look at the trajectory of his approval rating over the course of these first 100 days. In mid-February or so, our poll showed him at 47% approval. You saw late February, 48% approval. Those were some of his highest approval ratings of his career. He is now down at the 100-day mark at 41% approval, and we'll show you the historic nature of that low. I want to stress here also, it's not just a low approval rating. Donald Trump, over the course of these first 100 days, Kate, has lost the middle of the country politically. Independents have really slid in their approval of Donald Trump. Again, if you look back, mid-February was at 43% among independents. That is all the way down 12 points now to only 31% approval among independents. That becomes a political problem, if not necessarily for Donald Trump, perhaps for his party, who has to face voters in the midterm elections a year and a half from now. But we were talking about the historic nature of that, and if you stack up his approval rating now to all of his modern day predecessors, you see that 41% approval is at the bottom of the list, Kate. Just take a look at all those numbers there. Everyone else at this point in their presidency, including Donald Trump himself 8 years ago, had a higher mark than he has today.
David, and on the issues, there's some strong signals being sent on important issues like the economy and like immigration as well.
I mean, this is two issues that you just named. Not only are they important in voters' minds, Kate, but they were strong suits for Donald Trump, and he is underwater on both of them now. Take a look. We show you here approval on issues, and every issue we tested, he is below majority support. His numbers are upside down. Now, immigration at the top there, he's now at 45% of approval of handling it. In March, it was 51%. He's lost 6 points. It's still one of his top issues, but he's now underwater. Managing the federal government is the only other issue where he performs better than his overall approval rating. But on foreign affairs, the economy, inflation, tariffs, he's well below his overall approval. In fact, the only issue we tested, and it's not on that list because we don't have trend on it, Kate, where he actually has majority support, 51% approve of his handling of gender identity issues. That is the only positive territory that we see the president in this poll.
Not much counter messaging on immigration? Are you kidding me? Dude, look at the trend polls. There was no motion on immigration a month ago. One story. One fucking story. One mistake. The administration's lawyers admitting that they fucked up, and the way that they held it down and refused to bring this guy back, forcing a U.S. senator to go to fucking El Salvador to see if he was even alive, was able to cause complete collapse over Donald Trump's most popular issue. That's not good enough, and you know it. Are you guys, do I seem like, you know, happy and complacent with the Democrats? Is that something that I've presented to you? I'm like, oh, thank God, man. The Dems are doing great. Oh my God, I love them. Yes, complete collapse as opposed to how popular it was. Yes. The reason why it happened wasn't even because of the Democratic Party's pushes, mind you. They were able to fall in line because some senators actually made a big fuss about it. One senator specifically, Chris Van Hollen. And no, it's not a small tide shift. It's a major tide shift. It's a major tide shift because of how popular it was. You guys are forgetting it was a 66% when he ran and won, dude. 60% down to sub 50 is a crazy swing. God damn. Some of you motherfuckers about to be like, yeah, well, Israel has a 53% unfavorability rating. That's not good enough. It's like, yeah, I agree. But you have to adjust your expectations to what the media looks like surrounding an issue. My point is that people are malleable. That's the argument that I'm presenting. People are malleable and they need leadership desperately. So when Democrats even accidentally arrive at a correct position of leadership, that's all it takes for the media to start covering an issue, and that's all it takes for that issue to snowball. That's it. I'm never gonna fucking listen. I'm never gonna stop demanding the Democrats do more. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna be a fucking delusional loser when there are some Democrats, regardless of other positions that they might hold, doing the right thing. Because I understand that in the short term, I have to work with these people. I have to celebrate when they do the right thing. Meanwhile, if you want to understand Democrats doing the wrong thing, look no further than fucking Cory Booker. Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries are sitting outside of Congress trying to do a struggle session. Okay? They see all the mobilization happening. Anyway. It's so stupid. Chinese Chengdu short saying incoming. The people are a blade to be forged. You don't wail at the metal until it breaks. You use measured strikes with the goal of forging a blade to wield. Are we covering the Canadian election? Yeah, maybe later.
The numbers are fascinating. The context that you provide around it, as always, David, is so important. Thank you so much. It's great to see you.
Welcome back. Joining me now is Independent Senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you.
It's great to have you here. Let's start off by talking about Russia and Ukraine. You just heard my conversation with Secretary Rubio. President Trump signaling he could be looking at the possibility of imposing new sanctions against Russia. Do you think that President Trump should impose new sanctions against Russia?
Well, I think what Trump has done over the last number of months has been an absolute disaster and been of real assistance to Putin and his horrible war against the people of Ukraine. When you announce to the world that it was Ukraine that started the war, when you insult Zelensky, who comes into the Oval Office, what you are telling Putin is, hey, we are on your side. For the first time in the 250-year history of the United States of America, we have a president who sides with a dictatorship, and that is outrageous. So I hope very much that in the coming weeks and months, we can reach some kind of a settlement that Ukraine, of course, who have suffered so much in fighting Russia and defending democracy, is at the table. You cannot make a decision without the Ukrainian people abiding by that and being part of that process.
Okay, just to be very clear, though, do you think now is the time for sanctions, just quickly before we move on to tariffs?
I think we have got to do everything that we can to work with the rest of the world and tell Putin he cannot run over an independent country.
Okay, so not taking sanctions off the table. I do want to talk about tariffs now in the trade war. President Trump says he is taking an aggressive approach on the trade war because he says he wants to bring manufacturing back. He says he wants to bring jobs back for American workers. Senator, do you support temporary economic pain if it does mean bringing back manufacturing and leveling the playing field, as President Trump has argued?
Look, Kristen, you're talking to somebody who helped lead the effort against NAFTA.
Damn, he's not yelling no more when he's talking about NAFTA. The answer to that question is yes, by the way. Of course, temporary economic pain is understandable. And you know, a competent administration is supposed to do everything in its power to avoid any economic pain whatsoever, but a little bit of instability could take place when you're making massive changes, massively consequential changes. The problem, however, is that Donald Trump has no alternative. He has no solution. And he has no interest in building a robust manufacturing base.
Against PNTR with China. Because I understood back then that these were trade agreements written by corporate America so they could shut down thousands of plants in this country, lay off millions of workers, and move to low-wage countries where people were paid starvation wages. So if your question is, do I believe...
A Belgian left-wing newspaper translated a New York Times article is in the top 20 most read articles? Hell yeah. Belgium is a real country now. Belgium is a real country, is no longer fake.
in selective tariffs that make sense to protect American workers, I do. Do I support what Trump did, which is an arbitrary tariff on virtually every country on earth, which will raise prices substantially for ordinary Americans? No, I don't. So if you have selective tariffs, carefully thought out to protect American workers, yes, what Trump has done is, in my view, very, very wrong.
All right, let's talk about what you have called your oligarchy tour. You and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have been crisscrossing the country, warning of an emerging oligarchy. Senator, you told the New York Times, I'm going to read this quote, one of the aspects of this tour is to try to rally people to get engaged in the political process and run as independents outside of the Democratic Party. As someone who twice ran in the Democratic presidential primary, are you trying to strengthen the Democratic Party? Or, Senator, are you trying to start a third party?
Now, we're not trying to start a third party. What we're trying to do is strengthen American democracy, where faith in both the Democratic and Republican parties right now is extremely low. We are living, Kristen, in the richest country in the history of the world. And yet you got one person, Mr. Musk, who owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. That is insane. That is oligarchy on steroids. Meanwhile, we have 60% of our workers living paycheck to paycheck. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. And we have over 20% of seniors in America living on $15,000 a year or less. What the American people are saying is that they want, and what our tour was about, is to say that they want an economy that works for all of us, not just for Mr. Musk and other billionaires. Now, my concern right now is you have Democrats appropriately, and I'm working with them, talking about Trump's movement toward authoritarianism, vigorously opposing the so-called reconciliation bill to give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and make massive cuts to Medicaid, nutrition, and housing, opposing what Musk is doing to dismember the Social Security Administration and the Veterans Administration, making it harder for our veterans to get decent health care or benefits on time. We're on the same page. But what Democrats lack right now is a vision for the future. How are we going to provide a decent standard of living for a younger generation?
Critique Bernie once, please. I don't believe you're a leftist. I'm not. I'm a capitalist. Why gas up Bernie when he can't denounce a genocide? Bernie's weak. He won't denounce genocide in Gaza. Bernie's weak as fuck. I'm sick of y'all acting like he's a radical. Has anyone ever fucking said Bernie is radical? Has anyone in this chatter? I think you forget. This is the #1 apolitical podcast, okay? I think you're lost, little one. We don't do politics around these parts. We do common sense. Common sense, not so common. We say yeah, and we say based. I'm Hank Pecker, and I approve of this message. I'm apolitical, baby.
Generation, which everything being equal, will be poorer than their parents. How do we repair
This guy's coming from Bad Empanada's YouTube post calling you out. Hell yeah, baby. Because I'm a reactionary right-winger, baby. He's right. Bad Empanada.
Healthcare system. How do we raise the minimum wage to a living wage? How do we deal with a corrupt campaign finance system that allows billionaires to control both political parties? Those are some of the issues that need to be discussed. And we are going out around the country right now asking people, working people, run for office. You want to run as a Democrat? Great.
Yeah, I don't even think establishment Dems still call Bernie a radical, ironically enough, unless they're like some truly radical centrists out there. You know what I mean? And there are some. There are some truly radical centrists out there.
You want to run as an independent?
No, I think it's warranted to criticize Bernie's behavior and stances. Come on, man. Why are you being so uncharitable? Because I have. Every single time. You want me to do like, Hasan, why don't you mention Xinjiang every time I talk about China for Bernie? That's it. Like, I'm not gonna fucking spend every goddamn moment being like, you know what, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. He's fucking sucks. I hate him. It's like, listen. Yeah, they want you to do to Bernie what Israel supporters expect people to do with Hamas. Yeah. No, literally. They're like, why don't you denounce Bernie Sanders for October 7? Why don't you condemn Bernie Sanders? Why don't you condemn Bernie Sanders? You have to do an anti-Bernie land acknowledgement to preface the statement. And then the funniest part is, like, I've done countless hours at this point on my criticisms of Bernie Sanders as well. And it's really funny because, like, chatters don't see that. So then they come in here because they fucking... they come in here because they saw, like, a YouTube post from someone who also hasn't seen it. And they just go, dude, you fucking... You glaze. You glaze Bernie. You think he's right to say Israel has a right to defend itself 17 months into Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Like, yeah, that's my position. Thank you. Meanwhile, on the other side of the aisle, people are like, we should hang Hasan from the rafters for being a radical Islamist fundamentalist. He is a Hamas supporter, a Hezbollah supporter. His name is Hasan, just like Hassan Nasrallah. Has anyone ever seen Hassan Abi and Hassan Nasrallah in the same room? We should kill him. We should get the federal government to go to his house and shoot him in the head while he's live, so that we can feel safe as people who love Israel. Okay. Like, what leads you to believe that I am in no way, shape, or form critical of Bernie's position on Israel? It's beyond me. The least crazy pro-Israel take? Yes. The American government should break into Hassan's house and kill him on camera so that I can feel safe. So that I can... It's not even so that I can feel safe. So that my favorite YouTuber... By the way, he told his audience to tell you about this. I genuinely wish he was kidding. Wait, tell you about what? I need the Trump administration to arrest Hasan and put him. I need the Trump administration to arrest Hasan and put him in a fucking concentration camp in El Salvador so that Ethan Klein can feel safe in Bel Air. Not even me. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for a much more important goal, which is the safety and security of my insane favorite content creator who has lost his goddamn mind. About Bad Empanada calling you out over the New York Times article or some shit? Yeah, I don't care. Why would this be new?
Independent, that's great. But you got to get involved in the political process, because right now, the two-party system...
They also say you praising 972 and Yuval is actually really bad, lol. Yeah, I don't care about that either. I've seen some sus shit from 972 every now and then. Like they're like there's a senior editor over there that has said some stuff that I find a little suspicious in the immediate aftermath of October 7, but like overall their output is good. If they do solid investigative reporting inside of Israel in a way that no one else is doing, why the fuck would I discount their reporting? I don't care. You know? What? Because you never knew? What do you mean?
is failing the working class of this country.
Let me ask you about something that your colleague, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, said. She said Democrats should stop using the term oligarchy because it's a phrase that doesn't resonate with all Americans. Are you missing a chance to speak to a wider audience, Senator?
Well, geez, we had 36,000 people out in Los Angeles 34,000 people in Colorado. We had 30,000 people in Folsom, California, which is kind of a rural area. I think the American people are not quite as dumb as Ms. Lockton thinks they are. I think they understand very well. When the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%, when big money interests are able to control both political parties, they are living in an oligarchy. And these are precisely the issues that have got to be talked about. Are you living in a democracy when Mr. Musk can spend $270 million to elect Trump and then becomes the most important person in government? Or AIPAC and other super PACs have enormous power over Democratic candidates? Those are issues that we have got to talk about. That is the reality of American society today. The very rich getting richer, working class people are struggling, 800,000 people sleeping out on the streets. If we don't address that issue, the American people will continue to turn their backs on democracy because they're looking around them and they're saying, does anybody understand what I am going through? And unfortunately, right now, to a large degree, neither party does.
All right, Senator Bernie Sanders.
President Trump criticizes Russia, says Ukraine Zelensky is ready to make a deal.
Now to a pivotal moment for
Vladimir, no. Vladimir, stop. Vladimir, please. Vladipoo. 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 Ukraine is ready. Vladipoo, Ukraine is ready for you.
for peace talks to end the war in Ukraine. After their brief meeting at the Vatican Saturday, President Trump says he feels Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is ready to make a deal, and he's criticizing Russian President Vladimir Putin. This morning, Russia said it will call a 3-day ceasefire.
Okay, I got to interrupt this broadcast for my favorite, my absolute GOAT, Medea Benjamin of Code Pink. I'm going to take the hat off because I don't want to even remotely disrespect the GOAT with the ugly fascist hat that I'm wearing, even as a joke. Medea Benjamin, my GOAT, she done did it again, okay? Code Pink somehow is able to get into the halls of the Capitol in a way that makes no sense, okay? And once again, they've done did it again. Along with other protesters, Medea confronted Israeli war criminal Itamar Ben-Gvir today at the U.S. Capitol, and he completely lost it. Now, the thing that I love about Code Pink, but especially Medea, is that she's like 80 years old, okay? She's like 80 years old, and yet, as an 80-year-old tiny Jewish lady, she is able to infiltrate virtually every fucking meeting, every goddamn thing that like the Democrats and the Republicans do. I don't know how. She's 72. Sorry. Okay. She's 72 years old. I apologize. If I'm Capitol Police, I have photos of her virtually in every hall. You know, if I'm a part of Capitol Police, I go to sleep at night and she haunts me. Okay? She haunts my very existence because, as I've said, like a 72-year-old lady, a tiny lady, okay, she is able to infiltrate every fucking thing that these people do. I love her so much. I love her so much. I have so much love in my heart for her. Here she is confronting Itamar Ben-Gvir.
You kill baby. You kill baby. You kill baby.
You kill baby. Demon. You kill baby. You kill baby. Oh my God, what a fucking animal, dude. Oh God, that's so funny. He's like, where is my weapon? Why is not? Where is my weapon? Where is my weapons? Someone give me weapons. This is Palestinian. This is Palestinian. I must kill her. I must kill her quick. Give me my weapons. You kill baby. Why can I not shoot grandma? I need to kill grandma. I need to shoot grandma now. Oh, dude. Oh, God, he's so fucking fat. Oh, she is Hamas. This is big pogrom. This is biggest pogrom that has happened. This is Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht. You kill baby. There's my Code Pink is so funny because it's all ladies that look like this, by the way. Like, it's not even, it's all the most like 70-year-old grandmas. It's all like this. Yeah. This is who you're yelling at when you yell at Medea Benjamin, okay? How short is she? She's like 5'2". Oh man, I love her. The last good Green Party nominee, okay? It's so funny because they went to like the Dana Fash book launch and they were like asking her questions and Dana immediately was like, this is so anti-Semitic. And it's like, okay, I guess it's the, you know, Jewish on Jewish violence then, because like these are very obviously Jewish grandmas that are asking you very politely to stop doing fascist propaganda. You are grandmother of Hamas. Shorter than that. I'm 5'2" and I met her and she's probably 5 flat. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. Oh, God. Let me spit on her. Let me spit. Let me spit. This is tactical spit against Hamas. Let me spit. I have phlegm.
Hey, you are a racist. You're hurting my religion. My religion as a Jew. You are creating the anti.
You support 9/11. He's so fucking stupid, bro. Oh my God. This is awesome. You support 9/11.
Semitism. 9/11. I never supported 9/11. You support genocide. You're destroying Judaism with your hate. Baby killer, extremist, racist, ethnic genocide. Get out of our house. We don't want you here. And you're destroying my religion. You're creating anti-Semitism. Shame on you.
It's so funny. It's so funny that they're so threatened by someone who is 5 foot flat, 72-year-old Jewish grandma. Bro, you're catching strays in Medea's beef? What? Oh. You support 9/11. Oh, man. Shout out from journalists in Gaza. Abdurrahman Ismail says, you are very brave, Medea Benjamin. Hell yeah. I was on the steps of the Capitol with leaders Jeffrey, Senator Booker, and many others to make the case for what's at stake at Trump's budget, Medicaid, food assistance, Social Security. It's all on the line, a moral moment. Trump has a lower approval rating at 100 days than any other president in 7 decades. It really shouldn't take much to capitalize on growing public opposition to Trump's agenda. But the best establishment Dems can come up with is hanging out for hours on the Capitol steps. Yeah, these guys are so... Ugh. Look at this article talking about her height. 5 feet tall and no more than a veggie burrito over 100 pounds. She can't lift her left arm above her head. The result of having it twisted behind her back during the estimated 4 dozen times she's been escorted off the premises. She rarely spends more than a few hours in jail, and San Francisco Police Lieutenant Morris Tabak said, she's always been very professional when we've dealt with her. Amazing. She is truly my goat. Swag. How many times do they deal with her? Oh, dude, are you kidding me? She gets arrested like twice a week. Get her on the pod now. Teach her some girly pop nation shit. Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't want to give her brain rot with girly pop nation shit. She's too busy fighting the good fight. Is this the older cold pink lady on a bike I saw people taking photos with at the DC March? Probably. How would I know if she was the lady that people were taking photos with? Yeah. That was good. This was really good. Anyway, let's get back to President Trump criticizing Russia, saying Zelensky's ready to make a deal.
In Ukraine next week. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Anthony. Yeah, the Secretary of State says this week is going to be critical. This will be the week, he says, that the administration decides whether it's worth it to lead this peace deal or whether to walk away.
After an intense one-on-one meeting at the Vatican, President Trump praised Ukraine's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, and said the outlines of a peace deal are there.
Well, look, he wants to do something good for his country. Thinks he's doing a good job, and he's working hard. We'll see what happens.
Trump and Zelensky have had a rocky few months.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards.
But now it's Russian President Vladimir Putin who Trump is criticizing after a series of deadly bombings on Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along and has to be...
Yeah, no shit, dumbass. Come on, dude. Really? Like, yeah, wow, dude. That's crazy. Perhaps you should have had a more coherent way of dealing with this before you started nuking your own fucking proxy. Like, as someone who has been called as someone who has been called over and over again a Russian agent, okay, for saying that this is unsustainable and there has to be peace. Like there has to be. They have to focus on peace no matter what. Like, this is an insane way to deal with the issue. Like, he has been so psychotic. And I say this as someone who, like, understands the necessity of having to bargain with Vladimir Putin. You have to. You have to deal with Vladimir Putin. He holds all the cards. Doesn't matter if we like it or not. No, I'm pulling my keyboard out because like one of the keys, the M key is sticky. So when I hit the space bar, it literally always ends up hitting the mute key as well, the M key. Full-blown capitulation to Vladipoo before you even entertain the notion of a deal, and then constantly fucking yelling at Zelensky, your own proxy in this, is insane. It's just completely unacceptable. Of course he was trying to, you know, egg you along. Tapping you along.
Dealt with differently, Trump posted this weekend.
I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia, but that missiles were flying. Very disappointing. We'll see how it goes.
President Trump screwed up. He let Putin play him for a fool.
Democrats argue Trump hasn't pressured Putin enough and has made major concessions to him before a deal is even done.
By attacking Zelensky and appeasing Putin, he gave Putin a huge wide-open door to walk through, and now President Trump is surprised that Vladimir Putin is continuing the war.
Trump told reporters he wants a deal to end the war in 2 weeks or less. But major questions about territory, security, and rebuilding remain.
Those last couple steps of this journey were always going to be the hardest ones, and it needs to happen soon. We cannot continue, as I said, to dedicate time and resources to this effort if it's not going to come to fruition.
Khalil, no.
During their discussion in Rome this weekend, President Trump said Zelensky did ask for more weapons. Trump was non-committal, saying, quote, "We are going to see what happens with respect to Russia first." In case you've noticed these signs behind me, they were placed there by the Trump administration overnight. They are posters of unauthorized immigrants who have been arrested, and they are meant to highlight the president's immigration crackdown during his first 100 days.
Yeah, I will.
Trump told Zelensky to go back to Obama, ask him why they gave Crimea up.
President Zelensky talked to you about Crimea?
Well, he did, very briefly, but Crimea was given away by Barack Hussein Obama and by Biden. That's 11 or 12 years ago. That's a long time ago. I don't know how you can bring up Crimea, because that's been a long time. Nobody brought it up for 12 years, and now they bring it up now. So I told them, you can maybe go back to Obama, ask him why they gave it up. They gave it up without a shot being fired, by the way.
What do you want Vladimir Putin to do?
Well, I want him to stop shooting, sit down, and sign a deal. And we have the confines of a deal, I believe, and I want him to sign it and be done with it and just go back to life.
What punitive?
The prospects of a ceasefire.
It's kind of funny because on the one hand, he's shitting on Barack Obama for giving up Crimea without a single shot being fired. And simultaneously, that is unironically his deal for Ukraine. But now, also with the Eastern territories in tow. Like, he literally is like, yeah, that fucking idiot. He just gave up Crimea without a shot being fired. Or maybe I guess he's trying to say, like, and that's precisely what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be like Barack Hussein Obama, the goated peacekeeper. Did you see Russia is posturing about taking Finland? The Russian military moves that have Europe on edge. Putin is expanding bases and preparing to move more troops to European border regions far from Ukraine. We're expecting some conflict with NATO. Oh my God. If only there was a way to deal with this, not by dealing with Russia, but by dealing with Russia's most significant and largest trading partner. Oh, we can't do that because we want to go to war with them. Fuck. And we are kind of going to war with them already, but we want to escalate the war with the Russia's largest trading partner. So, oops, can't do nothing about that, you know? Good luck, everybody. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says he believes the occupation of Crimea is a done deal. Well, I mean, it is, by the way. That's the fucking, you know, that part is liberal media considerations on like, why is that, like that being a major point of contention for Trump is insane. I think the real issue here is not getting enough long-term security assurances, giving up every fucking inch of land that Russia has militarily occupied without even getting anything in return. And also on top of that, stealing Ukrainian natural resources. Like, it's so fucked up. Oh, also, this is kind of funny, but I wanted to show you guys this. The Russian Federation publishes first official footage of the training of soldiers from DPRK who participated in the battles in the Kursk region. Here it is. On the one hand, it's fucked up, but on the other hand, I do feel I'm like, oh, they get to see the world a little bit. You know what I mean? They get to travel around. DPRK is at the table, okay? Jusha no longer means self-reliance. It means also helping Russia out a little bit. Did Russia need to have their trains pushed? Yeah, that's why. You are so fucked. Dude, they're the little guys, you know? They're the little guys. They're making a name for themselves, you know? They're trying to, I mean, they're gonna get fucking lasered most likely, but what are they supposed to do? You know, it's the fucking DPRK. Well, I thought Russia's take was there was no North Koreans in the war. How could this have happened? For the record, if you recall, I said there is a likelihood that there are small troop presences from North Korea. I don't think that it's like a major, I don't think it's a major shift in the battle or all that significant overall, but I didn't immediately discount the you know, possibility of having DPRK people. This is more so like a friendship mission for solidifying the relationship between North Korea and Russia. There were Chinese troops found too. Yeah, the Chinese troops were mercenaries, most likely. I don't think these are Koreans. I speak Russian. No, I wait, what? No, they're I don't think it's a lie that they might have sent like a brigade of North Korean troops, like DPRK troops. Russian Koreans? No, I think you guys forget how large Russia is and how many Asiatic people live in Russia, like how many Asian people live inside of Russian boundaries. That's the reason why people say like they're not they're most likely like that's the reason why people were initially skeptical. Yeah, there's like Siberians, there's hella Asian people inside of Russia. This is confirmed by the RF MOD as soldiers from the DPRK. Chinese guys were mercenaries 100%. Chinese mercs live stream on Douyin sometimes. It's all mercenaries fighting unofficially, probably illegally. Yeah, it's illegal. The Chinese government has urged any nationals to stay away from the front lines, like to stay away from the battle. Even after a couple Chinese soldiers were found, like they were most likely mercs. I'm South Korean, not North, so I don't know the dialect, but that well, but they definitely were speaking Korean. Yeah, no, this is confirmed by the Russian. If it's confirmed by the Russian MOD, this is definitely what's going on. The same footage of British made you die laughing. What's up? What do you mean? No, I feel the same way. What? There is no difference between like the British troops being like, we're gonna go and defend Ukraine, versus the fucking DPRK brigade learning how to throw a grenade. What are you talking about? If anything, well, they don't wear shorts in conflict, so there's that. Yeah. If anything, the British special forces at least like probably have, I mean, they have better training overall than the fucking DPRK dudes do. Dude, you hear about the kid that got killed in Russia? That's mom was a CIA big head. There's drone footage of him getting blown up. Yeah, it happened a long time ago. I don't know why that is like making the news again. I'm pretty sure it happened last year, as a matter of fact. Yes. This person who's this kid who was like super invested in you know, communism and communist Russia, as he thought what was going on, went and joined the Russian forces and then got fucking killed in 2024. And then the family actually had a obituary for him. The mom and dad, one of them works for NATO, the other one works for the CIA, by the way. And they, in the obituary, they said, in the obituary, they wrote that he died in Eastern Europe, which is pretty wild. Wait, he thought that Russia was communist? Yeah, he's like, he was one of those guys who was like, he was one of those guys that was a big, like, he was like an ACP head style person. You know what I mean? That is an extreme level of rebelling against your parents. Yeah, people just do crazy shit. I'm fascinated by people like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like that one guy. Remember that one guy that got killed by the Russian forces after? Was it that dude was like in Donbass, right? The Donbass cowboy or whatever. The old dude. And then they killed him because they thought he was an agent or something. Like they did a accidental, they did friendly fire on him. Yeah, that one of those dudes died. Not the one with the tattoos. I think the one with the tattoos died too. There's two guys. There's two Americans. Like, yeah, Russell Bentley, I think. Let me see. Was it that guy? No, yeah, Russell Bentley. Yeah. That's the guy. This is the guy. Russell Bonner Bentley III, also known as Texas, and the Donbass Cowboy, was an American pro-Donetsk People's Republic pro-Russia figure in the war in Donbass and later in the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. Bentley was initially a fighter on the pro-Russia side in Donbass, also becoming a popular YouTuber until his channel was deleted in early 2022. In addition to this, he worked for the Russian state-owned Sputnik news agency as a war correspondent. Prior to his activities in Donbass, Bentley was a marijuana activist who had stood for election in the U.S. Senate and a convicted drug trafficker who spent 5 years in prison. He became... No, this is not who we're talking about. I know the kid that died is like 21 years old. I'm just giving an example of like unique Americans who have a very specific type of brain rot that causes them to like literally go and be like, listen, I'm not just saying fuck America, okay? I'm also, you know, I'm also unironically going to join the Russian military to fight against America.
Is on the separatist pro-Russia side. He's going to tell us how we ended up fighting alongside.
Yeah, this is from 2015, where Texas. Oh, here it is.
And I know from history that it takes communism to defeat fascism. So I'm I'm a communist. I'm here to fight fascists.
Did you think you'd ever end up serving in somebody else's military? When you open the American passport, it says you can lose your citizenship for fighting for another country's army. It says right there on the second.
Huh. Does that happen for Israel, chat? Interesting.
Page.
Yeah. I'm not fighting for another country's army. I'm fighting for freedom and justice. I'm fighting against fascism. And the United States government is a fascist government these days. It is. It truly is. And so I fight fascism. And if the United States is fascism, then I fight the United States government.
Tell me about how you got involved fighting for the separate.
Is this one of those MAGA communists? Brother, this is 2015. MAGA wasn't even a thing yet. He's the OG MAGA communist before MAGA even existed as a movement.
Because most people in the West actually support Ukraine, and they see this as a Russian invasion of Ukraine's sovereign territory.
But it's not a Russian invasion at all. It's the people of Donbass saying, no, we're not going to have Nazis come here and tell us how to live. I'm fighting against fascism. I'm fighting against the genuine Nazis in Kiev. The Nazis that say Heil Hitler, that love Bandera, who is a terrible war criminal. And those are the guys in the Ukrainian government right now. And the United States government put them in power. And they're criminals. They're psychopaths.
I mean, I was in Kiev just last week, and you don't see parades of people marching down the street with swastikas.
He is literally oh my God. He's the opposite of Ryan Ruth. Oh my God. God, America is the most fascinating nation on the planet. I'm sorry. We have so many guys, okay? We have so many guys. We have guys for everything. We have guys on every side of every conflict, okay? This is the anti-Ryan Ruth, man. Fucking, this guy died. Yeah, he got killed by Russian military.
Not every day, but they do.
I mean, I've been to a military parade as well in Kiev, and I didn't see any Nazi paraphernalia at all.
Well, that's because the U.S. PR company that Poroshenko has hired has told me, keep the swastikas out. It looks bad on American TV. But they're there, man, and you know that they're there.
Well, I've seen a couple of individual soldiers from the volunteer battalions.
Okay, I must admit that he was definitely wrong on that. He was definitely wrong on that because the American PR did not give a shit at all. Like, they did not care at all about the swastikas. Well, he's dead now, so he doesn't know. I mean, I guess he died in 2024, so he probably saw that, but
sporting actual, you know, Nazi sort of symbols.
He's like, you see, I was right.
Symbols. I've seen one guy wearing a swastika. I've seen one guy with a sort of SS on his hat. But what I haven't seen is fascist or Nazi ideology as part of the official ideology of the country or the army as a whole. I think that's exaggerated. There are individual skinheads, but this uprising in the East, it's primarily a Russian nationalist uprising. So it would seem the opposite of communist ideology. The declared goals aren't leftist, they're not communist. If anything, they're more right-wing. So how does that sit with your ideology?
Well, I haven't seen a lot of right-wing ideology with the guys that I've been working with. Sud Bremeni is a communist organization, and I am in the Sud Bremeni military unit.
Okay, dude, I've definitely, for the record, everything that you can say about like the at the time growing Nazi movement within the ranks of the Ukrainian National Guard, or like the specific, this is 2015, so Azov Battalion was like a separate unit at that point, I'm pretty sure, and was openly Nazi. There was definitely some DPR and LPR guys that straight up were also rocking the swastika. It's so funny that these guys be like, yeah, we're fighting Nazis, but like, dude, come on, dude. Like, we're talking about Eastern Europe, big dog. Okay, a lot of people like the swastika there. I don't know why. They're all Slavs, all of them. So they were all considered subhuman by the Nazis, But they certainly still, that didn't stop them from, you know, as I was incorporated into the National Guard in 2014. My bad, I got the dates wrong. But I mean, you know, they're certainly there, okay? But this isn't to say that, like, you know, the Russian side didn't have its own version of Slav neo-Nazis. Like, that's crazy.
You know, I mean, and I don't think it's so much right wing. It's more just self-defense. You know, this is their land, their homes, their families.
Remember that moment from the other Vice doc where they asked the Russian LPR fighter, would Lenin approve of your actions? And he said, no, he would spit on us.
Nazis from the other part of Kiev are coming here. I mean, you know, when the fucking Nazis first came here and the people stood in front of the BMPs and tried to stop them with their hands, and the guys would shoot them or run over them.
I was there.
Yeah.
They weren't Nazis. The guys who came with the BMPs were just regular Ukrainian military conscripts.
Well, I've got a message for those Ukrainian military conscripts, and it's this. We're fighting brothers against brothers here. The Ukrainian...
Dog, you're from Texas. Your call sign is literally Texas. What do you mean we're fighting brothers against brothers? Like, I get why, you know, people do say that, for sure. It's just him saying that is very funny. Because you're American from Texas.
Indian military conscripts work for Peter Poroshenko. Poroshenko works for Obama. Obama works for oligarchs, American oligarchs. So you're fighting for American oligarchs. What we need to do is Ukrainian army, join Donbass army, go to Kiev, clean out the Nazis.
А с чем боретесь здесь, конкретно в Донбассе?
С укропами.
Ну, ну, как бы со всеми украинцами или какими-то конкретными?
Ну, тут нет времени разглядывать, какой он там хороший, плохой. Они в меня стреляют, я в них. Все просто. Мы вот с Техасом РПГ, первый, второй номер. Так что пока мы здесь, на передовой, ни один танк не проскочит.
А как служится с американцем?
Ну, это очень... Как сказать, если со стороны войны сказать, то это очень человек отважный. Так. Я вот учусь у него там ставить мины, там растяжки, он мне всему учит. Ну и я его тоже там, что знаю, ему рассказываю.
Ага.
Вот такая взаимопомощь.
А как вы, откуда вы знаете, что он не американский шпион?
Да по нему видно.
Oh my God! No, oh my God! Right sector is gay.
Правый сектор это педераст. Правый сектор это педераст. Он сосет меня автомат.
К нам чаще всего приходят, у нас есть испанцы, есть итальянцы, вот Техас американец, да. А те, которые ощущают высочайший уровень неблагополучия в собственной стране, они там себя чувствуют некомфортно, когда они видят то, что происходит, когда они видят, как там опускаются люди. Они понимают, но не всегда они это могут объяснить, что эта война, она идет и в их стране тоже. Мы считаем, что то, что сейчас происходит, это фактически идет какая-то перекройка мирового порядка. То есть...
Dude, I'm fascinated. I'm fucking fascinated with the mindset of a guy who's like, I hate America. Understandable position, okay? As an American, I hate America. It is a bloody affair. It is a bloody empire. It's really fucked up. And then, like, you find yourself going, like, instead of going the anti-war path, you're like, I'm gonna go and join the ranks of a separatist movement inside of the Ukrainian boundary alongside, like, Russian nationalists. Like, how do you go from one point to that? Like, it's so crazy. Bro, I'm telling you, he's a spy. Bro, they killed him. because I think they thought he might be a spy. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Bro, the funniest thing about the Texan guy fighting in Donbass is that he ran for U.S. Senate seat from Minnesota. In 1990, he got 2% of the votes, or 30,000 votes. Literally better than Jenkins CA25 is a gift that keeps on giving. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. This guy was tortured to death by Russian troops who didn't know him. They mistook him for a spy. They... yeah, they killed him. Russia didn't kill him unless you read only Western sources. Who killed him? Brace Belden, but aged? No, like Brace going to Rojava makes perfect sense. Brace going to Rojava makes perfect sense. Rojava is doing an international call to arms for Marxists all around the world, right? Like, I don't think these guys did an international call to arms for from Marxists all around the world. Like it doesn't make any sense, because Rojava is a militancy that was formed out of like actual Marxist principles, as opposed to a separatist movement that was born out of like that was getting fucking help from a country that is not even remotely socialist, you know? It was investigated by the Russian MOD. What the fuck is that chatter about? Iranian troops sourced from Ryan Ruth killed him. Ryan Ruth would never work with the IRGC. Ryan Ruth only worked with Afghan troops that were NATO trained. Bentley recalls his upbringing in Texas in a well-off family where he was passionate about literature and poetry. However, he was odds in his environment, drawn as a young man to the struggle against injustice, influenced by events such as the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement. However, he did not find his political path until the outbreak of the conflict in 2014. There's just like, there's got to be like a separate Jerusalem syndrome, but for Ukraine, I think. It just like, it does something to people on both sides. I don't know how. I don't know what it is, but they got their own version, it seems, of Jerusalem syndrome in Kiev syndrome, I guess.
So why not fight Nazis there instead of coming here to fight?
Maybe 1980.
Как бы и в исправленном и улучшенном варианте. Мы называем это СССР 2.0.
What can you tell me about your views of America? What kind of...
What would your position be for an American who go to South Lebanon and join Hezbollah? Americans are like that. I could see that happening, for sure. I could totally see that happening. If there was entry into the Gaza Strip, I could see an American joining Hamas.
Of a country,
dude, Americans are wild. You know, they just.
It's a beautiful, beautiful place. I love it very much. It has a fascist government right now. I was born in 1960. Things were nice back then, but since maybe 1980, it's been downhill, you know. The government in the United States is a criminal government. It doesn't represent the people of the United States. It represents the oligarchs and the corporations.
So why not fight Nazis there instead of coming here to fight other people's Nazis?
Well, Nazis are Nazis wherever they are, and if I fought them in the United States, I probably would have been fighting by myself, you know. They would have said, oh, some crazy guy, you know.
No, Russia's a country that's not without its problems either. I mean,
I know that.
Many people would say that it's an authoritarian dictatorship as well. And the movement here supports Russia and is supported by Vladimir Putin. So where do you stand on supporting a cause that could bring the kind of authoritarian system in Russia to eastern Ukraine?
I don't really see Russian as being that authoritarian. As for Vladimir Putin supporting Novorussia, to the extent that he does, I thank him seriously. If we want to talk about authoritarian dictatorships, I think there's a much more authoritarian police state in the United States than what I saw in Russia.
But you don't see the leader of the opposition in the United States being gunned down in front of the White House. And just a few weeks ago, the most prominent opposition figure in Russia was shot in front of the Kremlin.
The Russian government would not gun him down in front of the Kremlin. That's a pretty obvious false flag, if you ask me. I mean, it's the CIA said, hey, we don't need this guy anymore. Let's kill him and blame it on Putin.
What do you think about
Bro, come on, dude.
Liberalism. Do you think Europe and the West are getting too liberal? Because some of the other members of Sud Bremeni, the unit that you're from, told me that they're unhappy with the way homosexuality is being promoted as they see it in Western countries, for example.
Well, you know, I'm not gay, but I'm completely unprejudiced against gays. I believe that people have a right to love whoever they want. They should be able to marry whoever they want. But I can see the point of the guys here.
Определенное количество людей, чисто генетически, тяготеет больше к нетрадиционным способам удовлетворения своих сексуальных инстинктов, но их не больше 5%. А когда сейчас на Западе таковыми становится большинство населения, ну если не большинство, то значительная роль.
Dude, amazing. Amazing. That's all of Europe is turning gay. We must fight. We must fight a battle against homosexuality to defend Western civilization.
Значительная часть. Ясно, что это делается искусственным способом.
И для чего вот популяризируется гомосексуальная культура?
Let me guess, he's gonna say NGOs.
Снижение прироста народонаселения. Нефть скоро закончится, газ скоро закончится. Об этом же крики были.
А как вы считаете, Техас, который поступил в ваши ряды, он это понял?
Но мне представляется, что он это понял.
Well, you're not the first American fighting in this conflict that I've interviewed. I actually talked to a guy codenamed Franco, Mark Paslavsky, who was fighting on the Ukrainian side in the Donbass battalion. And he said a lot of...
That's the guy that got killed, right?
The guy got killed in Ilovaisk.
Fuck him.
Well, he said some similar things to what you're saying about wanting to fight the oligarchy. He said part of the reason that he was fighting for the Ukrainians and that he participated in the Maidan himself was because he wanted to see the oligarchic corrupt system that has existed in Ukraine be brought down. So it's interesting to hear two Americans fighting on two sides of this conflict talking about the same problems.
Yeah, when you when you know a thing or two about Americans, it comes across as not so interesting anymore, you know?
Well, except for the fact that he was completely wrong. If Poroshenko is not an oligarch, then what is an oligarch? He's a fat, rich dude that made his...
The funniest part about this is that, like, on its face, technically both of those guys are right when they say that these are despotic rulerships led by oligarchs. Ukraine and Russia both. It's just different oligarchs. Sometimes they have the same interests even. Their interests might even align. So it is pretty funny where they're just like, nah, these guys are the fucking piece of shit oligarchs. Like, okay, yeah, sure.
His money, robbing public stuff from the Ukrainian people. He takes his orders from the United States. He's a traitor to Ukraine. He doesn't even represent the Ukrainian people. He represents what Barack Obama tells him to represent, and Obama represents the oligarchs and corporations in the United States. So, you know, tough shit for Mark getting killed. He should have stayed home. You got to make sure that you know who you're fighting for. You know, he was fighting on the wrong side, and he picked a fight with some badass dudes that put his ass in the ground. And that's what we'll do to all the Nazis that come to Donbass. We'll put them in the ground. We'll take their guns and bury their bones.
Do you ever see yourself going back to the United States?
No, I can't go back to the United States because I would probably land and U.S. Marshals put the chains on me and take me straight to prison. You know, they'd say I was a terrorist. You know, I'm not a terrorist. I'm just defending good people here. I'm defending myself. I only shoot guys that are trying to shoot me. After we liberate Ukraine, maybe we'll liberate Europe and then we'll head west from there.
So you want to come to the U.S. on the back of an armored vehicle?
Yeah. They got some problems there and need straightening out.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Except he died. So he got killed by Russian forces. Anyway, let's take a look at what Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is saying.
Fire in Ukraine faded a bit last week after Russia launched one of the deadliest attacks on Kyiv since last July. Saturday, President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sat down together at the Vatican prior to Pope Francis.
You're acting like you're not 3.5 traumas away from being this guy. I would have to get bludgeoned in the head pretty hard. Like, my worldview would have to be dramatically altered for me to ever take up arms against, to take up arms for any cause. It had to be incredibly specific. And also get like significant brain damage.
Francis's
What was
funeral.
that, Marat?
Their first face-to-face meeting since February's Oval Office debacle. Trump later issued a social media post saying that maybe Putin doesn't want to stop the war and is just tapping him along. On Thursday, just hours after that attack on Kyiv, we spoke exclusively with Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and talked about the potential components of a peace deal. European sources say that the U.S. proposal is really just kind of a list of bullet points. Does Russia have details, the details you need at this point, in terms of a formal proposal?
We are really polite people, and unlike some others, we never discuss in public what is being discussed in negotiations. Otherwise, negotiations are not serious. To ask for somebody's opinion regarding the substance, go to Zelensky. He is happy to talk to anybody through media, even to President Trump.
The National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, said last month that President Trump is asking for thousands of Ukrainian children who were taken into Russia to be released now as part of what he called confidence-building measures. What steps has Russia taken to meet Mr. Trump's request?
Look, long before the request coming from Washington, we have been addressing the issue of the fate of the kids who, during the conflict, found themselves outside their homes, outside their families. Most of these kids were attending what you call it, the place where people without parents...
Orphanage.
Orphanage. And as soon as, and we announce whatever details we have about those kids, and as soon as the parents or other relevant relatives make themselves available, they are getting the kids back. This has been the process for the last almost 3 years between the ombudsman of Russia and Ukraine.
So there's no new release of thousands of Ukrainian children at the request of President Trump?
No, nobody knows why some experts advise the president about thousands of Ukrainian children. Every now and then, once in 2-3 months, we organize exchanges with Ukrainians with the help of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, who do not, make any noise about what they're doing. They just do something which we are participating in a very constructive manner, bringing kids back to their parents or relatives.
Do you take President Trump at his word when he says if Russia is unable to make a deal on ending the bloodshed in Ukraine, he'll put secondary tariffs, I think he means sanctions there, on oil coming out of Russia? Or do you think that at this point...
Who knows what he means? It could be tariffs, it could be sanctions, it could be anything.
The relationship between Russia and America has been rebuilt, and that won't happen.
Well, I cannot comment on what you think President Trump meant when he said something.
What do you think he meant when he said secondary tariffs on oil coming out of Russia?
Well, we hear many things coming from President Trump. President Trump said that he's sick and tired of the situation in this settlement. And President Trump has his own proposals and has his own style in mentioning those proposals in his public speeches. We concentrate, as I said, on the real negotiations which President Trump supports and instructed his people to continue.
What you knowing of Russia? Ukraine is Nazi and America is homo state, and yet you defend. I defend homo state. That's why I dress in dress like women's. Like women's. What do you know? Ah, I see. I see. You dressing like little girls. This is what you do. You are also a homo state. You are part of homo state.
Continue to engage in these negotiations.
Broadly speaking, when you look at what's happening in the battle space in Ukraine right now, analysts say about 18% of Ukrainian territory is under the control of Russian forces. U.S. intelligence says battlefield trends are in Russia's favor. So if that's the case, why should the U.S. believe Russia is serious about ending the war if everything is in your favor?
Well, we judge by the reaction of our American colleagues to what we tell them. And this is being done during negotiations. They're confidential as any serious negotiation. And they know our position, and Marco Rubio, he publicly said that now they better understand the Russian position and the reasons for what is going on. And he said that nobody in Washington lifted a finger to do the same, to understand, to try to understand Russia during the Biden administration. And this implies that the dialogue continues, that the dialogue is supported by the United States, and I reiterate that it is supported by the Russian Federation, and this dialogue continues.
So President Trump said he expects to meet soon with Vladimir Putin. What's an acceptable time and location? Why should they meet?
Look, the presidents are masters of their own destiny and of their own schedule. I heard President Trump say that he is planning to be somewhere mid-May, and that after that he would be suggesting some days. I cannot add anything else.
But you think it would be good for the two leaders to meet soon?
We're always in favor of meeting with people who are ready for a dialogue. President Putin repeated this thousands of times, and when we met in Riyadh, together with President Putin's foreign policy advisor Ushakov, with Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz, the American colleagues clearly stated that the U.S. policy is based firmly on U.S. national interests. They understand that the Russian policy, led by President Putin, is also based on Russian national interest, and that it is...
Okay. Marco Rubio says Russia and Ukraine both have to give up something for peace, except seemingly the Russian side is not really giving up anything, I guess, with the exception of what, like their ambitions for more territorial expansion. Is that what I'm just judging by what Trump has said so far? You know what I mean? That's how Trump presented it as. He said they'd take the whole of Ukraine if we didn't put a stop to them now.
And joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning. Thanks.
Well, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here. President Trump is...
51st state coverage tonight? Oh, you mean Canada? Oh, you don't mean Israel? Because Israel's the 51st.
Is about to mark his...
Canada, not even the 52nd, really.
100th day in office. It comes as a key campaign promise is to end the war in Ukraine, and against the backdrop of that extraordinary meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Mr. Secretary, is Russia and Ukraine now closer to a deal in the wake of that meeting?
Well, I think they're closer in general than they've been any time in the last 3 years, but it's still not there. And as I said, and he has said, and others have said, he's done an extraordinary job. At the highest levels of our government, the president has put out everybody you can imagine, Ambassador Witkoff, myself, the National Security Advisor, the Vice President. been involved and engaged in this effort to bring the two sides closer so we can have path to peace. By the way, that's something that should be celebrated. He's trying to end a 3-year war that has no military solution, where every day people are dying, especially on the Ukrainian side, in many cases civilians and children, as we've seen the images over the last few weeks. He's trying to bring this war to an end. And we've made real progress. But those last couple steps of this journey were always going to be the hardest ones, and it needs to happen soon. We cannot continue, as I said, to dedicate time and resources to this effort if it's not going to come to fruition. So the last week has really been about figuring out how close are these sides really, and are they close enough that this merits a continued investment of our time as a mediator in this regard.
What is the timeline? Are you talking weeks or months? How long are you willing to give them to reach a peace agreement?
Well, I always think it's silly to set a specific date or whatever, but I can just tell you that almost 100 days into this presidency, the president has dedicated a tremendous amount of time and energy to this. And we think we brought the sides closer than they've been in a very long time, but we're not there yet, and it needs to start happening. We need to start, I think this is going to be a very critical week. This week is going to be a really important week in which we have to make a determination about whether this is an endeavor that we want to continue to be involved in, or if it's time to sort of focus on some other issues that are equally, if not more important in some cases. But we want to see it happen. There are reasons to be optimistic, but there are reasons to be realistic, of course, as well.
Yeah, NDP's getting cooked. The only thing we can confirm so far is that NDP is absolutely dying right now. In New Brunswick, the NDP lost 9 points, and almost all of that seemingly went to the Liberals. Look, I haven't talked about Canada much because I haven't really been following Canadian politics. I have been kind of busy with what's going on here in the United States of America. And yeah. All I know is Trump kind of cooked the books, even though the conservatives are performing fairly well. What is this? Yeah, bro. Everyone hates your buddy here. I voted Live for the first time ever as a longtime conservative. If that makes you feel any better. Wait, what do you mean, my buddy? Everyone is talking about tactical voting. I don't even know if like NDP had enough motion to begin with. No, I think he means jug meat, which I will admit I have not been keeping up with at all. I don't know what the latest and greatest of the NDP is overall. And yeah, I guess like whether Trump does it or not, Canada becomes more America-fied with 2 major parties with no motion for anyone else outside of the 2 major parties. Like even in different provincial voting, I feel like. I don't know. Tories blew a 20-point lead. NDP collapsed but might flip a couple ridings. NDP and Tory leader ridings are up for grabs. They never even had a chance because the federal NDP let the Liberals take up the anti-Trump torch. Yeah. Canadian duopoly is upon us. New Brunswick is a tiny province and historically extremely anti-union, anti-labor because it's basically owned by an oil company, Irving. Like literally, Irving owns almost every print outlet. I mean, there's 30 more minutes until we figure out what happens, right? All the polls close.
It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are live from the atrium of the Toronto Broadcasting Centre. For 36 days, federal leaders did their best to sell their visions of the future to Canadians. It all comes down to this. I'm Rosemary
I
Barton.
mean, this
It
is literally,
election night, and
this is yet another indication of Canada's status as America's hat, low key, but not even low key, but high key. And what I mean by that is because Trump gave a ginormous W to the liberals by behaving in the way that he does, by creating nationalist sentiment in a country like Canada that rallied around the flag of the Liberal Party. Obviously, Trudeau was insanely unpopular, so any kind of fresh face that you could slap on that's like remotely competent, that hasn't been ripped apart by reactionary media, was going to be much more favorable. And his approval ratings, like the approval ratings of the Liberal Party, skyrocketed as a consequence of Poilievre's allegiance, seemingly, to the growing reactionary right-wing movement in America, and in his initial allegiance before Donald Trump started talking about how Canada is actually a part of fucking America, is the 51st state, ended up cooking him.
Huge amount of data and a huge amount of votes from Quebec all the way over to Alberta and to territories. That round of votes will come fast and furious, and things will start to
Yes, they have a politician called Polar Bear.
the direction of this country going
Pierre
forward.
Polar
You
Bear.
can see there, though, at the bottom of your screen, that is where we are at now, with Atlantic Canada results coming in. 22 leading and elected for the Liberals, Conservatives at 10, and the Bloc Québécois at 1, and that's because only one Quebec riding has closed at this hour, and that's in Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Okay, we do want to show you one person who was re-elected handily tonight, and that is Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in the riding of Beauséjour. As I said, handily for Dominic LeBlanc, of course, a cabinet minister under Mark Carney right now. And there he is tonight. Dominic LeBlanc, thanks for joining us.
Quebec needs to separate.
Hi, Rosemary. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. First of all, I want to ask you about where the Liberal Party is at coming out of Atlantic Canada here. Leading or elected, we've got you at 22, the Conservatives at 10. Those weren't quite the numbers that we understood that the Liberals wanted to see at this stage of the evening.
I think that's fair, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted. I've been looking at some of the results in some of the New Brunswick or Nova Scotia ridings, and there are still a lot of polls to be counted. And my experience tells me often the polls that are slow to come in are the ones where there was a very heavy turnout in some advanced polls or other big turnouts on election day today. So
Hasanabi being a supporter of French Canadians. Listen, I'm generally in support of all anti-imperialist indigenous movements, okay? And the Francophone Canadians, as we all know, are indigenous to the land. As a matter of fact, they need to have a separate category. They've been screwed over even worse than the First Nation Canadians, okay? The greatest crime of all time. That's why I'm in favor of the Québécois separatist movement. They are the legacy Canadiens. As a matter of fact, they should overtake the entirety of Canada and force every Canadian to speak French all the time. No more Anglophone Canada. Why am I saying all of this? When basically last year I was making fun of Le Bloc. Why am I? Because Denis Villeneuve, I found out that he's French Canadian. I found out that he's a Québécois, which is why my attitude shifted. I'm sorry. That's how easy it is to sell me. Okay. Now, Felix Lengyel, le Lion of Laval, is also he is also a French Canadian, which is why I was maintaining the position that I was maintaining an anti-Quebecer stance. But my attitude has shifted now because of Denis Villeneuve.
You're right. We should ask ourselves what that means in some of the bigger provinces like Ontario or even British Columbia.
I did notice there, Dominic LeBlanc, that you used the M word. You used the word majority. Is that an expectation, a real expectation for you tonight?
Why is Jeffrey Sachs glazing Mark Carney? That's weird.
Quietly
And Canada's not going down
Oh, it's
quietly.
his student. Oh, God. Oh, no.
And my student, Mark Carney, who's now Prime Minister of Canada, said today, no, Canada remains Canada, don't even think about it. And I believe him, and I think he's going to probably remain Prime Minister also in view of the upcoming psychological warfare that's going to come. And Canada's not going down quietly, and my student, Mark.
Mark Carney's been glazed by every neo-lib in the Western world? Yeah, which is why I'm shocked that fucking Jeffrey Sachs is also glazing him. I thought Jeffrey Sachs was no longer the annoying... He normally is pretty good. But... Jeffrey Sachs is a academic who is perhaps most responsible for shock doctrine in the dissolution of the USSR, who changed his ways and has become an outspoken anti-imperialist.
Riding and the St. John's East riding, so those are still in play. Part of the problem is this. We have more than 70% of the vote counted in Newfoundland and Labrador. We've just hit the 50% mark in Prince Edward Island, and we're below 50% in New Brunswick, in Nova Scotia, and only just over a third of the vote counted in New Brunswick. So it makes it very difficult to call some of the ridings when you're still...
Didn't Mark Carney also say that, like, we're going to stop Israel or some shit? Am I crazy? Did I hallucinate and then immediately back away from that position? What did he say about Israel? He said, well, recently he also said condemning Israeli blockade on food, but that doesn't really mean anything. But I'm pretty sure he called it a genocide and then very quickly backtracked. Like, that was for a brief moment. Said he didn't hear the word genocide. Canada is against Israel, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. There's no country in the Western world that is actually, like, and their politicians is actually against Israel, with the exception of Ireland, okay? Let me tell you, okay? You are sipping on some Kool-Aid. You're down in some fucking Kool-Aid. Oh, Spain. True. Spain. Say Spain is one exception. In the French federal debate, Jagmeet Singh challenges Mark Carney on Gaza. Why don't you call things as they are? This is a genocide. Carney claims that the term politicizes the situation. We know that if you can't name a genocide, you definitely won't stop it. South Africa? We're calling South Africa a Western nation now? That's crazy. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I didn't know the dynamics should change this dramatically and this rapidly. What's next? What's another Western nation that's anti-Israel? Brazil? Just countries in the global south, also Western.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. I'm aware. Which is why we have an arms embargo.
Oh, and then he came out and was like, oh, it's not a genocide. I didn't hear that he said genocide. That's what happened, right?
Last night at the rally, there was a protester who, it was hard to hear, I believe said, there's a genocide in Gaza. One of the first protester that interrupted your speech said, there's a genocide in Gaza. And I believe your response was, I'm aware, that's why there's an arms embargo. So I just wanted to clarify what you heard if you said I'm aware, what were you being aware of? Are you conceding it's a genocide in Gaza?
I didn't hear that. Actually, I didn't hear that word. Is that you were there, I guess, and yeah.
Man, these guys are so afraid. They're so fucking scared, dude. Holy
Ground
shit.
here and pick up ground here, because the chances for targets are narrower on the prairies and in the north, and then a whole lot could be riding on British Columbia. But they just got one more
Netanyahu personally demanded a retraction. Oh god.
The CBC Decision Desk has projected elected Joanne Thompson in the riding of St. John's East, the fisheries minister in the Mark Carney government, and the last Liberal incumbent to seek re-election is returning to Ottawa, and the CBC's Carolyn Stokes is standing by at Joanne Thompson's headquarters. Carolyn, take it away.
Hi, David. Yes, I'm hearing that CBC is projecting that Joanne Thompson has held on to her seat, but actually not many people here in the room have heard that yet. We've had no reaction to this yet, so no cheering or anything, so we're just, here we go. Okay, so this room, very, very happy people here. We're expecting Joanne Thompson to come out now and give a speech. Lots of celebration, as you can see, and a pretty good showing, it looks, for Joanne Thompson tonight, holding on to the seat, heading back to Ottawa, and with not as many Liberal colleagues from this province as before because of the loss in long-range mountains, and Clifford Small holding on to his seat. So yeah, this is the situation here in St. John's East. A lot of happy people. David.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much. Joanne Thompson beating David Brazel, a former leader of the Provincial Conservative Party, Mary Shortall, the president of the NDP. Rosie, I was getting texts from people there with Carolyn.
Bro, I'm sorry. This is so boring. Oh my god. I don't know enough. I just don't know enough. I'm sorry, Canuck Hasanabi heads. Like, I want to cover this, but it's so difficult for me to do it. I just don't know enough. I don't know the drama. And Canadian politics is so fucking boring. Oh, like, when we find out more later, I'll get back into it. Okay. Like, it's not boring, but I mean, it's boring, but also not in a good way either.
We're close, but we're not close enough.
Let's talk about what we've heard from and seen from President Trump online, who now says he wants to deal with President Putin, quote, differently through banking or secondary sanctions. Will President Trump follow through with imposing new sanctions against Russia?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to, the president, we have multiple options, frankly, to address this and to deal with all of this, but we don't want to get to that point. This is still not the time. I think what the president is saying and has been saying for some time now is he is aware that he has these options. People ask him about it all the time, but what he really wants is a peace deal. He wants the dying and the killing to stop. This is a terrible war. It's cost the lives of thousands of people, billions of dollars, and generational destruction on the side, especially on the Ukrainian side. We want the war to end. You saw yesterday at the Pope's Mass, there was talk about war and how it needed to stop. The Pope, the late Pope, was celebrated for being a peacemaker and trying to talk about these things. We should all be happy that we have a president of the United States and Donald J. Trump who wants to end and prevent wars. And that's what we're trying to do here. And so ultimately, look, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't come to fruition, then as a nation state, there are options that we have for those who we hold responsible for not wanting the peace. But we'd prefer not to get to that stage yet because we think it closes the door to diplomacy.
Well, you know, the president has made a number of demands against Ukraine. Just last month, the president told me he might impose penalties against Russia. I guess given the frustrations that he is voicing, Mr. Secretary, why hasn't he imposed sanctions yet?
Well, because I think we're still hoping to see that this effort works out in diplomacy and that we can bring these two sides closer together. I mean, the minute you start doing that kind of stuff, you're walking away from it. You've now doomed yourself to another 2 years of war, and we don't want to see it happen. I think what's important, and really ways, is there is no other country, there is no other institution or organization on the earth that can bring these two sides together. No one else is talking to both sides but us. And no one else in the world can make something like this happen but the president. This is a very significant responsibility and a really important opportunity, and we want to make sure that we work it all the way through, that we don't walk away from something that can actually work or that can actually lead to peace, but we also don't want to continue to spend time on something that's not going to get us there. So throughout this process, it's about determining, do both sides really want peace, and how close are they or how far apart they are after 90 days of effort here, over 90 days of effort. That's what we're trying to determine this week. There are reasons to be optimistic, and there are also reasons to be concerned. It's complicated. If this was an easy war to end, it would have been ended by someone else a long time ago. But right now, the only one who can bring these two sides together to end this war is our president, President Trump. And we're doing everything we can to see if we can get that done here over the next few days.
Let me ask you about some of the language you've taken. Just 3 years ago, you co-sponsored a Senate bill barring the United States from recognizing Russian claims to any portion of Ukraine's land. Let me read you part of what you said. Quote, Vladimir Putin is the real aggressor in this war, and he is attempting an unjustified takeover of a sovereign democratic country. The United States cannot recognize Putin's claims, or we risk establishing...
Damn, I mean, why do you gotta go and do that? Why you gotta go and show old takes? That was before I was a part of the Trump admin, you know what I mean? It's kind of fucked up.
Establishing a dangerous precedent for other authoritarian regimes like the Chinese Communist Party to imitate. What message does it send to China and other adversaries if the United States allows Russia to keep the land it's illegally claimed?
Well, first of all, I would say that right now there's a lot of press reports about this, that, or these concessions or that concessions. A lot of things have been discussed, and the reason why those things are being discussed is very simple. Not because we're going to force anyone to do anything or pressure anyone to do anything like this, but because we need to understand what are the options to bringing about an end to the war. We need to be grown-ups and realistic here. In any negotiated end to a war, both sides get something and both sides have to give something up. That's a reality. Without speaking specifically about that or another, you wrote that, you talk about that was back in September of 2022. Since September of 2022, this war has continued. Thousands of more people have died. Generational destruction that Ukraine's going to spend 2 generations rebuilding from. This is a war that needs to end now. And so in order for this war to end, there are things Russia wants that it will not get, and there are things Ukraine wants that it will not get. Yeah. If it wasn't the case, that would have been done a long time ago. No one here is claiming that one side is going to unconditionally surrender to the other and bring this to an end. But that's why diplomacy can be difficult and time-consuming, but it is the only way to end this conflict. There is no military solution to this war. The only solution to this war...
The only way to go about this 100% is to bring China to the table. Revolutionary talk from CCP agent Mark Carney. Just as any revolution eats its children, unchecked market fundamentalism can devour the social capital essential for the long-term dynamism of capitalism itself. Market fundamentalism, the belief in the power of the market to self-correct, to allocate resources efficiently, and to serve the public interest, has led to a world where we worship the altar of the market. Okay. I think that was literally the Pope that said that, by the way. Like, the former Pope. That was not Mark Carney. That was Pope Francis. Chatter is fucking with you. That was literally a quote from Mark Carney. I'm not joking. I'm almost certain that this was... Wait. Isn't this literally what the fucking Pope said? Hold on. Oh my God. Wait, he did say it. Hold on. This is from a book, Just Money, How Catholic Social Teaching Can Redeem Capitalism. Okay, I mean, it's still like social democratic thought, I guess, but... Let's see. Market fund. Market fundamentalism, sometimes called neoliberalism, drove the world economy to enormous damage. No, that's not the one. Mark Carney, governor of the Bank of England, said in the summer of 2014, just as any revolution eats its children, unchecked market fundamentalism can devour the social capital essential for the long-term dynamism of capitalism itself. Dark Carney? Yeah, I mean, maybe he's a Keynesian economist. Maybe that's why fucking Jeff Sachs likes him. Also, he's not going to be even remotely socialist. Don't be fucking delusional, please.
War is a negotiated settlement where both sides are going to have to give up something they claim to want and are going to have to give the other side something they wish they didn't. That's how you end wars. And that's what we're trying to achieve here, so more people won't die. There are people who will die today in this war because there is no peace. We don't want to continue to have to say that. Every time you turn on the news and they say, well, another missile strike, all these things will continue to happen. This could get even worse in the months.
Meanwhile, an F-18, I believe, was downed by accident due to the Houthis consistently pressuring the American Navy by simply existing and becoming, I guess, robust bombing targets. An FA-18E fighter jet and tow tractor fell overboard the USS Harry Truman today and has sunk in the Red Sea, per the Navy. A U.S. official said that initial reports from the scene indicated that the Truman made a hard turn to evade Houthi fire, which contributed to the fighter jet falling overboard. That's $70 million, baby. That's add that to the toll. After losing 21 MQ-9 Reaper drones, $30 million a pop, I believe, the U.S. has now lost an F-18 jet in a failing war to defend Israel's ability to commit genocide in Gaza. The U.S. has failed to restore freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, cannot suppress Yemeni missiles or drones, and is massacring civilians. Also, that's not even true. There is a tremendous amount of trade happening in the Red Sea. Again, if you actually look at the ships that are passing through, they're just Russian ships and Chinese ships that the Houthis are allowing to pass through. And I'm certain that some of those ships are going to Israel, for the record. Like, there's no way that Russian ships and Chinese ships are not going through the Red Sea. I'm waiting for Onslaught Allah to fish it out and send to Iran for cloning Yemeni F-18s in 10 years. Like the Beast of Kandahar, I doubt that that'll happen. They go to ports closer to Egypt and unload the cargo there. Yeah, here's the marine vessel traffic. Turkish crew on board. Destination Singapore. Destination Suez. Zoom to China, please. What do you mean? Compare U.S. to China ports. I mean, there's still a fuck ton of traffic. The tactic of not trying to beat the U.S. would just make them spend enough money to the point they quit is unbeatable, not gonna lie. I don't know what the U.S. even does here. Houthis get 20,000 drones shot down by 2 million missiles. $2 million. Oh, Houthis get 20k drones shot down by 2 million missiles, Lamau.
I promise I'm not trying to raise a ton of concern here, but what you're looking at right now in real time is the port of Shanghai. This is the busiest port in China. And all of the yellow that you're seeing, the arrows are moving.
Are you still pro-Houthi terrorism? I'm not sure on your position. What do you mean pro-Houthi terrorism? What does pro-Houthi terrorism mean? They're terrorizing by what? Fucking trying to make Israel's genocide more costly? This motherfucker's name is Comrade Lenin, 1905. And he has the audacity to have that username while simultaneously saying things like pro-Houthi terrorism. The fuck do you mean? What is terrorism in this regard? Implementing a fucking blockade on the Red Sea? Civilian ships? Get that fucking name out of your goddamn username, you dipshit. You don't deserve to have Comrade Lenin anywhere near your fucking username. Fucking federal agent ass. Man. You're going to the re-education camp, chatter. I need you to write 1,000 words. I need you to write 1,000 words on your counter-revolutionary behavior. Turn over your handle right now. Change it to fucking I Love America 1776. Also, civilian ships? Question mark. Like, this guy is one speed, dude. One speed. And that is, oh, dude, I can't believe they're, like, disrupting trade routes off the coast of their own fucking, off their own coastline in an effort to try and stop Israel from committing a genocide. Yeah, Lenin will spit on you. As I've said over and over again, and I mentioned this as well, I quote retweeted this Natasha Bertrand tweet. I said, there's an alternative way of doing this, which involved forcing Israel to stop its genocide of Palestinians. They're being starved by the Israeli state at this very moment. You know, but God forbid we do that. Instead, we should just keep allowing Israel. We need to give another $1 trillion to Israel. Another $20 billion package to Israel, please. Hey dude, I think Jordan Peterson is getting stronger and not weaker. Your vid was wrong. What? Oh. Two minutes until big numbers? Okay, we're waiting.
And conservatives up to. That's
Hold
the kind
on,
of
let me
movement that
fast forward to the future, chat.
Atlantic Canada, I would hope to see as polls close right across the country. But we will see, right? As you said, this is early times. Now, what we're going to see now is a whole lot more data coming in. I'm going to just go quickly. There's like 30 seconds to view data.
So the only interesting thing with the NDP vote is going away that common wisdom would suggest that this is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rowe, conservative. As has the People's Party vote. In this riding, the Bull Arm fabrication yard that built the Hibernia project, there's an oil refinery there, so it's trades people and traditional offshore industrial base. So the NDP collapsed for that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about, or telling us about. Yeah. Okay, good. So good thing to keep in mind as we get ready to bring you a whole lot more information. This is where the bulk of your votes are going to be counted now. Almost 9:30 Eastern. Polls are going to close between Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains and 2 territories. This is when your say will start to determine who is going to form government. As we come out of Atlantic Canada, you can see where the results are at the bottom of your screen. Polls now close in much of the country.
Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight. From Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government.
Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22, the Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there, we're not going to talk too much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannah-Mansick.
There are two ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi-Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one riding that 4 years ago flipped, in that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives. The lead has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals, but the last, one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, is not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times. It is the Conservative vote that has really surged compared to last time, and so relatively close, closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the two ridings in New Brunswick which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in At Issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers, because a section of the riding is actually on the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get the result, more definitive result early, is significant. It's actually 2 ridings because of redistribution.
Right.
A former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to
He's like,
watch,
I'm good, I got my pets.
for the Liberals is in and around Montreal. And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute, but Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted, and there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all, this is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Faulk to win. She has already, and her vote share in 2019 was 78%. In 2021, 69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnefe-Missinippi-Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015. The Conservatives have won all of the Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
Got some early results coming in from Quebec. Let's start with a new riding, Les Pays d'en Haut, where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area, now, again, only 2 polls reporting, but based on redistribution, this is an area we'd expect to go block, but the Liberals have a candidate, a local mayor in the riding, who is going to have a little bit of name recognition. Let's move on to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. This is a bloc Conservative fight, so interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix, but again, only 1 poll reporting. We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent, Nathalie Sinclair-Gagné, is in the lead, and another really exciting riding to watch.
Oh, so exciting.
It's to come.
Yeah, you know, President Putin has never acknowledged Ukraine's right to exist. So why do you trust that he won't invade Ukraine again or another European country?
Well, I don't think peace deals are built on trust. I think peace deals have to be built on verification, have to be built on facts, have to be built on action, have to be built on realities. So this is not an issue of, well, of trust. It's an issue of building in these sorts of things, verification, security guarantees, things that have been discussed in the past. All these things are being talked about here. All of these things. Yeah. But right now, it's not the time. If we're trying to bring 2 sides together, the last thing you want to do is give some side, one of the 2 sides, an excuse to walk away from this effort. We're just trying to achieve peace. At the end of the day, let me remind everybody, what we are trying to do is end a war that has cost a lot of money to us, to our allies, cost a lot of lives, destroyed a lot of lives, forced people by the millions to leave their country, millions of Ukrainians that no longer live in the country and have not been able to come back. We just want all this to stop. And we're trying to find whether we can play a role to make that happen. I hope, everyone should hope that we're successful. Instead of rooting against President Trump, everyone should be hopeful that President Trump can bring this war to an end, because it truly, at this point, is not good for anybody. It may not work out. Peace deals are hard. But we are trying, and I think the president deserves credit for spending this much time and this much energy and these many resources to try to bring about this outcome of peace.
All right, Mr. Secretary, let's turn to China and the president's trade war. President Trump said he has spoken directly with President Xi Jinping. Chinese officials, though, say that no talks have taken place about a trade war. Can you help us to understand where this stands? Has President Trump spoken to President Xi after imposing those 145% tariffs?
Well, I mean, just like the previous answer, I think I'm not going to be commenting on who talked to who and what they talked about, because obviously this is also a high-stakes negotiation. The fundamental fact is this. For 30-something years, the Chinese have gotten away with unfair trade practices. Not just unfair, outrageously unfair trade practices. Just very simple. Chinese companies can do whatever they want in America. American companies can only do what the Chinese allow them to do in China, and it's very limited, and every year it gets more and more limited. They flood, not just us, but they flood the world with exports, but they push back against any imports. They are 100% favorable to their, unfairly favorable to their companies and unfair to ours. They steal our intellectual property. They reverse engineer things they get a hold of. I mean, it's on and on and on, unfair, and they've been allowed to get away with it. And finally, almost too late really, but finally we have a president that stood up to it. And it's not just us that needs to be standing up to it, by the way. Europe is concerned about the number of electric cars that China tried to dump on them. China's had trade problems with Canada and with others. This needs to stop. And so the bottom line is that the president is dealing with something that should have been dealt with a very long time ago, and it was almost too late.
So, Mr. Secretary, just to be clear, you can't confirm that a phone call has taken place between President Trump and President Xi of China post?
Well, I don't comment on the phone calls the president makes with foreign leaders.
All right.
Yeah, I think I've directed you to the White House. It's for the president to tell you who he's talked to. I'm not going to get in the way of those negotiations. Okay, let's talk now about some new reporting that came in overnight. I want to just go through it for you and for our audience. 3 U.S. citizen children have been deported with their mothers. Now, this is according to the Washington Post. The family's lawyer says one of them is a 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer, deported without medication or ability to contact doctors. The family's lawyers are also saying their clients were denied communication with family and legal representatives before being deported, and it's raising concerns about the issue of due process, that it's being violated. So let me ask you, is everyone on U.S. soil, citizens and non-citizens, entitled to due process? Yes, of course. But let me tell you, it looks in immigration standing, the laws are very specific. If you're in this country unlawfully, you have no right to be here and you must be removed. That's what the law says. Somehow over the last 20 years, we've completely lost this notion that somehow or completely adopted this idea that yes, we have immigration laws, but once you come into our country illegally, it triggers all kinds of rights that can keep you here indefinitely. That's why we were being flooded at the border. And we've ended that, and that's why you see a historically low number of people not just trying to cross our border, trying to cross the border into Panama, all the way down in the Darien Gap. I mean, it's been a huge help for those countries as well. On the headline, that's a misleading headline. Okay, 3 U.S. citizens, ages 4, 7, and 2, were not deported. Their mothers, who are legally in this country, were deported. The children went with their mothers. If those children are U.S. citizens.
Oh, I'm so tired. I can't even wait for the end of the Canadian broadcast to show us the who won. I'm gonna end it here, chat. I'm washed. I've been getting hella tired by the end of the stream lately. I'm done for the night. Tomorrow is another day, and tomorrow we'll know what the future of Canada holds. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. There's a lot more to talk about. Peace, everybody.